Hello, Raven649 here, aka Lindsay Lou. I'm mostly making this for my subbers on YouTube because I saw that they commented on my last video. Yes, I'm still alive. Yes, I'm doing well. Where am I in my faith? I don't really know. I feel myself drifting away from God. I left Islam early last year and I became a Christian. I was baptized as a Baptist Christian in March. Then I came to the conclusion that I didn't want to hate myself anymore. I didn't want to oppress myself anymore. I just wanted to be me. I wanted to be bisexual Lindsay. Because I like girls. I like guys. I like girls. I like guys. I like sex. So, I'm not a slut, but I like to enjoy my time with people. Mostly for getting to know another person. I'm very curious about other people. I'm like a whole new person to know. Yes. um. So my journey went. I joined Red Deer Bible Baptist Church, and I opened myself up to them, and they accepted me, all but except for the bisexual part. And then they started saying, "Oh, you can't smoke pot, you can't drink." And I'm like, "Is this Islam? Is this Islam? Because it sounds a lot like Islam. So many bloody rules." I don't drink all the time, but I like to have a good time once in a while. Like go out to the bar, have a drink, stay home, have a couple of drinks with friends, smoke a bowl in the morning, smoke a bowl with friends, you know, have a jolly good time. But no, that wasn't allowed. Then recently, I went to church. No, on my birthday, close to my birthday, probably November 14th or so, I messaged everyone on Facebook that was part of my church and said that I don't think homosexuality is a sin, that I disagree with God, that I'm not going to oppress myself any longer, that I still believe in God, but I'm going to leave the church. And I left the church, and then I went back to it a month later. And they said to me, "We honestly didn't think we were going to see you again. We'll be glad we did." But now, then I went to, on Sunday, a couple weeks ago, the pastor talked about some unusual things. First, he went on to say, "The earth has oxygen, and we don't know why it has oxygen. It's the only planet in the solar system or universe that has oxygen, and we don't know why it doesn't float away." And I'm like, because of gravity and the ozone layer, maybe? Like, I don't even know. But at least I can guess. He's like, "God put it there." I'm like, I guess God put it there. But that's no reason to justify that there is a God and there's no God. Because lots of people believe that there is no real proof for God. And that's true. The evidence for God is, well, the Abrahamic God is only in the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran. And that's not evidence. It's not evidence. It's basically, I can make a story, and as long, actually, I did it with my old face. Can you see my there? See? My shields. I believed in animal spirits. I made up that religion when I was 13. I got like over 30 followers in that religion through the years. And then I abandoned it when I was 20 and pursued Islam. I wish I never did because it made me feel so safe inside, but it was false hope. But I don't associate hope with um God because anyone can have hope. But some people associate all their hope with God. So that's my story, and I'll tell you what's going on right now. I don't feel God inside me anymore. I don't feel that warm, fuzzy feeling inside of me because I went to my church and I said on Facebook, and my pastor saw it. Dear Facebook Christian friends, let's see if I can find it, what I exactly said. NZ. Dear Facebook friends, I'm no longer Christian because I love myself more than God. I can no longer hate me anymore. I do not believe that homosexuality is a sin, or wrong, or immoral. I never did. I always disagreed with God. How can God be in love when he hates sin? But homosexuality in my eyes is not a sin. Anyways, don't like me. Anyways, if you don't like me, unfriend me. Don't leave preaching comments or I'll unfriend you. And so far, no one's left any preaching comments. But my pastor did message me saying he would like to talk to me. And I said, sure. But I'm far away down there. I've been hanging around with a lot of atheists. And my good friend of mine, who's an atheist, I consider him a good friend. I've shared a lot with him. He's quite nice. He's a nice gentleman. He laughed and said, there's no way you can believe in creation and evolution. And that's true. Because Christians believe that Adam ran around with dinosaurs. That logically doesn't make any sense. Logically does not make sense. Dinosaurs were million years before humans. What, humans have only been on the earth for like 30,000 years maybe. 35,000 years. And like I heard from a Catholic that Catholics believe that Adam was the first modern human. So there were like Cro-Magnons and Neanderthals beforehand, but they weren't the modern human. Adam was the first modern human. So whatever. If you believe that, okay. But I'm quite nerdy, and I read about cavemen because I love cavemen, and I believe that they were around before Adam, if Adam even existed. And it's looking like he didn't exist. I believe in evolution. I always have, even when I was a Muslim. And the Quran backs it up to a degree. And Christians like to say, oh, let there be light means the great big bang. And I'm like, yes, because God rested on the seventh day. Because God can rest. Why does he need to rest? Because he's like man. But like a Satanist believes, you are your own God. And God created us as in his image. So does that mean God is not immortal, not eternal? Because we're not eternal? That we die eventually? So whoever created the world, if there is a God, is probably long dead by now. in my opinion. So I established that there is no God anymore. I don't believe in God. And I feel liberated, free. So that itself is very good. Conversations for you and I. So if anyone wants to join and discuss, we can talk about lots of things like religion, faith, current events, news. I'm not really good on current events and news because I don't really watch the news or read the paper because I only read my local paper. I'm talking to myself.
Hi.
Hello.
So you're on here live on your own? What you talking about to yourself?
I'm talking about where I am in life because
Oh,
I
good.
watch
Okay.
my subscribers on YouTube commented on my last live video
Yeah.
and they wanted to know where I was in my faith.
All right. I'll just sit back and listen. How's that?
No, I'm pretty much done.
Oh, shit. I missed it.
Yeah, you missed it. You'll have to watch it on YouTube.
Well, why don't you give me a summary? One sentence
Oh.
summary.
I just told everyone that I left Islam early last year and then was baptized as a Baptist Christian in March and then left Christianity near my birthday and then went back to it and then said this is bullshit and then left it.
But where are you
And
now?
I don't really know
Are
if
you in between? Are you sort of on the? Are you between Christianity and something else on some kind of a road traveled, or have you reached a destination?
I think if anything right now, because Christians believe that we are created in God's image. So then itself, because Satanists believe that you are your own God. So it comes to the conclusion that whoever created the world, if the world was created, has to be dead by now.
Has to be dead by now.
Yeah, because no one's immortal. Even if they count time differently, even if they're on a different planet and time is different.
Okay, so let's make that assumption then that whoever did it is dead. So there's no supernatural influence, there's no outside influence. The universe is just running the way it is on its own. Okay?
Right. But I
Right.
also believe in evolution, so whatever.
Well, yeah, that's how the universe gets to run the way it is because of evolution. Well, not because of evolution, but also as part of the evolutionary process. I mean, evolution. You could say the whole cosmos is an evolution. You know, right from the very beginning, the first nanosecond of the Big Bang, it started evolving, right? Humans emerged through that process of natural evolution some close to 15 billion years later, which makes kind of sense. You know, it takes time for evolution to work. So, yeah, I think you're on the right track.
I guess so. I don't feel God inside of me anymore. Like I don't feel that feeling inside of me anymore. And I don't know what kind of feeling it was. Like I don't feel guilty anymore for being the person that I was.
Maybe you're growing up. Maybe you're going from you know how there's different life stages. People as they grow up, they kind of tend to adjust some of their outlooks to fall in line with their generation, their age group. You know, sometimes there's a rebellious streak that people go through when they're younger, and they drop when they when they start to exit their 20s. They become more their brain becomes a little bit more sort of settled and they can think better.
I think my rebellious streak was when I joined Islam because I was such a rebel then.
Mm.
Because I didn't grow up with religion. Like, I grew up as a Roman Catholic. But when my
Oh,
father died,
yeah. But
I
Lindsay,
basically said,
Lindsay,
fuck God.
if you're going to be a rebel, don't join Islam. Join the Hell's Angels or Goth or something. Why Islam?
I like color too much to be a god.
Funny. No, but look at you. You know, when I first saw you on the first couple of hangouts, you were not doing very good. You were in bad shape. You were not happy. And now you're all smiles. So, you know, it's good.
Yeah, I guess so. Well,
Yeah.
it's just, it's hard being oppressed.
It's hard
Like,
being oppressed.
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 Yes, it's very hard. Tell me about it. I'm an atheist. I get oppressed all the time by feral Christians running in the wild.
Oh, speaking of feral Christians, J-Dubs invited me to frickin' Brett Keen's video call. I joined the video call and then I was removed. And I said
So,
to J-Dubs, don't invite me to
exactly.
something that I'm going to be removed from because it hurts my feelings. And he
That's
didn't reply to
right.
me.
You know what I did with those guys? I just uncircled them. Brett Keane specifically, I blocked. Okay, for sure, in every possible way. But the other guy, J Dubs, and all those other people that make life miserable, I just uncircled them. You know, fuck 'em.
J-Dubs is my friend, though.
He's not your friend if he does that to you.
I don't know. I'm going to talk
Don't
to
be
him later.
don't be behind. If somebody says they're your friend and they act like they're not your friend, then they're not your friend.
I always act like his friend. I don't know why he
It's got
invited me
nothing to
to
do with the
that.
way exactly. Yeah, they just want to use you for their fun and games. So and their ego because they've got nothing else.
Yeah, but anyways, this is like my first official live hangout.
Excellent. I'm glad to be part of it. Have you invited a whole bunch of people?
I invited my circles, but only you showed up. Hades and Chili are in watching YouTube in a hangout. The drunken peasants, and I'm like, this must be a guy
How many
thing
people
because
in
I don't
your
find it interesting.
circles?
What?
How many people in your circles?
Oh, let's see. I have 41 people in friends, 7 people in family, 38 people in acquaintances, 56 in family, and 14 in religion.
That's not very many.
Well, I'm sorry, I just joined this not too long
I
ago.
know. I'm just going to see if I can uh, spread the word a bit.
Yeah, you're popular, so you could like link the video out and people might join.
I'm not that popular, but
Yeah, you are popular. Lots of people like you.
lots of people hate me. They don't even let me in their hangouts.
Well, lots of people joined your hangout.
True.
True. Well, I don't hate you.
Well, that's all that counts for me.
Well, we have 2 viewers.
Okay, I'm going to go and try and put this this link into your YouTube. Okay.
My sister stole my cell phone. Unless it's underneath this mirror. I doubt it. I was kind enough to smoke her up this morning, give her bud to smoke, and she took my fucking cell phone.
Oh, forgive her. She knows not what she does.
She doesn't. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve.
Huh?
Tomorrow's Christmas Eve.
Tomorrow's Christmas Eve.
I'm gonna go see family and eat lots of pork.
I don't think so. I think tomorrow's Christmas Eve.
Yes, I'm gonna go see family and eat lots of pork.
You're going to go see family and eat lots of pork.
Yeah, because I couldn't eat pork for like 10 years.
It sounds like some kind of a punishment and not necessarily a celebration.
Wow.
How's eating pork beneficial to your health? Especially eating lots of pork.
I like pork.
Apparently you're not alone.
Apparently. In Alberta, it's put pork on your fork. That's the slogan. They're really pushing it.
Yeah. What's the heart attack rate like in Alberta?
Well, it's really bad when they're shoveling their sidewalk, the old men like your age.
Old men like my age?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's terrible.
So you don't have to worry about that.
I don't have to worry about what?
Shoveling your walk and having a heart attack.
Why not?
Because you don't have any fucking snow in Vancouver.
No, this is true.
It snows and you get a snow day and everyone freaks out. It's not even snow, it's slush.
It starts out snow for the first couple of hours. What are you talking about?
My stepdad tells me I've been there when it snows.
Yeah, but what do you know about snow? You're in Red Deer. Useless.
There's like 5 feet of snow outside right now.
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe in snow.
Sorry, 3 feet. Pulls out to my knees.
I live in Vancouver. I don't believe in snow. Prove it.
I don't want to get up.
Well, then my disbelief will just carry on, and I won't be able to ever know the truth. Oh, excuse me while I babble and bullshit you.
What?
Oh, nothing. I'm just trying to get people into your hangout. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. That's all. Let's see.
Well, I can make it public, I guess.
Don't worry about it. Relax. Just relax. Wax. Paste. Public. Yeah, I'm sending a whole bunch of public out here, so.
Oh, how nice.
Mm. And I'm also going to your page and putting the link in there. Haha. Alright. Alright. Now, how else? Also, you know, we need to see who the competition is.
Who?
I don't know, other hangouts.
Well, in the groups that we hang out in, it's Nadia or Hades has a closed group, Sty, and freaking.
But right now we've got Nadia. and Rancam Campbell as your major competitor for the Hangout on Air.
Well, I was removed from that one, so I can't join that one.
Which
And
one,
now you're
Rancam?
talking about Christianity.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what they do.
I don't want to talk about Christianity.
Neither do I.
I'd rather talk about something much more interesting.
All right, go ahead. Let's get the ball rolling.
Okay. What do you what do you want to talk about?
Something much more interesting.
Much more interesting. Well, I could babble on about, oh, I don't know who this person is.
Hi, I'm harmless.
Hey, how you doing, man? This
Hey.
is one of our friends.
Yeah. So, Lindsay, you said this was your first official hangout?
Yes,
I'm honored to be a part of it.
I've done a live one before, but no one's joined.
Their loss, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
So I was just talking about my journey through faith, and now I'm almost an atheist, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. What
Yeah.
how you doing, AAA? How's things going for you?
Things going good. Thank you.
Good.
I'm working on my first deconversion, and I think it's going well.
Oh, is that Lindsay here?
That's Lindsay. Yeah.
Well, great, Lindsay. I'd like to hear about it.
Well, I had a good conversation with my friend Kevin. I tried to get him to come on Google Hangouts. I'm like, Kevin, you're so smart. Come on Google Hangouts. And he's like, I'd rather play Magic. That's what he said to me. I'd rather. But we talked about religion, and he grew up he went to Roman Catholic school, and he stopped believing in God officially when he was 16. So it was really liberating for him. So it's rather liberating for me now because I no longer feel guilty for so many things that I do. And
Like,
it's
I'm
uh,
sorry. Go ahead.
well, I'm a bisexual woman, so I no longer feel guilty for being bisexual.
Yep.
My roommate and my elder brother, who's my friend, called me a floozy.
How dare they?
He's just joking. He was raised Baptist Christian. He's a homosexual and he's atheist now. And him and I talked a bit about it. And he knows how important religion was to me, so he's afraid to me that I might fall into a deep, dark depression if I abandon religion. But so far, it's good. I haven't really experienced any sadness. Yesterday, I was kind of sad. I was afraid that if I lost God, that I would experience emptiness. But
Uh-huh.
then I discussed with Ask an Atheist here and Jeff, if you know Jeff.
Sure. Big J.
Yeah. And so I did some discussing with Kevin, my friend, and Jesse, and Jeff, and Ask an Atheist, and I've come to the conclusion that if God existed, that he's not alive anymore.
Okay.
And I believe in evolution. So if God existed, then he created evolution. Nah, that doesn't really make any sense.
No,
I
it
don't,
doesn't.
I don't, I don't know. The best thing to say, I don't really dwell on creation or evolution and stuff like that because we're already here now, so it's best to focus on how the world's going to be now.
Well, that's a very wise position.
Like, I recycle. People should recycle more
I
often.
don't recycle. I'm a rebel in that way.
No, you should recycle.
But then I'm not a big consumer, so it doesn't really. I don't really have a big footprint at all.
A carbon footprint, yes. But I I consider myself a good person. I'm sure lots of people consider themselves as good people, but I do good deeds and I try to help out the little person. My roommate Cliff said to me, "Lindsay, not everyone is your friend." And I'm like, I like to think everyone's my friend because I like to give everyone the chance to be my friend.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I like that idea.
But yeah, but people mostly, for the most part, are not amenable to that. They want to just take advantage of you.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I what I try to do anymore is, I guess I'd have to look at my own life statistically, but and maybe that is the case if I think about it. But what I do is I try to engage everybody, and sometimes I make connections with people that I can share with them, and sometimes I just don't. And if they're going to be ornery or nasty or anything like that, I just say, good luck to you, and that's it.
Hmm.
But no, I like this. What I'm hearing, Lindsay, that's fantastic. Did you guys already talk about the way? Because I saw that you were saying that you were into Islam there, Lindsay.
Yes, I was a Muslim. I started studying Islam when I was 18.
What
It's funny.
may I ask you a specific question? What introduced you to Islam? Was it a friend or?
It's kind of funny. I was dating a lesbian Muslima at the time, and I
Okay.
asked her why she was wearing hijab.
Uh-huh.
She said, "Oh, I'm a Muslim," and I'm like, "What's a Muslim?" I honestly didn't know what it was because I
Yeah.
grew up in a really rural town.
Uh-huh.
So then I became interested. After that relationship ended, I became interested in Islam, and I went on the internet and started researching. And then I studied that for 5 years and I eventually said my Shahada, which is the testimony of faith. And then I became Muslim for 5 years and then left Islam
Okay.
and became a Christian.
Okay. Um, when you became a Christian, what was the deal with that? What got you introduced to that? Was there a particular person?
Yeah, it was someone on Pal Talk. His
Okay.
name was Salinator.
Uh-huh.
He was an Arab Christian and he just showed me certain verses in the Quran that backed up the Trinity.
Uh-huh.
And
But
so
you were friends?
yeah, we were friends.
Yeah. Okay, cool. How's he doing? You still talk to him at all?
He doesn't come online much.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that.
He has a family and everything, so.
Right. Yeah.
And he's in Australia and I'm in Canada, so he's 16 hours ahead.
What province you in?
Alberta.
Oh, sweet. Over on the west side, huh?
Yep. And then I left Christianity officially just a couple weeks ago.
And was there anything that brought that about? Was there a social connection that brought that about?
He was basically my pastor. Is stupid. He basically said that the earth has oxygen, but we don't know why it's there. We don't know why it floats away, because God stops it from floating away. Not because we have gravity or the ozone layer. We're the only planet in the universe that has life. We're special that way because God created it that way.
Right, right.
But we don't know whether we're the only universe that has life. And isn't there bacteria on Mars? That's life.
Well, there may well be. I remember there was an issue with that about some kind of planetary impact and then debris being sprayed all the way here to Earth. I'm not sure, but yes, I agree with you that it's incredibly unlikely that we're the only life. But You know, who
Yeah.
knows?
And then he went on to say that everyone in the church has their sins,
uh-huh.
like pornography and rock and roll and
Right on.
music and movies. And then he went on to talk about homosexuality,
Yeah.
how it is wrong and moral, that people should be punished for it.
And
And
was that the,
I don't know why I didn't walk out, but I stayed for the whole thing.
hmm
But I never went back. I sent
Okay.
the pastor a message on Facebook, him and his wife,
Right.
and I wrote on Facebook to my Facebook friends that I don't think homosexual is a sin, and I never did, and I don't want to feel oppressed anymore. And here I am, being
Would
influenced by free thinkers.
well, I'm really interested in this, so I'm sorry if I keep asking questions relative to this, but
It's
would
okay.
you
Questions
would
are good.
do you think would you characterize it as if the pastor had not made you feel like you were not part of the group or identified, maybe not you specifically, but something that you identify with. You understand what I'm saying? If the pastor hadn't said that, do you think you'd still be in that church?
No, I'm pretty sure when he talked about the earth and oxygen,
Uh huh.
I laughed so hard inside. I laughed so hard inside. I was sitting next to his wife.
Right.
He was like listening so attentively, and people said amen to him, and I couldn't laugh. And
Hey,
when my sister drove me to the church, she said to me, "The message today is going to be very important, so listen." And I listened, and then I'm like, "This is bullshit."
yeah. Well, that's really interesting. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad. Have you had any negative feelings about it? You said that you were concerned that you would be depressed or something when you felt that you lost God. Have you had any negative experiences at all?
If anything, like when I first met officially Ask an Atheist, he said to me when he first met me the first few times that I was really not myself. That
Uh-huh.
he's starting to see myself now because I'm much more attentive and happy and stuff like that. And I feel a lot happier. Now it could be the medication that I'm on. Taking that on a regular thing. It
Sure.
could be that. But I'm actually taking it and I don't feel guilty. I don't feel oppressed anymore.
hmm hmm
I don't feel that there's this divine power that's going to send me to hell if I do the things that I do. Because
Right.
I smoke weed and I drink. And,
Oh, great. Yeah, free the weed. Yep.
yep,
I don't
I don't
really.
have that much left, but
Oh,
it's
wow, you
there.
lucky dog. Look at that. I don't smoke it very often because it's not legal where I live, as a matter of fact. It's been a
Okay.
while, but I have no problem with it whatsoever. I mean, I don't think, for me, of course, I don't think kids going to school should smoke it, but
Well, I
whatever.
didn't start smoking it until I was 23, when my
Yep.
brain was pretty much developed.
Right. Yeah.
I never
So,
smoked it when I was younger.
yeah. I don't know if it, my primary reason for saying kids shouldn't smoke it is really just for grades. I mean, because you start smoking weed and it's harder to remember things and that sort of thing. But I mean, hey, if they could, well, I shouldn't say anything. But yeah, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I
No,
think
I
that's
don't think kids should go to drugs or alcohol or anything until they've matured. Once you've matured, your body's ready for it, go for it.
right. I
And my
agree with
mind's
that.
ready for it.
Everything,
Yeah.
everything. I also didn't start smoking weed until I was 19. Maybe that's even a little bit too young. But then
Yeah.
again, I didn't start drinking alcohol either until I was 18 because that was the legal drinking age, and I was a geeky, nerdy kind of a guy.
I was just scared and nervous because I suffer from anxiety, so I never drank until I was like 21, even though the legal age here is 18.
Yeah, it
Oh,
turns out though, the legal drinking age where I grew up was 18 as well. But turns out that as much freedom as I had to drink, I really didn't enjoy it. I didn't even like it. So it was kind of a letdown.
how you like it now?
I'm not a big fan. I like it in terms of the occasional, glass of wine while I want to hang out or having dinner or whatever. Da da da.
Hmm.
But in terms of a lifestyle, no, I cannot do that.
Yeah,
I'm not an alcoholic either. I
Well-
party
uh-huh.
like every once in a while, like at the end of the month when I get paid. Ooh.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I usually limit it now because I get hangovers and stuff, and it's just not worth it. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. I lose that. It's fun while I'm drunk, but
I tell you, I've never had a hangover, and I can't say I've ever experienced one, so I don't really know what it feels like.
yeah, it's like it's just a
Now,
headache, nausea.
Is it from drinking too much?
Yeah, it's I usually see I honestly can avoid hangovers really by drinking like what I do now is I drink like a Gatorade or something, a Powerade after I drink, and I think it's from the dehydration. You get
Oh, I see.
cotton mouth and headaches and stuff.
Yeah, I drink a certain amount, and then my body just says, if you drink one more drop, I'm gonna throw up all over something, and then I stop.
Oh. I don't usually, if I eat before I drink, I feel good and I don't get a hangover. I've
Uh-huh.
only gotten a hangover once, and that's when I was like 22, and I was really shaky, and I had a rocking headache. But then I
Yeah.
drank some apple juice and I felt better.
Oh, good, good.
Because when you have a hangover or if you're drunk, you're not supposed to drink coffee. You're supposed to drink non-citrusy fruit juices, and that will make you more sober.
Oh, okay.
I made a big mistake. I drank half a bottle of Chivas once, glug, 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 and then I went out and bought a big carton of orange juice.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Ooh.
know that didn't help.
Should bought apple juice.
Well, yes, now 30-something million years later, I learned that lesson.
Okay. 30-something years later. You're really saying your age.
Well, I'm not ashamed of my age because I've only got 20-something years to say my age, and then I won't be able to anymore.
Why? You think you're going to die in your 70s?
I hope so, yeah. Well, maybe not in... Yeah, that'll be all right.
Oh, that's depressing.
"20 years time, I'll be 78, and it'll be if I'm not if whatever I haven't done up to now, I don't do in the next 20 years. It's not going to happen.
Maybe then the liberals will win and euthanasia will be legal.
No, I'm thinking of my own instant gratification.
What do you mean?
Oh, I got to join orgies, and I got to do all sorts of taboo things that I've never done. Although, in my heart of hearts, I know I'm never going to do it.
Oh, I see.
Because I'm really, I guess underneath it all, I'm really more conservative than than my principles would lead you to believe.
Oh, I see. What about you? I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Oh, you can call it's Pyongyang. It's the capital of North Korea. But you can call me Eric if you want. That's my name.
Eric.
I think North Korean female soldiers have awesome bodies.
Yeah. That's great. What? I'm sorry. What was the question, Lindsay?
First I want to know how old you are.
42.
Ooh, you're not that old.
Oh,
I'm
thanks. I guess.
I'm 20.
You're 28.
Yeah,
Good.
and
Fantastic.
yeah. So we're all a variety of ages. And
Yeah.
just to tell you, lots of Muslims are gonna watch this video,
Uh huh.
and then they're gonna all unsubscribe from me.
Well, maybe so.
That'll make you even happier. That'll lift your burden even higher off your shoulders. Woohoo! No more
I
Muslims.
don't know why they didn't unsubscribe from me when I told them I left Islam. Maybe half of them are
They have
gone
a
now.
problem. They have a problem recognizing reality and facing up to it. That's why.
So what shall we talk about? I
Well,
know it's my hangout. I
you
should
were
make
talking about your path to deconversion.
deconversion, you say.
Yeah, I think we're all interested in that,
Oh, wow.
and I think you're interested in that.
I guess
Otherwise, you would never live hangout, would you?
never have a live hangout. Well, it's conversations for you and I. So it's all types of conversations.
Well, I think, and this is what I think. I think that you're a very balanced, grounded, smart, intelligent person. You've chosen a route through your own reasoning, logic, experience, etc. And I think you should be a mentor to most everybody else who has the same conflicts as you had up to a week ago. You know, you could help others. You could give others advice. What's it like? You know, what to do, how to prepare, how to deconvert, how to let go of those, of the guilt.
Alright, messaging a Christian friend.
I'd like Shamus to come in here because Shamus is a good balancing.
Thomas doesn't like me anymore. He won't
Of
come
course
in.
not. Of course not, because he's lost the battle with you.
I asked him to leave my hangout, so he won't come to my hangouts anymore.
Right. I remember that moment. I was there. But then you had every right to do that because he was starting to preach.
Well, he was taking Rev's side
Right.
when Rev was in the wrong, obviously.
Obviously.
Obviously, he was preaching hate. And that doesn't run well in my hangout.
And a girl. So for the record, and for those watching, and for those who will be watching, what exactly are the rules of your hangout? Like, what is it that we need to know? What is it that we need to understand? What is it that we need to take as say absolute truth? Tell me.
Well, I don't know if it's absolute truth, but it's my hangout, so it's like Bambi. If you don't have anything nice to say, keep your mouth shut.
But is it nice to say things that are unfriendly towards religion?
I don't know, like, if you're an atheist and you say, well, your God is stupid, that's a little unkind. You can say, I don't believe in your God because you don't have any real evidence. And it's
How about
true.
if I just say your God doesn't exist? Doesn't that imply someone's stupid?
No.
If I say your God is impossible to exist, so obviously you're stupid, right?
It's only mean if you call them stupid.
No, if I say God is impossible, okay, and therefore it cannot exist because it's impossible, irrational, and they say, well, I know 100% that God does exist, Now, doesn't that imply on my part that I'm calling them stupid if they stick to their guns?
I
No,
don't.
no, I
No?
think that it indicates they have a lower standard of evidence than you do, or they're not concerned with the veracity of the claim, even though they may take a position that it's absolutely true. But
Mm.
also, I also think that um, belief in God, yes, it occurs in the human mind, but it has very little to do with intelligence or reason. That's just my pet theory.
Hmm.
It's all about feelings, man.
Well, I had this insight. I always thought that the strongest cohesive element of any organized religion was not a commonality of virtue, but rather the threat of religious disassociation. I thought that for quite some time. If you listen to religious people who are infighting, you'll hear them say that's heretical, or watch what you're saying, that's heresy, or and the threat of
Blasphemy.
excommunication. I'm sorry.
Blasphemy.
Exactly. Yes, blasphemy, another one. Or the ultimate threat of excommunication, which is exiting from. And so I had kind of this nebulous idea that it was more social. And then there were some studies that went on, and they looked at what parts of the brain were activated when they asked specific questions about God. And so now I've developed this idea that the indoctrination functions on what I refer to as a social cognition circuit, which is part of the brain. Of course, it's part of someone's brain, but it's decoupled from the part of the brain that processes reason or does modeling. So, when we talk about somebody being intelligent, I typically think of that as a wide spectrum of characteristics that come together. You have your perception, you have the ability to receive and input information, you've got the ability to remember things, to collate information, how fast your mind works, and then of course your output. If you can't talk, nobody will ever know you're intelligent. So, or call you intelligent. So you have this wide spectrum of things. And belief can exist, in my opinion, while all of these other things are in place. So,
Well,
so
you
I
can.
go ahead.
Well, you can still have belief in something else other than God.
Oh yeah, sure.
Just like you can have faith in something else other than God. It's a wordplay, though. Everyone has a different definition of what the words mean.
What's your definition?
I don't associate faith with God because
Okay.
you can have faith in humanity. I've lost my faith in humanity because I think humanity's lost compassion. But
Okay.
I haven't, like, my friend said to me that people still have compassion because I meet people and then they have compassion and stuff like that. So I shouldn't think like that. It's just an irrational part of my mind thinking.
Yeah. Well, no. I don't think it's irrational. Um, but it may be reactionary, maybe. Where you have your. I can't say I'd never say it was wrong because you have your own. Oh, so people call it different things, but like a composite of memories and experiences that you experience the world through, and that you then communicate through it the other way to interact with the world. So, and who am I? Mine is fundamentally flawed. So, who am I to say that yours is irrational?
Yes. Anyways, what I was saying. In my hangouts, I have a variety of people in my circles and a variety of people as my friends. So when I invite my circles, everyone's invited. So they may come in. And I don't want, like, J Dubs came into my hangout when it was just me. And then someone else came in and he left because he didn't like that person. And I felt sorry for him because he's my friend. But then today he invited me to Brett Keen's show and Ran Cam's show. and I was removed from it, and I felt hurt. And I said to him, "Don't bother inviting me to something if I'm going to be removed." So I guess it was just payback for me for inviting him to one of my hangouts. I have a feeling he's going to unfriend me soon, anyways. But I like to have a certain amount of respect. And it's well known that I advocate rights for homosexuals. Like, that's why Nadia invites me to her rooms, because she knows that I am a homosexual and I speak for homosexuals. And I think she thinks that I'm still Christian. But I don't really talk in her room because she just talks about Christianity and I don't. Oh, it's so boring. I don't want to talk about why the fig tree didn't free will itself into believing in a different fig tree. I don't know. That just sounds stupid. But everyone's welcome in my hangout, and the variety of topics will go. I will admit that I let it go out of control, and when Hades asked if Jesus was gay, that's a fair question to ask because we don't know about the 30 years. And he never had any relations with females except for Mary Magdalene or something like that, the whore. But lots of Christians deny their relationship. So it's fair enough to say if he was gay or not. But to say, I want Jesus to come inside of me was funny, but you could have saw it as a different way if your mind wasn't in the gutter. And that's when Rev lost his temper. And he said fucking queers. And then that's when I lost my temper. And I scared my roommate because he was sitting next to me. And he saw my temper. And my sister saw my temper. And she said, really, I didn't lose my temper. I just got really loud. So that was my last hangout. And that was off air. And this is the online one. So I plan on having a little bit more under control. So my subbers don't think I'm completely insane.
All right, buddy. Sounds good.
And look, we bored the tears out of Ask an Atheist.
No, you haven't. I'm listening intently.
Okay.
Hey, Lindsay, you still like Christmas?
Yes, I love Christmas.
Me too. I love it. Feliz Navidad. Get it,
It's so
get it going. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I love family. I love Christmas music. I love food.
Yeah, me too. You have any kind of Christmas traditions that you like to do?
I just go to my mom's house for presents, and now on Christmas Eve I go to my grandma's house for presents and food, family
Ooh,
time.
that sounds fun.
And this year I'm cooking a small chicken, and my roommate's getting a ham, and we're gonna have Christmas dinner at my house.
I love ham. I would always take a ham over a turkey. Even on Thanksgiving, I take a ham over turkey.
I had ham on Thanksgiving. I love
Yeah,
ham too.
yeah. That's
But
what.
as an atheist said to me, why would you eat something so unhealthy for you?
Because it tastes good. One of my Christmas traditions, don't ask me how I developed it, but I get a like a oven lasagna, you know, and I'll make that just so that I don't have to bother with anything on Christmas. And I'll cook that thing on Christmas Day usually, and then Christmas Eve I usually have like some boiled shrimp, and I like eating that.
I like shrimp and
Yeah,
lasagna. I like food. You can see I'm fat, so I like food.
me too. It's good stuff.
So, I figure that you're an atheist as well.
Yeah, yeah, I am. I was indoctrinated as a Catholic, but I haven't been a practice. I got confirmed and everything. I went to Catholic school. I was an altar boy. I went to Catholic school from the time I was in kindergarten all the way up to through high school. I graduated from a Catholic school, and it was fun. I mean, it was a nice group of people, and had no problems with them at all, really.
And when did you realize that there was no God?
Oh, I don't know if I could say that. I guess I would characterize it in a different way. I would say that I realize that they don't know what they're talking about. That was probably pretty early. There were a lot of contradictions, and obviously there's a lot of hypocrisy uh, amongst people who I mean, it's not really their fault or whatever. They're just human. But I started to understand at an early age that what they were saying was probably not true. And then actually it was in a religion class of all places where we were discussing one of my religion teachers, Jim Pappas, nice fella. He gave us all a book to read, and it was Why Bad Things Happen to Good People and I've mentioned this before, by Harold Kushner. And it talked about the problem of evil. And we were reading it, and like three or four of us were talking in class, and we were like, you know what? How does he know this stuff? And we were like, I don't know. I don't think he does know it. And everybody was just looking at each other, going, there's no way they can know this stuff. And then I remember one of my friends, Dave Lowe, and he just looked around all pie-eyed, like, wait, guys, what are we talking about? But that's just one manifestation of it, and eventually I get to the point where I thought, yeah, I guess what happened to me was I started to understand that there just wasn't any evidence, and evidence was really not very important. It was more about faith, and that's what kind of held it together. And so I was like, hey, I have nothing against people who are theists. If they gain benefit from it, more power to them. Have fun with it. They're part of my human community. If their ideas change, I'll be here. If they don't, I'm still here. So doesn't matter to me one way or another.
I'm trying to get my friend Ruben, not Reuben, but Ruben from Pal Talk in here. He's an ex-Muslim, now Orthodox Christian. And when I told him that I love myself more than I love God, he said that I'll never be a Christian. That's where I got it wrong.
Great, get this guy in here. We need to interrogate him. Mm-hmm. You know what? I want to tell you something. I really love the freedom that Hangouts does give us once we put the bullshit behind us. It really does give us a lot more freedom than we actually realize.
How so?
Well, once the theists stop hijacking these Hangouts and allow us to expand, to use this technology, which is essentially allowing you and me to talk to anybody else in the world who's sitting in front of their computer anywhere, for more productive purposes than to just discuss whether or not this fictional, impossible God actually exists. I mean, what a waste of time.
Yes, there's better things to talk about, like current events, or what's the new thing to talk about that everyone's talking about.
I think the new thing to talk about, I tell you what, I tell you what I would love to see. Oh man, would I ever love to see this? And this would apply to both the United States and Canada. I would love to see a movement, a huge movement of young people in their 20s and 30s politically moving towards something that is what we actually want and not what actually is. Because the young people, and if they all vote towards something, a goal, a platform, a plank, if they all vote, they'll get it. And I'd like to see something on the political front. I'd like to see something earth-shattering, earth-moving. In the next federal election, in 2016, and we've got one coming up as well here in Canada. So it would love to. It just would be a beautiful thing to see all the young people who have the vote and are almost in the majority. There's so many of them vote for freedom and vote for change and vote for focus. Focus on what's important and don't focus on the bullshit. And that's really what politics needs. What needs to happen in politics in order for North America to succeed. That's what I'd like to see.
I'd like to see that too.
That'd be interesting. I'm reading what you and Lawrence and St. Tommy are fighting about on my page.
Who's fighting with who?
Who's Lawrence B.
Oh, I don't know. All of a sudden, he kind of came up with this bullshit. So, did you see what he did?
No.
He took every single one of my posts and posted the same comment, and it says, "Just curious, why do you constantly post and repost and yet again repost the same shit?" And you put that on every single post that I either made or that I commented on or shared or whatever. That's I don't know where that comes from. The man seems to be mentally unstable at this point. But of course he has every opportunity to come into the hangout and explain himself.
Yeah, what it was.
Yeah, what it was. What a coward. Come on, Lawrence.
On there.
Get in
Why
here.
don't you man up and come in the room and paint?
Yeah, come on, man up, buddy. Yeah, you brought this on yourself.
You have my phone.
Yeah. He doesn't even have a fucking sense of humor. What an idiot.
I was sleeping. Are you on your break?
Mr. St. Tommy, and perhaps you should start taking your meds again.
Any chance you'd want to?
Yes,
right now? Check out your whisper. I whispered something at work.
Okay.
I got like one reply to it, definitely.
Sorry, my sister's home, so you can still talk and.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'm just gonna go and get this Lawrence guy and do some research on Lawrence.
It's lunchtime from work.
It's hot lunch day.
Hot lunch day from McDonald's.
Very nice. Well, we don't want to hear you munching, so at least turn your sound
Nom, nom,
off.
nom, 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 nom.
Nice one. Okay, let's just see this Lawrence Brujak guy. He's got me on his radar somehow for some reason. So what I'm going to have to do is pretty much share my page with you so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, this is how Lawrence Brujak shows that he's got a hate on for me. Let me see if I can find the right page here. Give me some a second here. Okay, just got to isolate it, and then I'll share it with you, and then Yes. I think it's that one. All right, so Lawrence Bujak. There, this is Lawrence Bujak. Now let me show you. Let me show you what Lawrence Bujak has done. See? Oh, wow. How do I get so many that I haven't answered? Excellent. Okay. Lawrence Bujak. Let's get your profile up here. Works at iDead by Apple. I shit you not. All right. So far it sounds credible. Attends the University of Fuck Off and lives in fucking. No, sounds like a serious individual so far. And he's a verified, certified atheist and certifiable. Okay, fair enough. So, Lawrence, you say that there's no soul, no church, no heaven, no hell, no devil, no God. I honestly believe you. No shit. Like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Now, why are you questioning my posts when I agree exactly with you? I'm seriously interested in finding out. I don't understand. I don't see how we're in any way on the wrong side of the fence here, or on different sides of the fence here. So now, I'm going to try and figure a way to get you in here. Actually, no. I am going to stop screen sharing. And I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to do, well, that's it. Okay, then I'm going to go and tip my hat to Lawrence for presenting me my next mission. Just going to find out what's behind his OCD about me.
Maybe he just wants to have a conversation with you. Maybe he loves you.
That's a good point. Oh well, why don't you invite him? I'll give you his. What the hell is it? I thought I had it going here. Oh, there we go. I'll give you his profile. Okay, here it comes. All right, invite this guy. Lawrence has not allowed me to see his posts, so I can't see his actual posts. I have to go to my. I've got to go to my notification center to see all the stuff he's written, but it's all the same. Why do you keep on reposting the same shit? Well, Lawrence, my friend, why do you care? Number one, number one, number two, number three, number four. Why the fuck do you care? What is it to you? Does that make sense to anybody? Great. Come on, Lawrence. Get in here. Wow. Well, you know what's happening in the Google notifications? Everything that has been everything that I've marked as red in the last like few days is starting to come up as unread. Isn't that weird?
I invited him. I don't think he's going to come.
Oh well, we'll just have to have a. We'll wait. Just curious, why do you constantly post and repost the same shit? And this is on every single different post that I make, which I don't see why it's the same shit.
Ooh, somebody has a stalker.
Me?
Yep.
It looks like it, doesn't it? At least he's reading my posts. I'm actually kind of proud of that. He's taking the time out of his busy day with, I'm sure, lots more important things to do, and he's reading my posts, and he's following my sort of thread kind of thing. Thanks, Lawrence. No, you know, there's definitely a reason to thank you, but I just don't understand your motivation. That's all. And your answer to St. Tommy, as far as perhaps he should start taking his meds again, is a little bit, I don't know, a little bit cowardly on your part. He asked, you know, he presented you a perfectly. He presented you a piece of prose written in English, and I think that's your response is inappropriate. That's what I think. Lawrence, boo Jack. I'm going to share your profile with everybody because I bet you there are people right now very curious to know who Lawrence Boo Jack is. Huh? Anyone? Anyone? All right, I'll find it for you. Lawrence Boo Jack. Your time has come. Your 15 minutes of fame. All right, I'm going to take you all to the profile of Lawrence Bujak. Everybody see? At the back there, can you see? Can you hear? Everything good? Okay. Now, let's see here. He has 2 million views, okay? He is not following me, okay, so I guess that means that, well, if he's not following me, why is he leaving all these? He honestly left like a dozen, if not more, of the same message in different posts. Okay, let's read about this guy. Right. That's just what we read. No, if you are a batshit crazy Jesus freak, aka teabagger, you might not like what you find here, and you can go fuck yourself. Now, here's something else as an introduction that Lawrence Bujak. How's that? Does that make sense? I don't know. When someone teaches their kids that Adam, Eve, Jesus, their Mexican gardener, his weird and creepy uncle, Holy Ghost, 3-in-1 God who fucked the virgin Arab slut Mary, is also his father, and Dino the Flintstones dinosaur all played together in the Creation Museum in Kentucky 5,000 years ago. I have a fucking problem believing that they don't need to be committed and sterilized or executed. Bragging rights.
Hey, Jim Panda. Welcome to the room.
Good
They
evening,
did not
everyone.
use a gun to kill your Jesus.
I see
Part of the 3-in-1 God
following me.
Act. Should we ban lumber and nails? Perhaps start sooner and not allow trees to grow or steel to be made. The ramblings of a fucking lunatic. Wow. Did you get that?
Hi, Jim Panda.
Hi, how you doing?
Hello, Jim Panda.
Hi, Sid, how are you?
I'm shocked. I'm in shock. I'm stunned. I have a stalker.
A stalker?
Yeah.
Well done, mate.
A male stalker, so not quite that exciting.
Oh, all right. What have they done?
Well, this individual went to a lot of to the last dozen or two maybe of my recent posts and shares and whatever, and wrote the same response in every single one of them. Sort of copy pasted sort of thing.
Right.
And I honestly have no idea why he did that and why he would do that.
Ah, well. It's a funny old place, isn't it? Google Hangouts.
Well, it's not the Hangout. He didn't post it in the Hangouts.
On YouTube.
It's no, not on YouTube at all. No, when you post stuff or you share stuff or you make a comment on something, it's as a comment on something, on lots of things, but it's the same comment and it's uncomplimentary. I don't think in my mind it's uncomplimentary.
What is the comment?
Yeah, I'm gonna go and get it for you.
And how's Lindsay?
I'm good.
Good.
Jolly good. Cheerio.
Well, that's a good check then.
Okay, there it is. In chat.
I wonder who that is.
That's Lawrence.
That's a guy. Oh, that's. Oh, you don't. Oh, hold on a second. I'll get you his. I'll get you his profile in a sec. Here we go.
Hey, Jeff.
There's his profile.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, buddy,
everybody.
how you doing?
Hey, Sid. What's cooking tonight?
Lawrence Bujak is stirring the pot.
stirring the pot with stupidity. Like, he's obviously following you, and yet he cares because he's commented on all your posts.
I think he's jealous. I think he's jealous of me because I do post and because I do share. I think he's jealous.
That you have friends and he doesn't?
I don't think I have friends necessarily. I think it's just.
I am your friend.
Okay.
Asshole.
I'm not saying he doesn't have friends, even though I have friends like you.
Thank you.
But I think it's more to do with the actual posting, not the friendship thing. I think maybe he's got a small penis. Yeah, must be that.
Who are you talking about again?
How did peepees come into this?
I have no idea. It jumped to mind when I thought of his motivation. It just came to me. But I would like him to come in and defend himself.
Well, I invited him, but I don't think he'll come.
Yeah, he's a cowardly little wiener, and I'm saying this on live. So Lawrence Bujack, come on down.
I've never heard of him.
No, I don't think I have.
He's been on my circles for years, and he's always been supportive, and he's always shared stuff with me that I find hilarious, and I share that. And so I don't know where he's coming from now. All of a sudden, in like, attack mode.
Mm-hmm. He might have just had a bad day or something.
Maybe he doesn't like me.
No, because he's posted everything that he's commented on has been from a post that I've made or shared by different people, not only you. There's lots of them that don't have you in it. So it's not you, it's me.
Okay, it's you.
It's me. It's personal vendetta here, and I aim to appease. No, I aim to diplomatically resolve it. That's what I aim to do.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna say something.
All right.
Jam Panda and Jeff, welcome to my online hangout. It's called Conversations for You and I. We're discussing random stuff right now. So it's open topic right now.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah,
you're quite welcome.
I got to leave fairly soon because I got to go to a quick Christmas party, drop in for ex-employer, and then I come back.
That's okay.
All right.
Well,
Are you
enjoy.
gonna wear your hat, or are you gonna dress up in a suit?
No, I'm just gonna go jump in the shower and dress up like a hobo, like I usually do, and off I go.
Don't you have like a top hat or something?
No, this is a company I used to work for. That we used to. It was a sonar company, a sonar reading company, and we used to go down into sewers to take sonar readings. No top hats were part of the uniform then, and I don't think it's changed.
Gotcha. Well, enjoy.
Yeah, it was steel toes and hard hats, and reflective vests. It was that type of environment.
Yeah, I used to do that. I used to do work that was more physical, and I really enjoyed it. I'm not sure that I could do it as well as I once could, but
I didn't enjoy it because it was January and it was out in the country where it was minus something or other, freezing cold. No.
So you were a little bit farther inland, or?
Yeah, the contract that we were working on was on for a municipality that was further inland. Yeah, where it was a lot colder.
Yeah, you're in that uniquely warm part of Canada.
I'm in the cold part, but it's actually quite nice here right now.
Really? I'm sorry. What part are you in again? I think you told me, but
I'm in Alberta. I'm right next to Sid. He's in BC. I'm in Alberta.
Yeah,
Right across the Rockies.
we're actually holding hands right now.
But
Yep.
those are really big provinces, right? I mean,
Yeah.
No, they're huge. Exactly.
yeah, so really from what's the main?
It's about a 6 to 8 hour drive to Vancouver.
Yeah, that sounds
You
right.
gotta
No,
go
it's
through the
9
fucking
hours to
mountains.
Calgary. Exactly, 9
Right.
hours to Calgary. Quite right.
See, if I
But
drove
you
for
can speed
6
through the
hours,
mountains because there's no cops.
yeah,
What?
6 to
There's
8
no
hours
signal.
on the East Coast, you could be in 5 different states.
If I drove for 6 hours, I'd be in France.
Yeah.
Yes. Bonjour. We have a province like that. It's called Quebec.
Yeah, but you got to drive like 5 days to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I drove somewhat in. I drove in a small piece of Quebec because I went from Burlington, Vermont to Montreal one time, and saw the country. But yeah, that's a huge. Is that bigger than Ontario though? Ontario's huge too, isn't it?
I wouldn't mind living in a place like Maine or somewhere up there. I think that would be cool. I'd like to live. Actually, Maine sounds like a really nice state. One of the better states to live in.
Yeah, actually, New Hampshire's better because of the taxes are much lower.
Oh, okay. Well, that area.
I was just gonna say that to you, Jeff. Actually, I thought you would prefer New Hampshire.
Is that's
New
the base of
Hampshire,
the free states, isn't it?
Yeah, if you want to live in a beautiful area, just anywhere around the White Mountains is just stunning. Yeah, they have the Libertarian Free State Project was they chose New Hampshire, so there's a lot of libertarians that live there. They have they have a couple of annual events, but the one that I've gone to is the Porcupine Freedom Festival in Lancaster, New Hampshire, which is in the White Mountains, and it's just stunningly beautiful. Really incredible place. But very cold. Not for you Canadians, but for those of us who have...
It's all about climate. You get used to the climate. Like, if suddenly it became minus 20 outside, I would be cold. Because it's been like minus 5 for the past month.
Yeah.
Celsius. I'm not changing to Fahrenheit for you. Boo. Imperial system down with Imperial.
It's my hangout, damn it, and we'll talk metric.
It's not your hangout.
No, I'm just paraphrasing you.
Yeah. Yes, my hangout, my rules. No, it's free for all. You can talk Fahrenheit. I'm not like a dictator. I just told my friend.
You're a benevolent dictator, if anything.
Monarch. I just told my friend that I left Christianity because I don't feel God in my heart anymore, and that I feel liberated and free. And this is what he said to me. If any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up the cross daily and follow me. Gospel. That's what he said to me.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that doesn't even make any sense.
It's not very helpful.
No,
Since you put it that way.
Maybe he's got like a list of like an answer book. You know, if they say this, you say this, and he got the wrong number or something.
no, it's supposed to be like.
Well, he's obsessed with Christianity because he was obsessed with Islam, and then
I think he panicked and he just picked something.
Orthodox Christians, and now he's obsessed with Orthodox Christianity.
Well, I'm sure there's a pill he can take for that.
He doesn't believe in medication or anything like that because he's a herbalist.
Well, I mean, I certainly don't believe. You know what got me off medications? Two things. Well, not necessarily off medications, but where I don't believe in medications. The crystal methamphetamine and the fact that ephedrine and pseudoephedrine can be controlled on the supply side. but it's prevented by the pharmaceutical companies, having an impact on foreign and domestic policy, the FDA. That really burned ground my gears. And the other one was, what's that statin? Lipitor. The fact that they put through Lipitor, and I have I'm sorry, was somebody saying something?
No, you were.
Oh, okay, I must be hearing myself.
Someone has their mic open, and so you're hearing echo.
But I have a friend who's in his 70s, and a good friend of mine, smart guy. Talk to him every week, and he used to be an incredibly active person. Even in his late 60s, he would bike. He'd call me on the phone and he'd say, "Yeah, I just biked 20 miles." He was one of these guys. And then his doctor put him on a statin Lipitor, and as I'm sure you're all very educated people, and you understand that there were some side effects where it deteriorated muscle tissue, and it had a very adverse effect on his back, and now he's had to walk now he walks with a cane or a walker, and it's just terrible. And certainly he attributes that to the Lipitor, and I have no reason to doubt him. So yeah, I'm with your buddy. I'm not big on the trust in the drug companies.
Did your friend have a very high cholesterol level?
Not anymore.
No. Why was he put on Lipitor in the first place?
Oh, I don't know. Well, that's another thing. These drug reps, they go to the doctors and they say, here's your pitch. This is what you tell them, and here's how you calculate it. And it's kind of like the metrics of government. How all government administrators want to see economic growth. All doctors want to see lower cholesterol, I guess. And it's just one of those magic numbers. And so if they look at your cholesterol and it's too high, boom, you're on the statin. I guess that's how they push it. So.
Yeah, I tend to agree based on what I've read. The cholesterol thing really doesn't correlate in the way that they would lead you to believe to.
Yeah, tell me more about that, Jeff. I'm interested in it. Because
that's about the extent of it. I know this thesis, I can't talk in technical terms about it at all. But,
right.
I was on a medication called Seroquel. I'm still on it. When I was on about 150 milligrams a day, I gained 250 pounds when I was on it, so I was pushing 450 pounds in my weight. And I had to go off it to lose weight, and then I went on Abilify, and I lost 200 pounds.
What?
And
I'm sorry,
now
Lizzie,
I'm
go ahead.
on Topopaz, whatever the fuck it's called, and it helps you lose weight, because I'm still on Seroquel, because Seroquel gives you increased appetite, so you're never fucking full, and you're always hungry, where Topopaz gives you decreased appetite, and it makes you nauseous.
Ugh.
So you don't want to eat.
What are these medications for?
I'm crazy.
Oh, I doubt that. I doubt that.
So what is your goal weight?
I want to be 250.
250 would be, you'd be comfortable at that. That's your natural weight.
Yeah, my doctor said to me, if I got down to 250 pounds, the way that my body is, because I'm built like a football player, and I'm 6 foot, and like when I'm in shape, I can bench my weight.
Holy shit! Yeah. Okay.
I have natural strength. I can beat up a lot of people.
Okay, when me and you meet up, if we do ever, you're my bodyguard, okay?
What?
You're my bodyguard.
Okay.
You're running security for me.
That's why your roommate freaked out when he went all Hulk, right? When Revenant said that, you're like, roar, and he's like, hold on.
He's a tough guy because he's 6'4", but he's skinny.
Uh-huh.
And I'm 6 foot.
So you could just sit on him and he wouldn't be able to move.
Break him like a twig.
Yeah.
But this Lawrence fellow, did you see what he wrote in my thing?
Lawrence, is he a Meanti? So is that it?
Lawrence. I don't like him. I feel like blocking him.
What did he write where? I don't understand.
He hurt my feelings. My feelings are hurt.
Where did he write? I didn't see what you wrote anywhere. What you talking about?
He wrote on my Hangout.
Oh, did he?
New, get a fucking life and a new diet. Hashtag cunt.
Yeah, he's a bit of a troll.
I didn't do anything to him. I just invited him to my Hangout. Oh well. People are losers. Okay. Let's pick Gem Panda's brain. Gem Panda. Are you there?
Uh-huh. I'm here.
How was your day today?
Well, it's okay. Did a bit of shopping.
Yeah? Did you have any interesting conversations with anyone?
No, I haven't spoken to anyone today until now. Apart from a couple of customers this evening.
Oh, that's interesting. I love talking to new people.
Yeah, I do.
What about you, Jeff? How was your day?
It was pleasant and not very eventful, but I had a couple people who watched last night's hangout, and they had some comments about what I said, which was mostly negative.
Why?
No.
Yeah.
You know, there is something to be said for just getting people to watch, no matter what the comments are.
Yeah, exactly. No, people made some kind of funny comments, and it was fine. I know when you're talking about the things that I talk about, whether it's atheism or anarchy, it tends to arouse certain responses in people and all of that. So it comes with the game. If you don't want, you don't want to have controversy, there's other things you can talk about. But I like to talk about important things and think outside of the box.
Yeah, thinking outside the box is good.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah.
I think so too.
Well, the bit I was there for was quite pleasant. And the guy was hooked up on that appeasement, though. He kept talking about appeasement.
Yeah.
Who was that again?
Yeah, I never encountered him before. Yeah, that was his big thing, though. I guess he was hung up with on Neville Chamberlain, and I just don't accept the premise of that entire thing. You're not appeasing somebody, and if there's something going on, you can, as an individual, intervene, and that maybe that's a thing you ought to do, or in some such situations. But ordering other people to take care of that situation is not a noble act, as our politicians do. So I'm not. We all are aware of bad things that are going on in the world. We know there's violence in Chicago. A lot of it has to do with the drug trade, but I don't know. Are we appeasing somebody if we don't take up arms and go to Chicago, guns blazing, and
Right.
And in the process shoot up a bunch of innocent people?
We're appeasing the Islamic State right now.
Um,
Don't you think?
Well, yeah, it's a criticism that can never be. Well, they are very similar, because you say, well, you didn't do enough, and I think that's what has created this. I don't know if you'll agree with me, but if you can at least stipulate for the moment that there's this cycle of ever more strict penalties or ever more stern penalties being leveled against prisoners in the United States or criminals in the United States because it is politically expedient to do so, and it's politically dangerous to do the opposite. You know, you follow me with what I'm saying?
Right. There's this thing about being tough on crime and so forth.
That,
The
right.
politicians don't like to be labeled as being soft on crime or soft on anything. It's the kiss of death.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's the same kind of criticism where they come in after the fact and they make an evaluative. Well, I guess every conclusion is evaluative, but they make a conclusion on the behavior of somebody, and it's really just a criticism. And I don't know if it's, like I was saying yesterday, I don't know if it's justified.
I know, and it's kind of funny because I remember. You know, everybody talks about Reagan being so tough and all of this and that. But one of the things that he did while he was in office, you know, there was the bombing of the barracks in
Beirut.
In Beirut, yeah, and and Reagan just decided to pull out of that. Now, if Obama did that, they would call him a huge coward and all of this kind of stuff. So but you know. Reagan had the swagger and the cowboy hat and the flannel shirt. You know, he chopped wood, so everybody thought, you know, his handlers made him out this tough guy, and of course he was very charismatic, and so you know, he didn't really catch a lot of heat for that because he had built this image of being this kind of tough cowboy, what have you, and so but he did a fine thing. I mean, that was That was nothing, you know. If that had escalated, it just would have resulted in the deaths of more people for no particular reason. And unfortunately, it would be really nice if rulers would worry less about their legacy and just try to do the right thing. And I would imagine that their legacy would take care of that, but you know, maybe not. Maybe the society is too upside down, but I don't know. There aren't too many that want to do that, and they're all, as you said, they're all scared to death of being too soft on something, so they go on these murderous rampages to prove their manhood, basically.
Have you ever heard that assertion about Bush, the first George Herbert Walker Bush going into Panama? I mean, that was a criticism that was leveled against him at the time, contemporaneously, but that he wanted to show that he was a tough guy, so he was going to go down there.
Yeah, and I think there was something to that, and of course it was all about the insane drug on war. It was also, I think, to teach Noriega a lesson, because, as I recall, he was on the CIA payroll and all of this kind of stuff, and he had closed ranks with that group, and yeah, I think they wanted to make an example out of him, and Saddam Hussein was in a similar category. He was very much the darling of Rumsfeld and all of that in the 80s, and I guess he fell out of favor. Some say when he started talking about transferring to the euro, as far as the currency of choice for oil transactions with Iraq, that was kind of the death knell, because the less people who lose.
I see where you're going with that, Jeff. You're talking about the reserve currency of the world and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But there'd have to be a failure of the bond market, wouldn't you agree? In order to shift the reserve currency, they couldn't just change it by pricing oil in a different currency. Don't you think?
Well, I don't know. If, currency is really a holder of value, and they could transition. He didn't do that, so it may not have been beneficial at the time to do so. But if there's not confidence in the dollar over time, but there is a big dilemma. I mean, this is probably why the Japanese and the Chinese haven't divested, because once they start that, the value of the dollars are going to drop precipitously. So they're in kind of a dilemma, as I see it. They can't really divest it, at least not rapidly enough, and so probably they will slowly divest it. But absolutely. The bonds are dependent upon future taxpayers to make good, and um, if the we're in this really horrible situation where if rates get, I mean, I don't know how horrible the situation is, but it's a big dilemma for power holders because if interest rates are allowed to go up to sort of their natural level, which they should be very high because there's no savings to support the banking system. A key pillar of the banking system is that.
Hey Jeff, hang on. Finish one before you
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was bouncing around there a little bit. So, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what the bond situation or what they were holding, but I do recall that he was making noise about going to the euro, which would have been pretty devastating, and it might have had a cascading effect. And I think that's when, because initially on the first invasion of Kuwait, he was initially given the green light by the April Glaspie. She was who was she? She was the ambassador to Iraq at the time, I think, and she was, she said, well, this is a regional thing, they thought maybe Kuwait was actually doing slant drilling and stuff into Iraq and that kind of thing, and
right.
So they were given the green light, and then all of a sudden, Saddam became the next Hitler, even though when he was doing his most Hitler-esque things, he was the big buddy of the U.S. So,
isn't that something?
Yeah, it's really mind-boggling. And you look at these things.
Just something?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just gonna welcome Gabrielle in the room. Admin was here, but
Hey,
I guess it's so old that AC is in the room and then he left.
Hello. I'm only gonna be here for a few minutes. I'm waiting on dinner, so.
Oh, okay. Thank you for joining.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Yeah, good to see you, Gab. Haven't talked to you for a while.
Yeah, you too, Jeff. How's it going? How are things in your neck of the woods?
Not too bad. It's Christmas here. Everything's on hold.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the center of government, and it's a holiday that everyone takes off, so.
Yes, it is. It is the seat of the empire.
Yeah. My father used to call it Sodom on the Potomac.
Yeah. Rome on the Potomac. What else? Mordor is a popular one.
Yeah, you can't leave out the Lord of the Rings fans.
Exactly. But it was supposed to be kind of a warm Christmas. I think it's going to be in the 60s tomorrow. The 50s maybe on Sunday. So, or I mean on Christmas. So, I would prefer it be a little colder. I liked it last year. We had some snow, actual real snow on Christmas. I thought that was really neat. But
you can have some of our snow.
Yeah, I know. I don't want that. I want the kind of snow that just falls and then goes away. I don't want the kind that stays around for weeks on end.
Yeah, one of my roommates from college was originally from Kenya. His parents were British, I guess you'd say expats that had moved to Kenya in like the 60s or 70s or whatever. But and I remember like when this is in Cleveland when I still lived there, and he was saying like, oh, the snow is so beautiful and everything. I was like, well, the second or third time you have to unbury your car, the novelty kind of wears off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Gav, in Israel, is Christmas a thing at all, or do some take off, or is it actually a holiday, or how does that?
It's not a national holiday, but if you request it off, you can get paid for it.
Okay.
For the Christian population here is only 2%. So.
Yeah, it's like a floating holiday that you can.
It's kind of weird because there's actually two Christmases here. There's December 25th and January 6th, which is like the Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah, very good. Well, and you lived in the States, right? So.
Yeah, for a
Yeah.
very long time.
So it sounds kind of like the way Jewish holidays are treated here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to let your boss know and ask and get approved, that type of thing. But I mean, if he says no or something, you can sue him. That type of thing.
Right. And Muslim holidays are the same. We have Ramadan. People can do what they want
Right.
on those.
Right. There's actually there's certain things they actually pass out. I want to say like the Ministry of Finance actually passed out to like business owners here anyway in Israel regulations like certain physical activities that you cannot make Muslim employees do during Ramadan because they can't eat or drink. It's actually kind of funny because the construction industry here is probably about 80% Muslim, so nothing gets built between September and October. So.
Funny. Interesting.
Oh, Gabriel, I saw on one of your posts that a Muslim scholar said for Jewish people to have a place of worship somewhere
On the Temple Mount, yeah.
Temple Mount.
Yeah.
Are you saying that they never had like a place of worship there before?
Well, yeah, 2,000 years ago. But no, right now it's controlled by the Waqf, which is a Muslim clerical organization, and they don't allow non-Muslims to pray there.
Well, that's bullshit.
Well, I agree. I mean, I'm more than happy to let them pray there if they want to. All I would like is just the same courtesy.
Yeah.
Upstairs,
Jews
though,
have the
right?
What's that?
Pardon me, but what was your position on that again?
That it should be an open place of prayer.
Okay, but the Muslims don't let anybody upstairs, right?
Correct. The
Yeah,
Waqf,
okay.
which is the Islamic Trust. It's based in Jordan, but they have control over several Muslim holy sites in Israel and in Jerusalem.
It's been that way for quite some time, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a status quo that's been enforced since I want to say either late 1967 or early 1968. Well, actually, it goes back before then, but it's originally it was done by the Ottoman Turks, and then it was handed over to someone in Transjordan for a very brief amount of time. I want to say a couple weeks to a couple months. It was under our control, and then we gave it back to them for some reason. And it's been their control ever since.
And you're A-okay with the increased what do you call them, settlements in East Jerusalem?
I wouldn't really call them settlement. I used to live there actually. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they're not really settlements. It's more like I don't know what exactly the legal term is, frankly.
Neighborhoods.
Yeah.
They're all mixed. I mean, look, Arabs build in West Jerusalem all the time. No one gives a damn. So, I mean, that doesn't really bother me.
Okay.
So I'm going to assume you're probably not North Korean, even though your name is Pyongyang. So I don't know if it's like some type of protest thing about the whole Sony interview.
Oh no, it's just a gag.
Oh, okay. Because North Korea is a very fun country to make fun of. I mean, they make it kind of easy.
Yeah, they're terrible. I should probably change it. It sparked so many conversations about North Korea, though. They talk about Kim Jong-il.
Yeah,
I love it. I think it's fascinating, North Korea.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's fascinating. It's still, I still wouldn't want to live there.
Oh God, no.
I mean, I think one of the most unreliable power grids of any industrialized society. There's basically no freedom of movement. You want to go to one province to another, you have to get papers, signed by some official. If you say anything in private or in public that's critical of the regime, you're likely to disappear. Not exactly a fun place. It's not exactly Disneyland.
But on a brighter note, cannabis is legal.
Yeah, that is probably the one thing that North Korea has done right, yes.
Did they free the weed in Israel?
Yeah. Oh no, not in Israel. In North Korea. It is.
So here they just recently, within the last few years, they allow it for medicinal purposes. It's still like for recreational use is illegal to have and possess and to smoke, which I think is dumb. But at the same time, with the medicinal allowances, you can get a prescription for almost everything. I'd be like, oh, I'm having nightmares, and they'd give it to me. So it's not that bad.
Yeah, or I'm still grieving over the death of Kim Jong whatever.
Oh.
Have you ever seen the crying videos?
Yeah.
So scary.
Is medical marijuana legal here? But you can't get a criminal, like, you can't go to jail if you have under an ounce on you.
Yeah. I think they should just legalize all drugs. People I get it. Excuse me. I mean, the reality is, if you want to destroy your life and bake your brain, that's your call. I mean, that's not really anybody else's decision to make for you. I feel the same way about seatbelts. I don't understand why I should have to get a ticket for not wearing my seatbelt. If I die in a car crash, that's my fault.
Yeah, no victim, no crime. But even so, it's very likely that similarly to when we had alcohol prohibition, it became, because it was illegal. That's when the really bad stuff, the really bad gin, the bathtub gin, all those things became what was available on the black market because it was more concentrated and easier to ship than, they weren't smuggling wine coolers and
Right.
and beer. They were trying to get the most bang for their buck. So you had these really dangerous drugs that were being or alcohol products that were being delivered, and of course if you were poisoned or you went blind because of it, you couldn't sue anybody or any of those things. So I think usage would definitely go up. I would assume it would, but I think you would have much safer choices and much weaker choices and things that would reflect what most people would want to do, and of course some people would abuse it like anything else. But
the prisons would empty.
Exactly, the prison industrial complex. That's why it's so hard to legalize, because the feds now have all this cheap labor,
Right.
no turnover.
Yeah.
That's a great point, Panda.
Yeah. So yeah, and of course the law enforcement juggernaut is fighting it because we would need a whole lot less police. We'd have a whole lot less crime, including the crime perpetrated by the police, asset forfeiture, no-knock raids. These are all things that we got from the drug war.
Asset forfeiture. Oh, I detest it.
It's theft. I mean, it's the cops are the criminals, and then they blatantly flaunt it. There are police departments throughout the U.S. that have BMWs as cruisers and stuff like that, and it's just turns everything on its ear. Whenever you introduce force or violence into victimless crimes, you get real depravity. I mean, just horrendous. It's so many ways that the drug war has been harmful to humanity that it's almost hard to calculate.
Well, I want to say the same thing with Prohibition in the 30s. I mean, I think that's when the real crime started, is when after they made alcohol illegal. I mean, that's when you had those guys like Capone that came in, and you had even worse, really crooked cops and FBI agents that would hunt these guys. Al Capone in particular, if I want to remember correctly, they actually didn't get him on anything as far as Prohibition. They got him on some bullshit tax
evasion. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I think Elliot Ness was actually a tax.
Yeah, he worked for the Treasury Department.
He worked for the Treasury Department.
Cleveland at one point, or ran for mayor of Cleveland.
A lot of this is pretty nicely and accurately dramatized in the series Boardwalk Empire. I don't know if you've seen that.
No, I've seen the Untouchables with Kevin Costner.
Oh, well, the Untouchables too. But the parallels to the drug war are uncanny. I mean, it's really. I mean, the particulars are a little different. The ethnicity and all of that of the, the market are different, of course. But it's really the same thing. We had the same thing. We had rampant corruption, paying off of officials and stuff like that. And that's really what Boardwalk Empire portrays really nicely. And anyone who doesn't see the parallels to the drug war isn't paying attention if they watch that.
Yeah, well, I mean, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
No, I'm all right. My bad. By the way, I'm Gabriel. What's your name?
My name's Eric.
Eric, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. What's going on in Portugal? I know that they were having some good success with their end of prohibition, right? They decriminalized everything.
As far as I know, all the metrics are positive.
Yeah?
It's been a while since I've revisited that. I haven't heard otherwise. Hopefully it hasn't been undermined. I do think that at one point they had a few contradictions, such as one couldn't sell the drugs, it was illegal to sell them, and all this, which of course should be, it should be entirely legal for adults to buy whatever they want to, whether or not you or I think they should, or anything like that is beside the point. If people want something, they will buy it, and all you do by prohibiting it is you hand multi-million-dollar enterprises over to criminals. So I think there were a few contradictions, but even so, the metrics were such that I think overall it's been a resounding success.
Yeah, I knew in Holland that after they decriminalized cannabis that their usage increased slightly, but it was still lower per capita, I think, than surrounding countries like Germany and other countries. And from what I thought, I can't remember specifically, but I thought Portugal's addiction rates went down.
Oh, I think so too, yeah. I've seen the statistics, but it's been a while, but the last I saw on just about every relevant metric, things were really it was a huge success story.
Right. I can agree with what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that that's your position. I hold the position that there are some substances that are hyper damaging, you might say, and so that they should be controlled. Like, the obvious examples would be ridiculous, but like radioactive material and sarin gas and stuff like that. So,
if you have something that's volatile and it can kill indiscriminately, it's not just something that that's something that has external effects on other people. So having a big nuclear reactor in your front yard puts others in harm's way because of the ease with which something can go wrong and kill lots of people. And it's not a defensive thing in the sense that it's not something that you can, like a weapon that you can aim at somebody who's an aggressor who's threatening you and that kind of thing. So I think there's a logically different category for airborne viruses and things like that. That's quite different from drugs that people take that only affect those who take them.
But that's kind of my point, because on my continuum there are different levels of addiction with the substances. Like you've got marijuana, which is low, you have psychological addiction perhaps, and then you go up to cocaine and then heroin, and then you've got crystal meth. And because of the practical effects of crystal meth, not only on the users, which you point out, some people hurting themselves, what do I care, but the fact that it corrupts the communities within which they live and the connections that they have with other people, I think that it should be eliminated. I don't even think it should be controlled or sold or open for sale. I think it should be eliminated.
But we know that's not possible. We have the most virulent drug war ever, and there's plenty of crystal meth for those who want to buy it and use it.
Well, when was the last time?
We know that's not even a choice. So,
But it is, Jeff. It is. It really is a choice. When was the last time you had a Quaalude?
I am not one who seeks out such thrills.
When were
So I prefer like single malt scotch and those kind of things.
When was the last time you heard about a Quaalude?
They don't make them anymore.
It has been a long time since I made them. Yes.
The reason that they were able to get rid of Quaaludes was because Quaaludes require a sophisticated chemical composition to even begin the production of Quaaludes. Same thing with crystal meth. It requires ephedrine or pseudoephedrine. There are only a certain number of manufacturers of that drug on the planet. So they could eliminate crystal meth. The reason that they can't, or that they haven't, is because our pharmaceutical industry wants to sell Sudafed. And they actually stood in the way of the FDA limiting that compound. They were entering into agreements with the manufacturers in India mostly to say, hey, we're not going to build, we're not going to make it anymore. And the manufacturers of Sudafed stood in the way. So you probably have something to say about that.
Well, I get your point, and of course, pharmaceutical companies are in cahoots with governments and all that kind of stuff. But you know, prior to the Harrison Act in 1914, all of these things were legal. People weren't abusing them because of the drug war. The choices that people have for getting the kind of high that they want are limited. But I think the same principles apply when you're talking about prohibition. The same principles apply to whatever drug that you think is beyond the pale, as much as they do to the ones that you think are, relatively benign and all that. So I would agree that these things are really harmful, and it would be nice if they could just disappear. But they're not going to. We've seen with the drug war that after some 40, almost 50 years, that the black market, if these things are in demand, they will be created, and the cost of the cost of trying to eradicate them is so high in the ways that we've already described that no, we just have to deal with it. If people are in the end going to be stupid enough to use these things, well, that's on them. They're adults. They should know better. But we don't have to turn our whole society upside down and surrender all of our freedoms because of bad choices that some people might make.
I agree. I mean, here, it's obviously we've had our war on drugs, but I could get, well, I could get virtually anything, but certainly I could get marijuana here quicker than I could get a pizza.
Right.
I mean, it's whatever they've done has been so totally ineffective.
Right.
Some places I could go, I could get both.
Right.
Well, there's the old saying, you don't see liquor dealers selling alcohol on playgrounds. But because it's below the radar, all of this stuff is channeled in the wrong way. And maybe if this stuff was above the radar, if people wanted to get that kind of high, perhaps somebody could develop something that wasn't as addictive or as harmful or maybe not as bad as that. And so when you relegate such a huge part of the economy to the underworld, you're not only, it's not only about the immediate things that you're squelching, but it's any research and development in those areas. What medicinal advantages might there be to these products, et cetera, et cetera. So you just really can't. Violence is not the way to. And the state is violence, and when there's a drug war, there's violence, and that is not the way to curtail behavior that you don't like. If these, if there are ways to get a high for that people want with not as many injurious effects, then we don't really want us we don't want to hamper that kind of research and make it illegal or off limits. And so we don't know like with marijuana. Marijuana has quite a lot of medicinal properties. Apparently, it's beneficial to glaucoma patients. It's obviously an anti-nausea drug. A friend of mine, a guy I knew, an acquaintance, died. Peter McWilliams. He wrote books about it and stuff like that. He was taking using marijuana as an anti-nausea drug because he had both a rare form of cancer and AIDS, and he couldn't keep his medicines down without pot, and he was managing that just fine until finally he was imprisoned for purchasing marijuana. And it wasn't illegal at all. This was the mid '90s, and he died. He aspirated and died in his cell, I believe. Horrific death. So this is really what prohibition is all about. It's not about
That's terrible. Yeah. No.
That's a horrific story. Peter McWilliams, look him up. You can read all about it. He was he was out there. He wrote a book about his experiences. Not necessarily, obviously, when he died, he didn't write about that, but he was writing about prohibition and in the context of his own situation.
Yeah. I totally agree with. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was done.
I totally agree that prohibition causes far more damage than it corrects, or however well intended it is, and that it's unnecessary, really. So.
I think if you were to lift the prohibition, it gives you the opportunity. It puts everything out in the open, and then it gives you the opportunity to educate people
right.
Better. And I think that although, as we've said, you'd probably find initially you got an increase in use, I think over time you can educate that out of people. We've certainly seen that here with smoking, for instance. Smoking cigarettes is,
right, exactly. And a lot of the social problems that are associated with alcohol are not there with pot. I mean, people who smoke, you rarely hear of people smoking pot and getting really belligerent or, starting bar fights or anything like that. If anything, they get the munchies and they want to go and...
Yeah, listen to Katy Perry records.
Yeah.
And, I'm not a big pot smoker. My experience is that it intensified my awareness of things. It didn't. It was quite opposite of the effects of alcohol. But
I noticed that if I don't take my medication and I just smoke pot, that I become very paranoid on it. But if I have the balance of my medication, because I suffer from paranoia in general, and then the weed makes you paranoid, so it just doesn't help. But if I'm on my meds and I smoke marijuana, then it's balanced out.
Yeah, that was kind of my experience. That's why I didn't smoke a lot of pot, because I was kind of not extremely introverted, but if I needed, it wasn't a good social lubricant for me because I was already kind of lubricant, and then I would be hyper aware of everybody, and it just didn't mellow me out, and it wasn't a pleasant experience for me a lot of times. But I think that's also depends on the strain that you're smoking and all of that. But I was never a huge. It's not something I seek out or ever want to do. But
when was the last time you smoked weed, Jeff?
Oh, it's probably been 3 or 4 years.
Oh yeah, they got all that new shit now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Good to know.
I know that when, because my mom will ask me to pick up from my dealer for her, and she has to mix the weed with tobacco, because if she smokes straight weed, she gets way too high and she acts way too silly.
Yeah.
It's not like the stuff from back in the day.
Yeah.
It's way stronger.
Yeah, it is, and that's because of prohibition. Because it's easier to transport, and if it's really strong, you don't need as much of it, and all of that. So.
Who's eating?
Not I.
Oh, not me.
Are you back from that party already?
I haven't left yet.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
He probably he said that he had to go for 4 minutes. He probably went.
Oh, okay.
I've got
I
10.
thought you went to the party, and I was like, holy cripes.
No, I got 10. I got 10 minutes before it's T-minus 0.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go pretty soon too. I need to eat something. I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah. I don't know what. Probably go sweet talk J-Dub, see what his problem is.
But I had to go next door and I talked to my neighbor about something, so that's why I wasn't here.
No problem.
So what did I miss?
Oh, cool. Well, I think marijuana should be legalized, but the problem with it being legalized, that means it's probably going to be heavily taxed.
Yeah, that's to me that's the only argument.
Why is that a problem?
That's the only argument that I know of that's against legalization is that
Why is that a problem?
Well, the government will have more money and more power over us, and
exactly. Why is that an argument against legalization?
I'm saying it's the only one. I certainly would favor legalization even with taxation, but I would never, as many do, hold that up. So, well, if it's legal, we can tax it and regulate it. Oh no! As a libertarian, that's.
Well, isn't weed the same as tomatoes? You can grow some in your back garden, or if you don't like it, you can go to the produce store and buy some.
Right. I mean, I don't want it to be another cash cow for the government. I mean, that would be a downside. I still want it to happen. But,
in Spain, they have a rule there where it's decriminalised, and you can grow, I think, 5 plants per household. And I've seen a photograph of this little Spanish town, and it's all sorts of 2- and 3-story buildings. All of them have balconies. And so you can look out across this town on every balcony with 5 cannabis plants. Every single person's growing something.
Good for them. I'm moving to Spain.
Well, do you guys know Juicy on here? Down corner?
Yes, I know him.
Last night he said to me, hey, you and I should team up together, move to Colorado, buy a house, and grow up. Silly.
It's tightly controlled in Colorado. You have to buy the plants from the government supplier, and the plants are all tagged. They have electronic tags.
Oh, cool.
So you can only get it from one government supplier. So they track it all the way through. And then you can't, I mean, if you're going to obey the law, you can't just set up in any old house anywhere. You know, you have to be registered and all this kind of thing. So it's quite, there's quite a lot of administration to do to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you should say that to him.
Because I haven't looked into it at all, you see.
I don't want to move to America. I like Canada.
Yeah, Canada's a lot nicer citizen of the world than the U.S. at this particular moment, I'm sad to say. I have to run, folks. I'm going to my dinner's ready, so I need to go. So it's great talking to everybody, and I'll catch you later.
See you soon, Jack. Good to talk.
Merry Christmas if I don't talk to you sooner.
Oh yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
Merry
take
Christmas.
care. Merry Christmas to you.
And then there was 4. I don't know if I should close the hangout.
Oh, don't close the hangout.
Well, no one else is joining.
I'll give them time. It's early yet.
Oh, I'll try and...
I'm gonna have to leave
I know you have to leave.
very soon.
Where's Hades?
But we'll come back.
Hades and Chili are in their own hangout,
Oh, well.
watching YouTube, the drunken peasants.
I like your hangout.
You like my hangout?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I said to them, I don't want to watch stupid people on YouTube. It must be a man thing. Because I don't find it funny. I'm like, I'm going to go make my own hangout and hang out in there and talk to the camera.
Ah, Coke. You can't beat it.
Pepsi's better.
Sorry?
Pepsi's better.
Pepsi.
Hmm.
Well, you know what? I always used to drink Pepsi. And then I had a conversion. And it's been Coke ever since.
I need you. Can you explain that?
Sorry?
Can you explain that?
Oh, well, I changed when they changed the drinks machine at work.
Oh.
And it went from
It was forced upon you. It was forced.
Yeah, it went from Pepsi to Coke, so...
You were pretty much changed. You changed under duress, in a way.
Yeah, it was really. I was...
Yeah, because you could have changed your job to a different company which has Coke in the lunchroom, but...
I was quite stressed at the time.
Yeah.
Because I do like my Coke. I don't drink hot drinks, you see, so... I get through quite a few.
I don't like Coke, but I like coffee.
I've just never liked hot drinks. I don't really know why.
I like my pop every now and again, but like once a year. So. But coffee, I'll take an IV.
Can't stop me yawning. Oh, Saving Private Ryan is on. So
Well,
what,
just
what do you reckon to this North Korea business then, while we're talking of North Korea?
yes, talking about North Korea.
Did you hear that the North Koreans lost their internet there?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. It was probably a reprisal attack, and they knocked out their. I don't know how long it knocked out their internet for. It was quite some time though.
Really? What, is this recently?
Yeah, this was yesterday.
Wow.
Well, I think they got it back yesterday, but it was down for maybe 24 hours before then. So
That was like a shot across the bows, was it? Sort of,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
if you don't behave yourself, we're going to take you out altogether.
I mean, poor North Korea. They can't get a break, can they?
I was reading this facts about North Korea yesterday. It was very interesting. Was it free and fair elections and free speech and a free media are guaranteed in the North Korean constitution.
Right. Delicious.
And then there's all this stuff about Kim Jong. Which one was it? The last one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, hitting his holes in one on the golf course. The first time he played golf, he did a 38 under par round, and then decided he was never going to play golf again. He wrote over 3,000 books and 8 operas, which were known to be the greatest world the music had ever heard.
Can you do opera voice?
It was just a whole load of things like this. Sorry, Lindsay?
Jem, try to do an opera voice.
Do what voice?
Like the opera voice.
Opera?
Yeah.
I don't think I could.
I can.
Go on then.
Did you know you're adored? Can you sing like me, like me?
Is that Puccini?
I don't know. It's Zanini.
You know what I find reprehensible though? They've got all that hyperbolic propaganda going on that it's just unbelievable, and even when foreign aid comes in, they Shanghai it, if you will, and present it to the people and say, oh, this is because the great leader favors you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They had a fella, I think he was I might be totally mistaken about this, but I think he was a South African, and what he was doing was people would get cataracts, and in North Korea they had no way to treat people with cataracts. So what he did was he went in there and he did his treatment, and he did his treatment on it was a massive undertaking. It was several hundred people, I think, got cataract surgery, and so they were essentially blind, and then they could see, and it was all due to they positioned it in such a way that it was all due to the great leader. I mean, it is so crazy.
I was watching a video earlier about a girl, a young girl whose parents had died in the famine in the 90s.
Okay.
And it had left her. She'd got some other siblings. She'd got a younger sister, and I think an older brother and sister. And they went off, I don't know, went off and found work or something, and left her and her younger sister. And she survived by selling sweets at the train station.
Oh my!
And eventually she managed to escape. And when she escaped, they put actually before she escaped, they took her younger sister, away and put her in an orphanage because she couldn't look after her. And she managed to escape, and eventually she got to South Korea and raised the money to have her sister rescued so her sister could get out. And her sister she met her sister in China. And this sister says, she's got out of North Korea, out of this orphanage, which you can imagine can't have been very nice.
Right.
And she just cannot accept anything that she's told. She's saying, I can't betray my country. I'd like to stay here with you, but I have to go back to North Korea. I can't betray my country. And the sister's saying, but look at the way they've treated you, and our parents starved to death. And she said, well, that's not the great leader's fault. That's because the people didn't work hard enough. And
wow.
She's just totally bought into this propaganda.
Yeah.
I saw another one with a coach trip where a journalist had mentioned, he was an American journalist, and of course there's always this talk about America being the great aggressor. And this journalist, obviously he just couldn't take it anymore, and he said talked about how North Korea had actually attacked South Korea in the 50s or the 60s. 50s was it? In the Korean War. And this guide on the bus just could not accept this. He said, how could you say that? How could you even think such a thing? The great leader would never do that. You know, he's going like this. And this American journalist says afterwards, he said, well, you know, it's a matter of public record. During the Glasnost period, Russia opened up a lot of its records. And, you know, it's public record that the then leader of North Korea, which would have been the first Kim, he wrote to Khrushchev 3 times asking him for his help so he could invade the South. And it was only after the 3rd time that he'd written to him that Khrushchev eventually agreed, and they invaded South Korea. But if you ask any North Korean, they all think it was, well, basically America.
Right. Yeah, like a defensive thing.
Yeah.
Isn't that something? Wow.
It's just amazing how, you know, how they've managed to completely control the media and the message that people are getting. But of course that's changed now because very, very easy to smuggle a USB stick, and mobile phones are getting in there and things like that, and it's they haven't been able to control it as well.
I don't know. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I mean, recent events as well, I think, illustrate that, because I don't think they would be too concerned about a foreign movie unless they thought that their own people were likely to come across it.
Right, yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean? So I think 10 years ago, they wouldn't have been bothered about this. And I also heard that there was, I think it was last year or maybe the year before, there was actually a protest. You know, about 1,000 people went and protested in Pyongyang, but they were all arrested, but they were all released after about 3 days because they were all people who had friends in high places.
Oh, yeah.
They were basically protesting, I think, against. I can't remember exactly what it was, food shortages or government inefficiency or something like that.
When was it?
It was fairly recently. It was within the last 2 years.
See, because
like I say, I'm really interested in this, and I was only watching videos on it this afternoon.
This one, Kim Jong Un, is really, I think, less. I mean, it's hard to say that he's less stable than Kim Jong Il, or but he's doing a lot of crazy stuff. Like he killed what was it? There was the North Korean Symphony of the the DNKP or whatever they call themselves, but they had a symphony, and there were a lot of, I can't remember. I don't know honestly what the deal was. But he ended up killing a lot of people who were musicians in the symphony. Right. And then he killed his uncle, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And then he took out, like, I don't know, maybe 20 or 30 people that were affiliated with his uncle, just in addition to the typical people that they kill. So he's done a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, just getting rid of people.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, I heard that there are actually sort of power factions in the upper echelons of government there, and that's apparently why his government was killed, to sort of send a message, because apparently when he was appointed, this was seen as, a lot of people were really quite offended by this, because he's only like 28 or something like that.
Right.
And he has no experience at all. I mean, he's got no military experience, and yet he was appointed, General-in-Chief of the army or whatever.
Sure.
And a lot of people were resentful about this, because this is a society which really respects age and experience. And here you've got a guy in charge who's got no age or experience. So this makes him unpopular, and I think that's why some of this stuff's gone off. But I don't know. I think it's kind of like the old Soviet Union in a way. They could get away with all that shit until like internet and mobile phones and modern communications came along, and then they couldn't really keep a lid on it anymore. It seemed, they had to. I mean, as it happened, they moved politically anyway in the old Soviet Union, but they had to really. They would never have kept a lid on it.
Right. So so you think there's some change coming for North Korea, huh?
Yeah, well, it's one of those things, isn't it? You cannot, once the people are motivated, you just can't stop them, I think. Once enough people get behind an idea, there's no stopping them.
Well, we see revolutions happening all around us.
Yeah.
Like, we see it happening in Africa and in the Middle East. It's only time in Asia and soon in the Americas that we'll be starting to see it.
Well, yeah, that could very well be. I think there's a principal difference, though, maybe I'm off on this, but with North Korea, in that they have such an iron hold over the populace, and they are not afraid to not only put you into a labor camp that will mean ultimately your death, but they'll put your whole family in the labor camp.
It's a 3 generations justice policy.
Hello? Is that right? Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Hades. So if you do something wrong, then you will go to jail. Any children you have will grow up and die in jail, and any children they have will grow up and die in jail.
It's like the Bible. I'm kidding. Hi, children.
Hello.
Hi, Hades.
How is everyone today?
Very well, thank you.
Pretty good, thanks.
What's your picture supposed to be? Pyong?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What's that?
I was saying, what's your picture supposed to be of? Is that army or?
I don't know what that is. That's
a babe.
Was that Bill? Bill O'Reilly? Was that? Would you just say Bill O'Reilly?
I'm a bisexual. I want to marry a guy and a babe.
I'm pleased for you, buddy. Legal in quite a few states.
Yes.
We're getting there.
Bisexuals are just greedy, aren't they?
Fucking thing sucks!
No!
We're not greedy, we're bisexual.
Lasts in about 2 minutes.
No!
Anal sex.
Oh, all right.
Really, seriously, Haley.
Sorry, what was the topic?
I'm thinking about the wrong sex.
We're talking about revolutions happening in North Korea right now, and how North Korea is not afraid to put your whole entire family in concentration camps if you
have no proof.
Fight.
You have no proof.
Lindsay does have proof, Bill. Shut up.
You have no proof.
Yes, she does.
No! Fuck! No.
If you guys are just gonna act like
it's not me. It's not me.
You know,
it's not me,
I've got 2 favorite soundboards that I've heard. They were Ventrilo harassments or something from people playing World of Warcraft, and somebody went in with the I don't know what they were playing, to be honest with you, but some kind of MMO, and somebody went in with a Duke Nukem soundboard, and he was like, I can't even remember what he was saying, but Duke Nukem stuff.
It's a fun game.
Okay.
Like I'll tear up your head and shit down your neck, that kind of stuff. And it freaked this one woman thought that she was talking with Duke Nukem. And that's one of my favorites, man. I just adore it. It's called, I think it's on YouTube. It's called Peggy, like Duke Nukem Ventrilo Harassment Peggy or something like that. Hilarious.
You're probably right.
Hey,
Wow.
Chili.
Oh.
Yes.
You son of a bitch.
We were talking about you in the obvious room yesterday. They value your opinion, but
My name's
unfortunately,
Duke
you
Nukem.
never talk.
Yes.
You talking to me?
No.
Blow it out your ass.
Fucking
Damn,
things.
that was annoying.
Blow it out your ass.
Holy shit. My gun's bigger than yours.
Getting.
Wow, he's got a deep voice. My gun's bigger than yours.
You have
Oh, I'm so sorry I kicked that one off, Lindsay. I'm sorry.
Did you hear about them Korea getting upset or about the whole film situation with the whole that? Did you hear about that Sony and all that business or?
Yeah. Apparently, they lost their internet yesterday in North Korea.
Really?
Apparently, the USA cut them off somehow.
Yeah,
Wow, that's
see
jokes.
if I can find a news article here.
Yes. So
You
if you
guys suck.
camera
I'm gonna
and
kick your ass, bitch.
no.
All right, no more.
You got
I'm not
the.
playing more soundboards. No more soundboards from me. All right, no more soundboards.
You always say that, but I don't trust your word anymore.
You're an inspiration for birth control.
Yes.
Oh,
All right, I'm sorry, Linda. I swear. Look, I'll even screen share me closing these things off. Look.
Suck
Right. All right. Okay. Sorry. Let's actually have some intelligent discussion.
Naked running around. I mean.
Let's look at this news article.
No.
it's okay.
Come
I'm
on,
going
Lindsay.
off
Lindsay,
right
you know you love it, Lindsay.
now. No,
Soundboards.
it's my eye twitch.
No proof.
Hello?
Makes your eye itch.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah. Hello.
No?
Hello. Yeah. Hello.
Come on.
Oh, hello.
What's going on? Who are you talking to, Lindsay?
I'm talking to Cliff.
Hello, Clarice.
You have no proof.
Wow. Okay.
You lack good manners and you are
Okay,
rude.
I'll be right back. Talk
Fine.
amongst yourself.
Hang up.
Okay. Can I read this article or?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
All right, Bill. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just that's the late. I guess it's down again. I guess it went down a couple days ago. Let's see what it says here.
Do you reckon because people? Do you reckon people are maybe are threatening to reveal Sony's emails, so they're taking away the internet down? I don't know. I don't know. That sounds a bit like a conspiracy theory, but I don't know.
Stop.
Oh no, I think they're always playing games like this, you know. And I think it could be, I don't know, it could be multiple sources doing multiple attacks on the North Korean system, or I'm not sure.
I don't know why we. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
You're probably right.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, he's probably right. Yeah.
So maybe like the U.S. did it first, and then they're continuing to do it, or maybe it's anonymous or something, or you know. I don't know. I don't give that. By the way, I don't hold that it's anonymous, but I just don't know. Is what
I'm not even too keen on anonymous anyway.
All of those are troubling questions.
Yeah. Yes, they are. Yeah. The funniest thing that I think Anonymous has done was the whole Westboro Baptist Church you know, taking down their website and their stuff. Yeah, that was pretty funny. I mean, it's probably not that big of a deal to them, but it's still funny.
Right. I don't have any. I don't pay attention really to what they do. I've got no beef with them, you know. And
they're listening right now.
Oh, are they? Good. Hello.
What's going on? Absolutely dead, 100% wrong.
Gem, you don't like it, Gem?
Record people with that?
Oh no, that's just. I'll give you a link to it if you like. It's just yeah.
Because this
is the Duke Nukem one. This is the Duke Nukem one, and I'll give you a link to the Bill O'Reilly one.
Is that you doing that, Hades?
Oh no, that's Chili. That's Chili. Yeah, Chili.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Chili showed me it. I was just like, oh, this is hilarious.
See what this Duke Nukem guy did was he made he did the Duke Nukem soundboard and he recorded what she was saying, and then he made a new soundboard that was Peggy. You see what I'm saying? And then he would come back into it.
What I find the funniest things is when they do prank calls with already recorded stuff from you know. I'll show you this really funny John Cena one. Oh, it's hilarious. Wait, let me show you this one here. Actually hilarious. John Cena prank call.
Shut up.
Thank you, Bill. Bill can be a bit rude sometimes.
This week's.
Alright, let me link this. Let me link this in the chat. Look, this is Bill. This is John Cena's. Oh fuck! This is John Cena's thing.
Oh yeah, I've seen this one.
I'll rip your head off and shit down your neck.
Do you know who does the voice for him?
No.
Yeah, I've seen that one. That's funny.
Wait, Chili, show them Flappy Bird, your Flappy Bird thing. That is just brilliant. Screen share the Flappy Bird thing, Chili. That is just brilliant. Oh. That's pretty. That is kind of pretty funny that the internet's gone down, but no, I mean, yeah, I think they've kind of been a bit sensitive about the whole issue. Yeah, I do think they're being quite sensitive and.
Well,
yeah.
That's what Jem was talking about. That they've got a proliferation of smuggled media now coming in, Western media that is recorded onto thumb drives and that sort of thing, and it's spreading amongst the populace. So that if they were to make a movie that was such a slap in the face to the glorious leader or whatever, that it could have their concern is that it would have a destabilizing effect, I guess.
It is our duty as loyal Americans to shut up.
They present him as a sort of a demigod.
Yeah, well, I think they're even forced to worship him, or not really worship him, but you know, like remember on the other guy's funeral, and people were like, if they weren't crying, you know, people would kind of be like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of
one high-ranking government official was executed after that because he held a party sometime after. I'm not sure how long after, but however long it wasn't considered to be long enough, and he was executed for insufficient mourning or something like that.
Yeah, that's insane. What was it that he put one of his uncles into a pit of starving dogs or something? Did anyone hear about that or?
No, I don't know about that one. I know there was one. Somebody was executed by grenade.
It's really like really. when I first heard about it, I was like, why are people even sort of listening to them? Why are people even sort of kind of trying to sort of bargain with them or you know? But then I was like, all right, yeah, they've got some shit on Sony, so yeah, all right, fair enough, you know.
But,
Wait,
yeah.
can I show you this funny politically correct Google thing picture? Do you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
It's
Politically correct. Look. Sorry, go on. Yeah, sorry, go on, Pyong, or yeah, whoever was talking.
Oh no, that's okay. But yeah, it's such a different place, you know, and to understand what happens. I mean, I can't begin to conceptualize what life is like for indigenous North Koreans. The best I can come to is to listen to the experiences of people who have left North Korea and escaped to the South or to some other country. And it's just like a different world. It's not, you know, it's not enough to say that we don't understand with Western minds. I mean, they are subjected to propaganda from the moment they're born, you know.
Right.
And any deviation from the propaganda could ultimately lead to their death. So it's terrible. I don't know if I might be overstating that, though. I don't know. What do you think, Jim?
No, I think that's absolutely how it is. You can't you can't trust anyone, even members of your own family could betray you because they're scared. Everyone's terrified, and yeah, it's really it's unbelievable. And they've got, you know, up till now. And still now, I think for a lot of people, they just have this really tight hold on the media. And over the decades, you know, they've painted this picture that they all live in this glorious paradise while the rest of us live in this terrible, debauched world of prostitution and capitalism, basically. You know, when a light bulb blows in North Korea, they blame America. If you catch a cold, they say America's put something in the water. You know.
Yeah, I was actually wrong about that. It was a rumor, I guess, that he was just shot to death, pretty much.
Well, one guy was executed with a grenade because he'd done something that offended. I can't remember what it was, but it was said that you know, he needed his body. He needed to be obliterated, so that you know, every hair was destroyed. I think was the word used, or something like that.
Yeah, it says. Yeah, it says here that a report in a Chinese newspaper paper subsequently claimed that Zhang had been fed to 120 hungry dogs. Yeah, but it wasn't true. He was just pretty much shot. Yeah, still not justified, but not exactly as harsh a death as being fed to 120 dogs, starving dogs. Yeah.
They have a 6-day work week and another day of enforced volunteer work.
Really? Isn't that kind of a bit of an oxymoron? Isn't that a bit of an oxymoron? Enforced voluntary or... You know.
In North Korea, distribution, possession and consumption of cannabis is very legal and is recommended as a healthier alternative to tobacco.
At least they've got something right.
Visitors tell stories of marijuana plants growing freely by the roadside.
Well, I mean, wasn't there that thing that came out that like 75? I think it was in a state. I really don't know too much about it, but it was a state, and 75% or 2 out of 3 people voted for it to be legalized, and it still wasn't because, you know. Did you guys hear about that?
Where's that? Sorry.
I think it's some state in America, I think.
Oh, right. I didn't hear, no.
Say that one more time, Hades. Let me hear. Concentrate on what you're saying. Go ahead.
I think I heard that I think in a certain state in America, it was voted on whether weed should be legalized, and 2 out of 3 people voted, or 2 out of 3 of the people voted for it to be legalized, and it still wasn't legalized.
There is a situation where that can be the case, because although I'm not sure if this is what you're referring to or not, but and you might already understand this, but each state has a jurisdiction, and then over them is, because of the supremacy clause, is the federal government. And so even though, for example, the Coloradans passed the state, they couldn't, if they would have passed what the people in Colorado did was they amended the state constitution to make marijuana legal. So it cannot be illegal in Colorado under state law. It's still illegal under federal law, though. They classify it as I can't remember, it's a class, I can't remember what the class is. There's a designator for the class, and it is a controlled substance. They put it in the same level of heroin and crystal meth. It's ridiculous.
Wow, that's insane.
So
really insane.
So technically, yeah. And the problem with simply going through and doing, Colorado actually did it the right way. In places where the left or right may be vying for control of a particular state, depending on what time it is or what year, and as time progresses, control may go from left to right. Colorado did it right because they can't reverse that without amending the Constitution again, which is much more difficult. But that's kind of the legal status of the stuff.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I'm trying to think of why you wouldn't want it to be legalized. Like, how would it affect your life in a negative way? Like, for instance, I'm trying to think. Like, for instance, smoking. Just I know smoking. Just cigarettes are a bit quite a lot different, but just cigarettes, for instance. I mean, I don't really see how that would affect. I
think the main thing from a political standpoint is that the idea of legalizing something that is illegal is just seen as being generally soft on crime. No politician ever wants to appear to be soft on crime. There's no votes in it. You know?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at where's the crime though in that, like, people, giving people that right to do that.
You know, I mean, I smoke weed, but I think that it's just linked with it. You know what I mean?
Same, yeah.
If you're the sort of politician that agrees with legalization, then you're likely to be soft on criminals. I think is how it's seen.
Yeah, I mean, and I've heard of some instances where people have gotten worse time or longer time sentences or worse sentences for carrying weed than even being like a child molestation.
Right.
Well, that's conceivable too, because
different.
I think it was the late. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that it could because the whole different laws in different states, right? Yeah.
Well, yes, there are different laws in different states, but in the late 90s or somewhere in the 90s, I believe it was, the federal government introduced what are known as mandatory sentencing laws. And so what that did, the practical effect was it put power in the hands of the prosecutors and took power away from the judges. So, what I mean by that is now if a prosecutor basically brings a case against you and they believe that they have enough evidence sufficient to prove their cause of action, that the punishment is set. There is nothing that the judge can do to mitigate the sentence. And not only are there mandatory minimum sentencing, there are mandatory sentencing guidelines. And so if somebody is like I don't know what the official term is, but it's like a 3-time loser, or it's their third offense.
Right.
The mandatory minimum sentencing guidelines dictate that yes, they could go to jail for, I don't know precisely what those are offhand, but they could indeed go to jail for a longer term than you know.
I heard the first person to get caught on the 3 strikes and you're out thing was a guy who stole, I think he stole like a 99-cent packet of cookies or something.
Wow.
And it was his 3rd offence and he got life.
Yeah.
Wow, that's insane. Yeah, I don't know if this is that reliable because this is Wikipedia, but I do find it quite interesting. Like, this is let me just screen share. I'm not saying this is fact. This is factual. Okay. I mean, but I'll show you. You probably know about this, Pyong. And not because I'm not saying you do incest, but you probably know about the different types of you know. Yeah. But it says here that
what the fuck is that?
Yeah, 5 years 5 years imprisonment in Hawaii, Utah, even for first cousin relations, and Florida. That's for, I think, incest. Sorry, in the U.S., the District of Columbia in every state and inhabited territory has some form of codified incest prohibition. In all states, incest is sexually activity between a lineal lineal ancestor and So and here you got 5 years imprisonment in Hawaii, Utah, and Florida, and then you go down. It's life imprisonment in Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Montana, and Tennessee. That's kind of insane, like how they differ so much. I don't know, just from an outsider, I just think it's so insane. Like in Florida, you can only have 5 years, and then somewhere else you have life imprisonment. I don't know even know if that's true because it sounds so absurd, you know.
And especially for the offence, which is.
I think it's being sexually doing sexual activity. Specifically, but that's still insane.
Yeah, but it's someone you're related to, and it's consensual. I mean, it doesn't. It's not
but I no see that's some of the most damaging and hurtful acts that I can conceive being short of murder would be a father raping their daughter. You know,
I see what you mean, but
right, this isn't for that, is it? This is incest.
No, it is. No, it is. It said lineal there.
All right.
And I would not to be contrary, of course, Panda, because I like you a lot, but I would also contend that there could be no consent by a daughter that her father could have sex with her.
Right. Okay. I hadn't picked up on that. I thought because the first line I read it said something about first cousins.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous with regard to first. I can see that.
And that seems. If you're actually talking about rape, and as you say, I don't think a daughter can be consensual. Really.
Even older than 18 though, would you not say or not?
No. I think that there's an emotional bond there,
right?
Of deference that is probably inalienable.
So who would be the rape victim, and who would be the sort of rapee? Because the father or mother or the child or just the.
That kind of crazy shit only happens in the Bible where it's okay. Okay.
Yeah. That's so true.
Good point. But I do think that it's kind of insane to think that in some states it's only 5 years, regardless of what it is specifically, and in some states it's life imprisonment.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I guess you could say the same thing about Europe, even though Europe, it's still not necessarily the same. But in one country, for instance, Sweden, I was looking at Sweden. In Sweden, it's pretty much completely legal. Incest with a descendant or a full sibling is prohibited. Prohibited. Sorry, yeah. Half siblings can marry, but require special approval. But no, I think it's I don't know. What do you think about that, Pyong? like they differ. Like some states it's 5, and some it's like 80 years, or not 80 years, but life. Yeah.
Well, if I'm somewhat familiar with the legislative process in Germany and Switzerland in particular, everything's statutory in Switzerland. We share with the UK. Well, actually, did the UK move away from common law? Do you know? That
I don't actually know. No.
Okay. In the United States, we have the doctrine of stare decisis dictates much of our law, and that's common law. So case precedent is
Right, we have that.
okay. So that's
All right.
very important. With in like Switzerland, where everything is statutory, the people get together and they're very they're educated about the issue, and they create these robust statutory provisions for whatever criminal activity occur. In the United States, the creation of legislation in almost all cases is highly political. So not only is the sentence dictated by Alabama for the offense that you posted a function of the peculiarities of Alabama's legal system. For example, they might sentence people to life but have a mandatory allowance of parole, or at least the option for obtaining parole after 20 years, or something like that. But it's also could be that some politician said, this is the most barbaric thing that I've ever heard of, and by God, we're going to do something about it, and therefore life in prison.
I think that's the same with that's a similar view to maybe homosexuals. I don't know if but yeah. It's interesting. I looked at the UK, and it's illegal in Scotland, England, Wales, and Northern Ireland, and specifically the sexual intercourse between a person and their parent, including adoptive parent, grandparent, child, grandchild, so on, and it's 2 years imprisonment. So I think we're pretty soft on that. I mean, that's an interesting view, because I was thinking I don't really see the harm in it if they're consenting and they're not gonna have a baby, because there's obviously big problems with that. I don't know. It's an interesting topic to be honest, because it's an interesting topic. But you did make a good point there, Pyong, that I haven't actually really actually heard before. That yeah. Let me tell you about this other story that you'll find rather disgusting, and I apologise. There was these two lesbian feminists, and they adopted a child, and at the age of 8, they said that the child wanted to be a female, so they got the child to be pretty much turned into, or have surgery, or to become a female, or What do you think of that?
That's totally wrong. How does a child know when they haven't even, did the child even reach puberty yet?
Yeah, that's kind of my stance on it. Yeah, what about you guys?
Yeah, I would agree with Lindsay.
Yeah.
Is it real? That just sounds a bit.
I can find it and link it to you. It's somewhere in America. I can give you a link to that. I'll try and find it.
I'm a bit incredulous, because there is a typical understanding that children can never form informed consent, and you'd have to have I'm not talking about engaging in sexual activity. I'm talking about informed consent to to enter into a contractual agreement, and so to go through a surgery like that, they would lack the mental capacity if they. Pardon me, I'm sorry that I spoke poorly there. If they lack the mental capacity to form consent, then they certainly would lack the mental capacity to decide that they would like to be a woman for the rest of their life,
And I'm not, and for me, I'm not saying that that doesn't happen to people. I'm not saying that, but for an 8-year-old to decide that, to me, it just seems kind of wow. Like that's such a huge decision, and
what
to make that
Fiona said,
decision at 8
that
years
would
old.
be seen as a decision.
Yeah,
I think the only way I can imagine that happening is if this child was maybe like hermaphrodite or had something really obviously physiological about them, which said this child's got a big chunk of woman in them, if you for want of a better phrase. Do you know what I'm saying? I think if there was something really physical that could be tested for, where you say, look, this child is somewhere stuck between the sexes, then I can imagine that happening at that age. But otherwise, I can't imagine that sort of decision being taken unless someone, there'd have to be, somewhere near, in some form of sexual maturity, I would have thought. I mean, surely they can't even do that stuff until you hit puberty, I would have thought.
Well, it depends what age they hit puberty. I hit puberty at age 7, so.
Wow.
You hit puberty at 7?
I doubt that. I really doubt that, Lindsay.
Well,
I'm
not lying. I hit a menstrual cycle at age 7. So if you want to argue with my mother and I got tested and everything for giantism when I was 8 years old. So I quite remember in school being embarrassed in grade 2 for having a menstrual cycle. So whatever.
No, I don't mean to say please don't take my response like I think you're lying. It's remarkable is all.
Yeah.
But I think not unheard of. But I think if you're talking about male to female gender reassignment, I think you need to have fully developed parts in order for that to happen.
I'm just going to ask someone really quick. I'll be back in a bit.
Nadia will know.
Yeah, ask Nadia that one. That's right.
For reconstructive surgery, I think people should make that decision when they're sound adults and not so young in their ages. I've met people who, I know lots of people who are on hormones right now and they're in their younger years. And I've followed some people who were 14, 17, and now they're in their 20s and they're still taking testosterone and they're going through surgery. And my best friend Tanya is a male, like Nadia, male to female, but Nadia has gone through surgery to become a woman, where Tanya believes that she doesn't need surgery to be a woman.
Right. Excuse me.
But I run like a pride youth group, so I am exposed to a lot of gay people and queer like stuff. Homos.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I know. I was just agreeing with you.
I didn't really have much exposure to gay people, to be honest with you, until I went to when I went to law school. I chose a law school specifically because it had a very strong intellectual property department, and so I went into the school, and after I was there for a while, it didn't bother me, but I started to recognize that all of my professors in the intellectual property department were homosexuals, and they weren't hiding it, but they weren't flamboyant and I really wouldn't mind if they were. They were all professional and they were all very knowledgeable, and they gave me a great basis, and I really appreciated them. But I think it was an excellent exposure to that kind of community. Apparently, the dean of the school that was in charge of the intellectual property program was a homosexual, and he hired every law professor that he hired was a homosexual. And but like I say, a wonderful exposure, because I admired many of these folks. You know, I mean, they were wonderful human beings. So I don't have any problems whatsoever.
It tends to be like that in television here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, almost everyone's gay in TV. The cameraman, the producers, they all are.
Well, I think everyone's bisexual for some sort of price. That price money or someone.
Well, no, I don't think that's the case. I don't think you can buy sexual attraction, or I mean, it depends how you define bisexual.
No, I don't know. I guess because you can't be bisexual and celibate, so yeah.
Like I'll define it here. All right, yeah. I can't spell. I really can't spell to save my life.
It's okay. I'm not going to be the spelling Nazi and criticize it.
Alright, I can't even. My Google's so messed up. This is why I shouldn't download stuff on my computer.
You shouldn't download pornography. You should stream it.
I don't. Okay, look, I'll copy the definition into the chat. I'm still trying to find the link about that. Do you watch Sargon of Akkad? Do you guys have you heard of him, or do you watch him?
Oh yeah, I've seen him. Yeah.
Yeah, it was in one of his This Week in Stupid. He does this series called This Week in Stupid. It was one of them. I'm just trying to find which one it was.
Are you talking again about the lesbian sex change operation?
The two women that got their child not really castrated, but had the surgery and all that.
I gotta admit, I'm a bit dubious, but I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah.
I still can't find out. I'm gonna ask him again. I'll be right back.
I take these sort of stories with a bit of a pinch of salt. Just sounds like someone with an agenda, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Sounds like Daily Mail over here or Fox News over there, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Jim, did I ask you already do you enjoy Christmas?
I do really, yeah, I do.
Do you have anything special lined up for
not
this holiday?
really, no. It's got sort of less and less over the years as my kids have got older. But they always come over on what we call it Boxing Day. I don't know if you use that phrase. The day after Christmas.
Okay, sure.
Because they're with their mum on Christmas Day. So they usually come here and have a bit of dinner. And that's kind of it, really, for me. I'm sort of leading a bit of a solitary life at the moment. I got laid off 6 months ago, so I'm kind of working from home really now. So I haven't really got much of a social circle going on at work, and got a handful of friends that I see, but Yeah, my best mate is going to his mum's for Christmas, so I'm just going to be on Google Hangouts, I think.
All right, buddy.
Woo! Google Hangouts.
Which is a bit sad, I know, but
It's not sad.
how about you? How about you guys?
People. I met Eric today,
Yeah.
and I met you the other day, Jem, and I met Hades and Sid and everyone else. 5 days ago, was it?
Yeah, well, it's a bit of company, isn't it?
I love meeting new people.
Yeah,
My friends are quite mad at me actually because I take my meds and then I ditch them to go on Google Plus. I'm like, I'm going to bed and then I go on Google Plus for 2 or 3 hours.
So how about you guys? What are you doing, Pyong?
Well, my family stuff is basically done. Actually, I'm not sure because usually, or lately, one of my sisters hosts Christmas Eve, but there are some issues with her family-in-law. That there's some health issues with my brother-in-law's great uncle, and so that might not happen. But and I've already seen my mom, and my didn't make it to see my dad this year, but anyway, the family stuff's done, so I'm just going to eat some good food and watch some Christmas specials and
Yeah, that's it. Because I started this business, and it's basically I deliver takeaways, but
oh, great.
I deliver the takeaways that you can't get delivered. Like here, it's Kentucky Fried Chicken and McDonald's and Burger King and things like that you can't get delivered. And this is proving pretty popular, actually. It's going quite well, but it's not really popular enough for me to pay other people to do it, although I do from time to time. But even when I do that, I still have to sort of control it all. So this basically means I haven't had a day off since September the 12th.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. So Christmas Day, I'll be closed, which will be the first time since September when I will actually be able to not do any work.
Good for you, Jim Panda.
What are you going to do on Christmas Day?
I'm going to do what Pyong's doing. Sit and watch TV, go on the computer.
I am going to see my mum on Christmas Day, then come back here and cook. So I'll probably be on Google Plus in the afternoon.
Sure.
But welcome to the room, Hazy.
Hi, Hazy.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hey, guys.
Got any big plans for Christmas, Hazy?
No, not me. I don't have any family left. Christmas Eve I'll spend with some friends. I have a close friend that I've known since I was a kid, and he and his wife tried for years and years to have a child of their own. They finally did. She's 5 now, so it'll be fun to go over there. And I'm 47, so I've done the family thing for a long time, but unfortunately, there's just not much family left.
Right. Same for me.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right.
Have you developed any kind of Christmas, like, for example, I don't know how I started doing this, but I always get like an oven lasagna or a TV dinner lasagna, like a big Stouffer's.
Yeah, sometimes I'll do that kind of stuff. So I don't have any specific plans, but it's not a big deal to me. And I did have lots of good Christmases when I was growing up, but I'm an atheist and I view Christmas as mostly, it's turned into a marketing campaign, a big blitz, so a lot of stress. And the real meaning, family and the spiritual element has kind of been lost as far as I can see.
Well, I think the real meaning is gratuitous consumerism. And so I just buy into that part of it each year, buy myself some, nice posh food that I wouldn't normally buy, and that kind of thing, I think that is the meaning of Christmas.
Fantastic, yeah.
I couldn't find it. I'm trying to look at all the links in Sargon's videos, but yeah, I'll get it for you guys though. I think it's quite petty, the people that complain about Christmas and stuff. I mean, I don't really celebrate it that much, but I do get annoyed when every shop I go into it's playing Christmas songs and stuff like that. But I don't really mind it. I mean, I just think this kind of makes sort of I don't know, makes maybe atheists look bad when some of them are complaining about Christmas. You know, it's quite a trivial or you know
well,
thing.
I think
But yeah.
maybe not quite so trivial in the USA, where
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
trying to maintain this separation of church and state and trying to stop it. Really.
Yeah, but in Britain, it's definitely not that bad, and yeah.
Oh, I don't mind it. I'm like it's just part of my culture. I'm not against it. People they want to have their beliefs. That's fine with me.
Yeah, that's how I see it.
So, hi, Sty.
Well, I can imagine it's worse. It's worse in the US. I can imagine it being much worse, But I don't think, in my experience at least, I don't think it's that bad over here. But it probably is a lot worse over there since that, I mean, we're pretty much 50. I think we're 50-50 on Christians. The Brits in here can correct me on that, but
Well, have you seen did you see the thing Secular Talk did about the report about English people?
Oh yeah,
the UK. That was boss. I watched that.
That was brilliant, mate.
It was fucking excellent. He said like they're more evolved, and I was just like, bravo, good sir.
That was absolutely
I am more evolved.
I had a grin on my face the entire time.
I don't think he said anything wrong. I don't even think Americans would disagree with his sentiments. Well, obviously, so, but
I can provide you guys with that link.
Link it again. Just link it for the guys who haven't seen it. It's his name's Secular Talk. He's kind of like a left wing.
Oh yeah.
I know.
His name's Kyle.
Kyle.
Yeah.
But yeah, the video itself's awesome because actually it's a factual thing. It's not like it's a lie. What he's saying, it's not like speculative.
Yeah.
It actually represents most people in the United Kingdom very well, which I loved because I was just like, this is so good, I want to watch it over and over again. To self-congratulate myself kind of thing. Shitty, but
what was it on? Which one's more moral, I think? Atheists or Christians?
Yeah, it's something like that.
Wow, that's
oh, no way, yeah.
No, I don't know if it's right, but...
What is it, 20% of the people who classify themselves as theists even think that atheists have more morals than actually Christians.
Wow.
You kind of wonder what they're doing, really.
I think atheists have more tolerance for morality and more humane than Christianity or theists, because they see people as people. They don't judge people upon their sins.
I think also in our country, you can be a Christian with no commitment whatsoever.
Oh yeah, that's exactly true.
You'll be a Christian in a survey.
Exactly. You know how many Christians that I spoke to that literally don't go to church, haven't even read the Bible, and know jack shit about it, and just claim to be a Christian, or the only thing they really believe in is pretty much there's a God. That's it, and they really don't even think about that. It's just pretty much their parents are Christian.
Mostly it's people just want the comfort of the idea that this isn't all there is, and that anyone that they knew and loved will be there waiting for them, along with any goldfish, dogs, or anything else like that.
DMT. DMT.
I gotta admit, that's a comforting thought. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is, isn't it?
It's just not, no evidence to support it.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the movie The Art of Lying?
Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais, yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. I recommend everyone to watch that.
Okay.
It sort of tackles this issue, but basically the premise is
I love animals. That was kind of funny.
Sorry?
And it's a stand-up. It's one of his very first DVDs. Is actually called Animals.
Oh right, yeah.
Which is fucking honestly, it's class. You have to watch Animals.
The gay animals in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just so funny. Like it's just like, hey, jokes. It's so fucking. It's so dumb and so like smart.
A picture of two dolphins having blowholes.
Yeah. It's so fucking class. It's like, what? Yeah, you know, hedgehogs. It's like, huh.
It's all these instances of homosexuality in the animal kingdom.
You just
sort of blow out the water this idea that it's a choice, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's so witty, you know. I like that kind of.
Yeah, he's so funny.
But in the art of lying, he lives in a world where it's impossible to lie, or well, nobody's ever lied before. Nobody knows what a lie is, and he starts telling lies and realizes he can.
Is that a film?
Yeah, it's a movie. Yeah.
What's it called again?
And he realizes he can comfort
Art of
people
Lying. I'll give you a link.
Art of Lying. Okay.
By lying, and well, I won't. If you're going to watch it, I won't tell you any more because. But
no, I don't mind spoilers. But I seen him in one where he there was some fucking ghost like harassing him. I don't know what that's called though.
Right. Yeah. I know.
Oh yeah, I watched that as well.
Yeah, that's the only one I've seen. I haven't seen the Art of Lying, so I'm gonna have to actually look that one up now. Art of Lying,
I think it was a long time ago that I watched it, Pan. It wasn't the first time he experienced a lie. We went to the bank and he was about to get kicked out of his apartment and it was just like he was like, how much do you have in your bank and Ricky was just like,
the bank.
Yeah.
He goes, oh, I've got $3,000 and the girl goes, oh, okay, and just gives him $3,000.
And even though the computer says otherwise,
I'm sorry.
it comes back on.
I'm gonna have to go and actually like watch this film now. So
wait, look, I'll post it in the day that you can watch it.
I'm actually on my little of lying.
Yeah, definitely watch it, Sky.
And now when you link goes apparently this stupid website after.
Because you see this basically a religious myth transpire.
It's so good. It's honestly.
I won't tell you anything more.
How did I spell that wrong?
I put the link in the chat.
I know, but it's the exact same webpage I'm on, right? It says, search results for Art of Lying. 0. You give me the link. It's on the exact same fucking webpage. What? What is that?
Oh.
Fucking hell, it's Christmas for sure.
No, but
I've got the link. I'm gonna watch that tonight. Definitely, I'm gonna watch that. Don't spoil the tunes, guys. I like the bank joke already, though. Because that reminds me of David Williams with the computer says no, that character. It's
right,
I hate like ringing the dole or looking for a job, just anything where someone's on a computer and you're right and they go, computer says no, you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna throttle you now because that's even worse than it was before. Because there's a fucking comedy show with you in it, you twat. Fuck up.
Speaking of crazy characters, who remembers Rob Beasley from here?
Oh, Rob Beasley is a fucking character of epic proportion.
He's going to come back. He's almost.
No, don't, no.
Is he Australian?
Yeah,
the one in Australia.
The two wolf motherfucker. That strange bloke with two
that wrote the book.
Yeah, he's fucking insane.
Yeah, he uploads his books to Amazon. We all know who he is, and we all get headaches from him.
Yeah, I got in a conversation with him. I think he was probably one of the first hangouts I ever went in, actually, was his. And about 3 hours later, I got out. None the wiser.
I went in Brett King's hangout this morning, and I pretty much got kicked like 30 seconds.
He invited me. He invited me. And I entered, and I was ejected within 5 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why that is, because they're such good Christians. That's why you get kicked out, because the good Christians, they want to save you from Jesus Christ, so therefore they have to protect you from yourself. So therefore they're going to kick you out. They're going to kick you out and ignore what you've got to say.
Thing is, he spams his link to his hangout pretty much everywhere, every kind of chat room
I go into it, and you know, there's the side chat or the chat outside of the chat room. He spams the link, but when I go in there to check it out, he kicks me like instantly. I don't even know.
If you hear him in a hangout, he all he does is sort of stir the shit, basically, and be obtuse. That's his whole thing.
He asked me the most ridiculous questions. He's like, "Where do you go to when you sleep?"
was a rat.
He's like, "Where do you go to when you sleep?" And I was like, "I go to bed." And he was like, "Oh, I don't even know. It's crazy." I'm trying to find the video that Sty was talking about.
Brett came and he was demonically
possessed
when he was an atheist. And I flipped him off on one of his hangouts not too long ago because he was like, atheists have no morals and they're all narcissists and they're all stupid. And I said to him, Brett, just because you were a narcissist and you were stupid doesn't mean that they were the same as you when you were an atheist. And he muted me.
Well, I mean, if you look at countries where the country's predominantly or the majority of people who live in the country are atheists or don't have a religion, or you'll see like these countries like Sweden and Japan, the crime rate is a lot lower, and even just in America, if you look at countries that are more religious or have a more states, should I say, yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, states that have majority of them that are Christians, you'll see the crime rate is higher, and that. So I mean, it could be coincidence, but I mean, I think there's a correlation there.
I don't know. I don't necessarily want to think that way. I mean, I certainly agree with you that their religious dogma is not the basis of morality, for sure. But I don't know if I would characterize them as more criminal or more having a greater propensity to commit crime. Just because, and the only reason I say it, let me I don't mean to be critical of your position, Hades. The only reason I say that is because there are so many other things that could come into play. You know what I mean?
I do agree. Yeah.
Not correlation, not causation.
Yeah, good point. I mean,
thank you. Right.
Yeah. That was my point. I was saying that it doesn't actually mean that just because these places are predominantly or majority of people are follow a religion. That it could be another reason, or it could just be random.
I mean, I don't know about Japan, but with Sweden, for instance, you've got a very, very strong welfare state, and so what we know is that crime is generally committed by poor people, and usually against poor people. So if you have a strong welfare state, then you have less people who are in a desperate state of poverty, and consequently you end up with less crime. So. That's certainly likely to be a factor in Sweden, I think.
Well,
that's definitely something to think about.
Yeah, I agree. I do think it's kind of the concept of instead of not doing the stuff, bad stuff because you're Christian, it's more like do bad stuff, then say sorry, then pray for forgiveness instead of just not doing something. I mean, I'm not using anecdotal evidence to sort of back this up, but just even when I was a Christian, or I would probably do stuff that I wouldn't do now, and then just sort of ask for forgiveness, or pray, because I thought that I thought I would just sort of get be forgiven for it, or so. But no, that's just sort of anecdotal. So yeah.
Well, no, but that doesn't mean that it's not valid. I mean, I think that's a good point. It's like the ingredient in the recipe that's missing there is empathy. That the damage to the person that's done is just ignored, and you can what do they call that? Forgiveness by proxy, or whatever it is.
Yeah. I agree with that.
I think that's immoral. What do they call that anyway? You know what I'm talking about, like the Catholics call it reconciliation or whatever, where somebody else forgives you for the sins that you commit against somebody else. I think that's terrible.
Oh yeah, and you have to pay them money for it as well.
Well, no, it's just
Isn't that little kind of? Am I thinking of something else? The little box where you have that little window. Or
you know, I think you pay a lot when you're a Catholic, but I don't think there's a fee schedule for it.
My grandma used to pay $150 every week to the church.
Wow. Was that voluntary or was
voluntary?
That? All right. Okay, that was.
She spent every day on her knees praying to God late at night.
Well, the biggest landowner in the UK is the Church of England.
Wow.
They're Anglican, right?
I didn't know that, Panda. Wow.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it, if you've got a bit of land or a house or whatever, and you're on your deathbed, and people want to buy their way into heaven, don't they? So.
All right.
Over the years, loads and loads of land and property has been left to the Church of England, and they rent it out and what have you, and it becomes a vast investment portfolio.
Yeah.
Do they I don't know if that's in Christianity or Islam. I get both of them kind of mixed up. But I know for sure in Islam that you can't say the Shahada, the testimony of faith, on your deathbed because God will deny it. You have to say it while you are sound of mind and healthy. When you're not.
No, the Church of England will take your money right up to the last moment, I'm sure.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, they don't have any strict rules like that that we need to follow.
Money.
How rich is the Roman Catholic Church? Do any of you guys know? Like roughly, how rich are they?
I have no idea.
Pretty sure they're extremely rich, but oh yeah, found it. There we go.
They do
After 5 minutes of searching.
Roman Catholic Church.
Sorry about that. Stupid adverts. Alright, I'll link it in the chat for you guys if you want to check that out. No, that was a brilliant survey though, or whatever. I want to look at the sources as well.
Right. Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it says an eye-opening survey conducted in the UK reveals a truth many in the United States will find shocking. When asked if atheists are more or less moral than religious people, allies across the pond favour atheists.
I saw that when that came out, and there's a recent study in the U.S. that suggests just the opposite for Americans. I mean, if somebody identifies as being an atheist, they're untrustworthy and immoral.
Wasn't it that paedophiles were favoured more than atheists? Or I don't know if that's.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's insane. I just can't. I can understand why people don't come out as atheists, or just try and sort of hide it, should I say?
We mentioned this the other night that I think in the USA it would be impossible to get elected unless you were at least some form of Christian, even if it's
of course.
Whereas here, although you don't have to be an atheist to get elected, it's okay if you have a religion. You better not talk too much about that religion.
Exactly.
You would not get elected if you were overly religious in any
way. Yeah. Tell me if my mic's too loud or too quiet, or I can turn it up and down. All right, nice. Yeah, I mean, what was that? I don't really know too much about the story, but what was that story about how gay people wouldn't get served if they were by let me try and find it because I forgot where it was.
The bakery? Was it a
There was
bakery?
a bill that was trying to be passed in Alberta a few years ago that stopped hotels and restaurants from serving homosexuals that were couples or individual homosexuals if they felt uncomfortable with them being in their situation. Um, the bill didn't go through because it violated against the human rights Charter 9 in Canada, but I
Right.
don't know about the U.S.
The U.S., a lot of that is still up in the air. So, federal government under Obama has given LGBT protections to federal workers. That's, kind of a moral support. Every state is different. The majority, I think something like 33 of the states have LGBT rights laws about service and employment. But even the Supreme Court, I think Anton Scalia, who's a conservative judge, has suggested that, hey, if a state really wanted to ban gays from doing whatever, going to the coffee shop, they could do it legally in his view.
What are we living in 1955? Like what the fuck?
Yeah, that's part of his. Well, that has nothing to do with his moral view specifically, or his intention to, be prejudicial against gay people. He just is suggesting that under United States Supreme Court precedent, that would be the case.
I've found out about it. I've just found the thing. It says, Michigan House passed bill allowing EMTs to refuse treatment to gay people. I can give you some links to it. They're making an attempt to refuse saving the lives of individuals based on their sexual preference.
What's the reasoning behind it?
I just think I think their excuse is religious views.
Yeah.
Let me try and give you a link here in the chat. So
we did have a case here quite recently where a gay couple were refused at what we call a bed and breakfast, which is a small hotel.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Essentially in a hotel in someone's house, essentially.
What do you think about that, though? Like,
well, they were fined about 10,000 quid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about it too much. Yeah. I mean, you could, I don't know what. I was talking to someone about it, and they made some good points. But at the end of the day, when you open it up to the public, that's where you sort of draw the line. I mean, when it's open to the public, when it's open to the public, that's where you can't stop. That's where it's like that's where I draw the line. Like, if it's like, oh, you're not being friendly to people, you're not really sort of, more kind of, yeah.
There become some conflicts with sort of trade law, because if let's say that was allowed, that you're allowed to discriminate in that way, then you would have to include that in your advertising, because you can't have people turning up at a hotel, late at night and then being told, oh, sorry, we don't do gay people. You'd need to make that so that people could make that choice. And if you were then to do that, well,
I'm trying to think.
Adverts saying no gay people, and that would just.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm trying to think. How would that affect you? Like, how would that affect you in any way? I just don't understand. Like, how would that be a disadvantage to you? Like,
well, because when there's inequality, it's unequal for everyone, not just the people who are directly affected by it.
I'm talking about
into the closet. That's
I'm talking about the actual people that were.
Oh right, I understand.
In the hotel, yeah. I was thinking, how would that affect?
Well, they were deeply religious. They were fundamentally religious.
But what do they think is going to happen? Do they think God's going to go, well, you lived a very good life and you're very kind of abided by the Bible, but you actually gave some homosexuals a place to sleep for a night and took payment. So
you're advocating.
You're damned you're damned to hell.
Well,
you're advocating the bad.
From my experience of fundamentalist Christians on here, that is exactly what they think. They would think that they were going to burn in hell.
That's really just. I just see that's crazy. Like, that's such a crazy view I don't know. I just think that's a really crazy view
I
of
agree
God.
with you, Hades, but it is a real phenomenon. I mean,
Yeah.
so there was a video that's gone viral of a young kid who came out to his family. This is in the South, and they all yelled at him and told him he was a failure and that he's lying
Wow.
and all that. It was just horrible. It's like terrible. But the idea is, at one point, I think one of the parents said essentially that, well, they can't support that person at all anymore because that would be a sign of tacit approval. And and that then they would be judged by the community.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah, see, I'm sorry, Hazy, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
No, go ahead.
That is in keeping with my little pet theory, that it's outside of the mores of the community. You know what I mean? And that indoctrination running on the social cognition circuit bullies the other, parts of the brain that don't have a definitive reason or motivation to advocate on their own behalf. I mean, I know that I'm anthropomorphizing the parts of the brain, but that's what I think it is exactly. I think it's the again, the threat of religious dissociation that is powerful and is forcing itself on the other parts.
If Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, whoever is against homosexuality, even atheists, I've met some atheists that are against it too, if they want to play the whole card that we don't get rights to do certain things because of our sexuality, then it should be the other way around too, that they don't get rights to practice religion in public either, if they're going to put oppression onto the homosexuals.
But I mean, to me, it just seems insane that you guys, I put the links in the chat there for this. I don't think it's gone through, but they're making an attempt to refuse saving the lives of individuals based on their sexual preference. And to me, if you're going to go into a job where you're serving the public, especially in that circumstance where you're saving people's lives, and you're just going to go, oh well, I'm not going to save this guy's life because he's gay. How I don't even know, like, how insane is that? Like, to go, well, this guy is dying, or girl, this guy or gal was dying, but I can't really save their life because they're because they're gay. Like that I mean, if you're telling me that religion that isn't, because I mean, to me, I can only see how that comes from a religious. I just can't imagine an atheist going, oh, I don't approve of homosexuals, so I'm not gonna save this homosexual's life. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be, and please allow me to speculate. I mean, this is purely conjecture, but it could be that it's just a political ploy to gather support. You said it was a Michigan State piece of legislation for Michigan State, state of Michigan. Is that right? Well,
yeah. I put the links in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. But so it could be that they're just whoever brings this vote up is in a very conservative district, and they're just trying to drum up support politically. So but if it were to pass, it would be found to be unconstitutional. That's how the federal government, squashes or certain laws that are, well, unconstitutional. The reason it would be is because it's discriminatory by nature. If the state provides a service and then they classify a group of individuals based on whatever, in this case they're discriminating based on their sexual orientation, and they classify a group and they treat them in a manner that's different, that is the textbook discrimination, and so there's no chance that it would be enforceable.
Yeah, I don't think it was enforced, but I think they. I don't really know too much about the whole how it gets through. Like, but no, I think they're trying to do that.
Let me commend you on it. when you, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
I was going to say it's a shame these things get used as, political footballs like this because, well, I was going to say it sends out the wrong message, but obviously it's sending out the right message for someone. They consider it to be the right message, but it's just unsavoury. It's fomenting hatred.
It's an extremely poor excuse. It's an extremely poor excuse. Because it's against their religion. Are you serious? So a Muslim could say, I'm not going to serve, or I'm not going to save the life of a Christian, or serve a Christian who has an injury or whatever, but based off I don't even understand. That's
A
just
Muslim
crazy
would
to me.
never say that, mate.
No, but I'm just saying, like, should they
Not do business with anyone.
No, but I'm saying, like, would they also try to make it like to me it just seems like I really don't see them going to apply that same logic or same standard to Muslims. Like, they are going to say, oh well, Muslims. You can also say that any person that aren't Muslim, you can only serve Muslims, or you can only serve people that believe in or just are Muslim because the whole. So I think it's just a very, very, very silly or just poor excuse, saying that it goes against your religion. If you don't want to serve people that have a different religion, or you don't want to serve people that because they have a certain sexual preference, don't go into a job where you're serving the public. That's just
it's obvious, isn't it?
It's
really
so
obvious.
insanely obvious. You can go into a job where you aren't serving the public. Sure, I'd probably if I work, I've worked in places where I am serving the public, and I've served people that I don't like and I don't like to serve, but I'm doing a job where I'm serving the public, so that just comes under the sort of job title,
Usually you find if you work in a service industry with the general public, generally you hate all of them equally.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
My grandfather, my mother's father, he's so homophobic that he won't sleep in my mom's house because homosexuals have slept in my mom's house.
That's insane.
He's afraid that you'll catch the gay.
Wow.
Wow.
Is he quite a is he Christian by any chance?
No, he's not.
Oh.
Lindsay, go ahead. I was just going to mention I had an uncle who was similar. I wasn't very familiar with them, but I remember him visiting the Bay Area, and he saw a show, like a news program. It was talking about the gay rights agenda that was happening at the time, and he was just livid and just went off on homosexuality, and it was pretty obvious that he had some kind of issues he was seriously wrestling with.
Oh, what is our agenda? Do tell us. Our agenda is equal rights. Woo. The right to get married. I'm glad I live in Canada. I can get married to another woman. That's fantastic. But I think I probably will not marry.
What? I was just wondering. Wow, that's insane to me. Like that you can be that anti-gay that you're not even going to sleep in the same bed of someone. I don't know. That just seems so.
It's like they view it like a disease or something.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, how would sexual preference affect the bed in any way? Or I don't even.
People being like that though, maybe.
Homophobia, the worst disease.
Sorry, was that your uncle, Lindsay?
No, it's my grandfather.
What was his religion?
He doesn't believe in God.
All right, yeah. So you can, yeah. I mean, it is. So it is homophobia. Yeah, isn't just with
It's because he's a
religion.
conservative. He's a redneck. He grew up on a farm. He just
Ah, right, yeah,
a
yeah.
rat's ass, but he doesn't like homosexuals because he thinks all homosexuals, yeah, because I can't speak right now, are diddlers.
But it isn't that long since people in this country thought like that. You know, beginning of the 80s kind of thing. People were kind of like that.
Yeah, I watched in school I watched a this kind of video or kind of thing, and they used to show these in schools. I think in the 70s or yeah, and it was and we were just explaining why this. I don't think I watched it in school. I just but it was being explained how this is so wrong, and I think even homosexuals were portrayed as sort of like almost like paedophiles.
Right.
Yeah, it was seen as something that was so just disgusting, and it was something that was completely frowned upon.
Well, we used to castrate them.
Wow, that's insane.
Even as late as I don't know the 50s.
So you can see how my beliefs is that we still live in a society where there are so many problems, because I mean just in the last 100 years we've had women not being able to sort of vote, and racism with the whole like civil rights being needing to be addressed, and all these types of different things. And I don't think, and a lot of people think that 21st century or 20th century, and we're kind of I just can't. I don't know. Like everyone says, like really. Yeah, everyone says we're at the point where we used to be a racist country and or racist. We used to, all these different things, and I just don't think we're there yet. To be honest, that's just my opinion.
Oh, not even close. Not even close. But I mean, I believe that we are having progress, in that, at least in the United States, the younger generation will continue to make progress. But it could be reversed almost overnight, right? I mean, if the economy went to hell and people would become more fearful and more conservative, and you could have a lot more religious intolerance growing, and along with that, judgment about all different kinds of people and how they're bad for society and all that kind of stuff.
It seems like in the USA, you've got most of the people I meet from the USA are really progressive, but it seems like you've got this sort of really loud, conservative minority almost. But it's just a sort of general, personal impression.
I asked myself when I was really young, before the age of 10, I remember asking myself, because I was learning about racism in school, in primary school, way back, and I remember being like, wow, people are actually like that. People that can actually be like that. Because I went to a pretty nice school, and I was like, wow, people can actually be sort of racist, and that. I started learning about all about the history of slavery and stuff like that, and I was just shocked, because this is the first time I was learning about it, early on in primary school, and then I started asking the question, sort of, if I not really kind of at a basic point, my view on it has sort of evolved, but if I lived at that time, would I have accepted it? Would I have kind of be against it? Because if you're born into it, that's the same with kind of religion. I mean, looking back at religion, I'm like, wow, I can't believe I was religious. I can't believe I believed in that. That just seems so bizarre. I mean, just looking back at it now, it just seems so kind of, wow, I can't believe I believed in that. But I was so indoctrinated to the point where I would do something wrong, and I would fear hell so much that I would actually sit in a corner and almost sort of just sort of punish myself by just sort of sitting in a corner for like timeout zone kind of thing, because I wanted to sort of punish myself for doing bad things like lying or doing stuff like that. I mean, it really is just completely indoctrination. I mean, so if you live in a society which which condones slavery or it's just a normal thing. It's just seen as just it's a normal thing, and you're told that black people are are like animals, which I think is a silly comparison anyway. But you're told that black people aren't the same as us, and they're different, and that they're deserving of their treatment. Then I mean I don't know whether I could actually I would actually have even been against it, or whether I would reluctantly do it. I don't know. It's an interesting question, to be honest.
Well, Jim Panda, to your point earlier, I was just going to point out that I'm not a sociologist, but they call it the culture war in the U.S. And we see it with issues like the gay rights and the right to marry and that kind of thing, where there's a significant portion of the country that has traditional Anglo-Saxon Protestant values that date basically back to the 50s, and they see all this as a threat to them. And it's and what Hades mentioned earlier, it's part of the problem is the idea of the separation of church and state. And some people think that the country's going downhill and that we're going to lose God's favor. And there's even people in the military who believe that allowing gays in the military would mean they would be losing battles and that we're lost. As a country.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard like sergeants. Oh my days! I heard this sergeant. I want to find this video saying, gay people massage. They give good massages, but we don't need massages when we're going to war. I was like, are you actually serious? Like, I don't even know if he was trolling or not. But this was on news in America. This was on, I forgot what news it was, station it was on, but he was like, the gay people give good massages, but
right. Well, look at it this way: under George Bush, he's praying to God in the White House. The Pentagon staff that was in the Defense Department, a lot of those guys were evangelicals, and this has a big influence on their view of what was happening in the Middle East. And he's not the only one. I mean, Reagan was using rhetoric that indicated that he was seriously concerned based on his biblical values and his historic view of God's intervention in history. So it's pretty scary to think about that kind of stuff.
It seems incredible, though, from the point of view that they must believe that up until now there have been no gays in the military. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, that's a good point. I've actually heard people say, being gay is just sort of like it's just sort of the new sort of thing. It's the new sort of cool. Like, it's cool to be gay. It's the new kind of sort of fashioned or something like that. And I mean, people have said, it's just look at the rise in people that now say they're gay. I mean, there's been such a big rise of gay people just in the last sort of 20, 30 years. I said, well, because it's become more accepting, before I don't think people can be like, I'm gay, because it's so sort of, people look at that as kind of so sort of just people looked at that, shall I say, as looked down on that, and so I can understand how people would say, yeah. I can understand why people would say, wouldn't say. I mean, I have some sort of views and stuff that quite a lot of people wouldn't really agree on, and I can understand how you wouldn't sort of go around talking about that. I mean, same in the US. I mean, if you're going to get kicked out of your home for your beliefs on the existence of a god, you're going to be kicked out of your home, or even like you have people, homosexuals being kicked out of their home just for coming out and all of this, and they're pretty much living on the streets, and some even die and stuff like that. And so you can completely understand how people would sort of stay quiet and So of course there's going to be a fucking rise if it's more accepted. I mean, are you really that stupid? I don't even know. Like, sometimes I don't even know why I should really sort of address or talk or engage in conversations with these types of people. I don't know. Yeah.
It does fascinate me though when I do meet some of the more fundamentalist Christians on here, and they live in a different world to the one I live in. They live in a world of demons and
Oh yeah.
magical forces and just all sorts of stuff.
Well,
Yeah, that shit is awesome.
the Bible does mention warlocks, doesn't it? Warlocks and wizards and witches, and I don't think wizards, but witches and warlocks, and I think this also comes down to their standard of evidence as well. I mean, quite a lot of conspiracy theorists I've noticed are Christian or I think that's that may be just a coincidence, and like you said earlier, correlation doesn't mean causation or something like that. But I do think it comes down to standard of evidence to an extent. I mean, for instance, yeah, that's just how I see it. I mean, I have a friend that's very, very, very religious, and he believes in all kinds of stuff. Like he thinks, I mean, I say friend. I mean, he was my friend. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but he thinks that homosexuals are just kind of poisoned with mercury. Have you guys heard this theory? It's insane. It's insane. They think there's mercury poisoning in what's it called? Not injections, but when you flu jab.
Yeah.
And they think they put mercury in there to make people gay to decrease the population. Oh wow.
Well, they better step it up because it's not looking good for the human race on planet Earth right now.
What about the homosexuals who are in the Bible?
What? Sorry, what was that, Lindsay?
What about the homosexuals that were in the Bible? Did they have mercury poisoning?
Were there any? Oh yeah, were there any? Oh yeah, were there any homosexuals in the Bible or?
No, there was homosexuals in the Bible. You should ask your ex-friend that.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I mean, why would they?
They had tons of them. Like the guys in Sodom wanted to rape the angels.
Oh yeah.
They were.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Were they?
Something in the water.
Yeah, that's a good point, Lindsay. Because why would they? Yeah, were they mercury poisoned or poisoned with mercury? Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes yeah. Oh wow, it's crazy. Sad. So I just think it's sad. I don't know. It's sad that you kind of share a world with people that believe such crazy things, or I don't know.
But Hades, if we went on a trip to, I don't know, to New Guinea, and we met some Stone Age New Guinean who had tribal family and an animistic belief system, I mean, I doubt that you would feel inclined to say, "Oh, what a shithead." It's sad.
Mm.
I mean, at least I wouldn't. I mean, I would assume that their belief system, has some element of truth in it, and that it is fulfilling certain needs by the society, and that's what all mythology does.
Right. I guess the way I see it is, I kind of feel that, it's the 21st century now, and
well, that's the difference, Jim Panda. You're pointing it out, is that they're not in the modern world. They're not they're not willing to deal with contemporary science and.
Right.
Yeah, and it's also, you don't see the ammunists going up to another religious person or a non-religious person saying, "You suck, you're not part of my faith, therefore you're going to hell or some infernal thing, and you're not going to be reincarnated as an animal."
Well, I mean, I think there are actually some religions that teach peace and teach love and teach that type of stuff. Like, for instance, Buddhism, and I have actually.
Buddhism teaches love?
Well, I mean.
You should say that to all the Muslims that are dying right now from a Buddhist.
Well, I mean, sure, there are. I think there are some, but I think there are maybe some kind of some extremists. But I think at the core of the teachings is kind of I don't know, peace and love and stuff like that. But basically, what I'm saying
they
is
all claim that though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, good. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, but basically, I'm saying I think there are some religions which aren't as bad as others, and are and do teach things that aren't that bad. But the core the core religions, or just the biggest religions like Islam and Christianity, I think, don't. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I don't like Islam very much, but I'm always down for defending the innocents that are being killed. And like, Gav on here, right? Gabriel?
Yeah.
He was saying, I said to him, well, how do you feel when you're bombing areas like schools and like masjids where there are innocent families there? And he said to me, well, it's kind of hard when the terrorists will home base in that area, and this only way to get them is to bomb that area. So I don't know what to say. I guess they're in the wrong for killing innocents, but still, they're not in the right. I don't know how to justify that.
It's a very difficult situation, isn't it?
I downloaded this Skype emoticons or something like that, and it just almost like a virus. Every time I Google search, comes up with these tons of ads and stuff.
You have to. Do you know how to remove it?
Yeah, control panel and uninstall programs, but I have to restart the shitty laptop. But yeah. Well, no, I don't want to leave the Hangout. I think the conversation's good. I mean, I've got like a really old IBM Lenovo ThinkPad, and it took me about 5 minutes to reload.
I'm sorry.
I know I'm exaggerating.
Well, the Hangout will still be here.
Yeah. Hazy,
pardon me. I'm sorry. I'm going to leave, but thank you very much, everybody. I really enjoyed talking to everyone.
Good to talk, Colin.
Thank you, Hazy, for coming. I appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Bye, Al.
Okay. Well, happy holidays, everybody. See you soon.
You too, man.
See you, man.
Yeah. I think my opinion on feminism. I know. If you don't want to talk about this too much, then that's completely fine. I understand. But my opinion is when it kind of we should be specific about what I'm talking about. Third wave or modern feminism, feminism today, and specifically in UK and America and would you call that Western countries, or I don't know. But yeah, specifically looking at that, I think I don't know. To me, I just think, to me, I think you should just call yourself a gender egalitarian, because when feminism first came into existence, or not really existence, but when feminism first started, it was kind of I feel it was kind of a lot more needed, or it was needed a lot more. And now today in our society, I think it's more kind of equal, not just in the law, but also just more equal in the sense that there are problems both with men being treated, men having problems with gender inequality, and also women. And the whole definition of feminism is yeah, I'm rambling. Sorry, go on, Hazy. I know you wanted to talk.
Well, I was just going to ask you, for example, what do you think about the idea of the traditional men's club? Does that need to be dissolved so that men don't have? I mean, it has to be a unisex phenomenon. That's
Sorry,
where I
sorry,
said
what-
I'm on the fence. So there's some
Yeah,
elements of culture, like I believe in egalitarian, equal pay. I respect women. I respect my mom. I have nieces that I care about, want them to have equal rights. I believe in egalitarian relationship. People have the right to choose what kind of relationships they want. So if somebody chooses to be a housewife or a house husband and the other works, that's fine with me.
Well, yeah, I mean,
But in terms of the idea of the separation of the sexes that occurred historically, where you could have men's club, the problem was, so the men would have a chance to be with other men, and this is something that exists in traditions all around the world, and the women would have their own space to be women in, because they are different. And then part of the problem was, during the 60s and 70s, the idea of the men's club or even the Boy Scouts or whatever organization it is, footballers, whatever, need to open up to allow women to participate. And in some ways, it's very important because, for example, a lot of business wasn't being done in the boardrooms. It was taking place at these men's clubs, and women were excluded. But that's not to say that the boys' club essentially still didn't have some value as a men's group, men's society, or for women to have the same thing. And I imagine those things will continue on in culture anyway. So, I mean, I know of women who have book clubs and that kind of stuff. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, it depends how you define gender egalitarian. I mean, the genders are different. I mean, they did an experiment, and it was the first ever experiment they've done on this particular thing. I'll link it in the chat in just a sec. And they took a sick experiment, very disgusting experiment. They took a baby boy, and they pretty much removed his penis and pretty much raised him as if he was a girl. Told him he was a girl. Didn't really need to be told, but you get what I'm saying. And just the natural instincts that this baby had. He played with male. I guess you could call him. He played with male toys, and even though they were persuading him to, even though they were like sort of putting female toys. I don't know how to phrase that, but even though they were sort of persuading him to do girl-like things, or he was more inclined to sort of, he wanted to play football or soccer, and eventually they told him, and he always felt like he was a boy. He always had that sort of inclination and just his sort of instincts, and the whole argument that or the whole thing is, the whole belief system of quite a lot of people is that these things are sort of forced on you by society, by culture, by upbringing. And so you prefer things like football and maybe things that are commonly seen to be more done by females or males or whatever, because of even the patriarchy, right? And so that's why they did this test, and it proved false. And the sad thing is he eventually committed suicide. So yeah, but I'll give you a link to that story just now.
Yeah, that's tragic. I've heard of similar cases. There was a couple of cases here in the United States where they made the wrong guess, like somebody was born with both male and female features, some kind of a level of hermaphrodism, or there was an accident, or some kind of surgical procedure where they ended up making a sex change or making a decision to go one way or the other, and unfortunately they made the wrong decision. So the person's gender identity is the opposite of, what their body is and the way they were raised. Well, it brings up a lot of interesting questions about, transgender identity and all that kind of thing. So, for example, let's say even without having the surgical intervention problem involved, a little kid just identifies as, let's say he's a boy, sexually, as a gender, he's male, but he identifies as female. Well, what is society to do? What are the parents to do? And I've seen a few documentaries on this that have really, made me much more sensitive to the issue. It's very difficult. I mean, for the kid especially. So, because very often the kids change their minds. They waffle a little bit. They're unsure exactly what they're feeling, what they're thinking.
Right.
So it becomes a hard question for the parents because it's like, well, should we put them on hormones when they're still, premature? I mean, before they hit puberty? Should we allow them to have a surgery when they're 15, 16, 18,
Well,
whatever?
I mean, even before you, I don't know if you were in the Hangout for what I was talking about earlier, Hazy, I heard of a case, I couldn't find the link, but it's on one of Sargon's videos, where an 8-year-old, two kind of ladies that had adopted a child, they said that their child wanted, and also the child said they wanted to be to have surgery or I think it was I think it was a boy, and he wanted to be a girl, or and at age 8 years old, he had surgery. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's true. I've been trying to look through.
But I don't know if it would happen in the United States because a lot of doctors are hesitant to perform such a surgery.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to find the video because it was on one of Sargon's videos.
I can imagine other treatment taking place at 8 years old, possibly hormones or maybe like some psychological type thing or something like that. But surgery, I think, would be, I don't know. Like I say, I just imagine if you're going to have a very successful sex change, I think you need to have, adult size.
Yeah, you're right.
Genitalia to,
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. That's my understanding. Although there are some things that they could do, like just removing the testes, for example.
Right. Yeah.
But then the other issue, more related to the feminism, is should a person who identifies as the opposite sex be allowed to participate in opposite sex activities? So they're on the women's sports teams, even though they have the physique of a male, or they're using the ladies' restroom.
Yeah, it does present some real problems, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I think quite a lot of the sport is actually. We have to understand that women and men are biologically different, and I don't know if you sexually dimorphic species, or I don't know. Yeah, and so it's quite a lot of these sports are sort of catered towards, or are. I don't really know how to say it, but I don't really know how to phrase it. But some of these sports maybe kind of are best done by the specific gender. But no, sorry, go on.
I was just going to mention, I think there is a case of an African runner who it was found out that they were had undergone a gender change from male to female, and they were competing as a female, and the Olympic Commission didn't allow her to participate, or they removed her medal.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. But so in terms of the broader culture and the gender egalitarian, I do think we've got a long way to go. And I think some of those old traditions of the male group and the separation with the female groups, some of those things are still going to continue, but I don't think they're going to necessarily have as much weight as they may have had in the past traditionally. So for example, scouts and athletic clubs, they simply will divide it into the men's and the women's section, and then there'll be a uni section and things like that. So there'll be a lot more intermingling.
But I don't think that situation is necessarily that sexist, and but yeah, I mean, yeah, I think there is sort of a to be honest, quite a lot of the issues that are brought up by feminists are kind of non-issues. I mean. Most of it's kind of just social type of things, and not necessarily stuff that's in the law. For instance, the whole gender pay gap thing and stuff like that. But I do agree there is quite a lot of things like women are paid the same as men in regards to just sort of I mean women are paid the same as men, but yeah.
Well, I think things like the Marxist critique and a third wave feminist critique can be really valuable, as a tool just to look at society and its institutions and their historicity and that kind of thing, and to point out potential unfairness and injustice and things like that. But I'm not an expert on those topics.
Yeah. But they mainly focus on women with discrimination or inequality towards women and not to both genders. Yeah. So I do think both genders should actually be looked into. Like we had a new thing on BBC Three, and it was basically addressing, is Britain a sexist society? And the whole discussion was addressing females. Did you watch that, Panda?
I didn't know.
Wow, it's
I'm
insane.
not familiar with that either.
It's insane. This is BBC Three, quite popular, of course. It's just mind-blowing, like to think that none of the issues, like the title wasn't even "Is Britain sexist towards women?" I can understand if that's addressed, fair enough, but it's saying, is Britain a sexist society? And we're not even addressing male issues as well, because there is male issues. I mean, but yeah, I mean,
what did you think? What did you think? So my question would be, under a feminist critique, they would say, well, of course it's sexist because it's historically a patriarchal society, and it's still reflected in the society at the upper echelons of the society.
Sorry, say that again, Wolf.
Am I breaking up or?
No, sorry, I was just moving to a bit comfortable.
I would suggest that, of course, like the United States or Britain, either one, could be viewed as sexist simply because they have a patriarchal legacy in their society that is still reflected in the society, especially, at the upper echelons of power.
Yeah,
and control. So if the people who are in control of society are still the wealthy white men, yeah, you've got a sexist society, and it's certainly derived from a patriarchy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily in existence as much as before.
Sorry, Hades. My sister has something to say.
How many, in Alberta, how many chicks could, work the rig and be, more successful than men? Yeah, they're stronger. Women marry rich white men, so that's okay. And, yeah, I don't know. I just don't think ladies work as hard as men in some environments, and that's fine. Isn't it? And that's why they're rich, because they get the job and they can do the job.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't understand that point.
I think if we're talking about how hard people work, then you probably,
most jobs don't require physical strength.
Labor jobs, working in the oil field and carrying dirt around. Do you think
sure.
Work more than men? This huge strong guy, do we pay lots to keep him there? Yeah.
Yeah, sure, and that's quite circumstantial though. But I mean, not all jobs are require labour. But yeah, that's a good point. For instance, I mean, these types of jobs that are quite manual may sort of be.
But I mean, although they can be well paid,
bricks all day. I don't think any woman's gonna do that.
Although they can be well paid,
they can do heavy.
Although they can be well paid, they're not that well paid, comparatively.
What are you paying them for? Half of the job is the fucking huge strong dude.
Well, respectfully, I would disagree somewhat in that any job that any woman can do or man can do, if they can do it, then they should be allowed to do it. Period. Right. So whether it's a firefighter or a police officer or an oil derrick rigger, or we can go down the line. And that's the question is, for example, how does having a woman in a group affect, let's say, a military combat environment when you've got infantry troops on the ground? And a lot of militaries have found it's not a problem, and these are a lot of false concerns that people have brought up. Right. So while I would agree with you that in certain cases, there are going to be women who couldn't participate in something like NFL football as a linebacker, there's still probably going to be one or two that could.
Right.
And they should have the opportunity to.
Yeah. And as you say, I mean, I watched a thing the other day with because we've just passed legislation here to allow women in combat roles on the front line, which
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
They couldn't do before. And they had an interview with a Danish army unit, and they'd got a female officer who was, running this unit, and it just doesn't make any difference, And when they're there with, covered in combat paint in combat.
Hello.
Hey Ben, nice to see
you can't see who's a woman and who's a man anyway.
Yeah, right. I mean, even in that situation, strength isn't really that vital in an army situation necessarily, and quite a lot of it can be actually, it's not that hard to really also to gain muscle.
If you're a fit young woman, there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to.
Exactly.
A lot of it. Although they are, now the legislation has been passed through its first stage. What they're doing now is it goes for some sort of consultation, and they have to do some actual tests to see quantify the health effects for women in combat roles, basically.
Right.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Well, then there's a question about whether they have to recalibrate the metrics in the bar for people to, be able to achieve that position. So in the town where I live, I remember talking to some firefighters who were upset because they had changed the requirements for women in some of their physical capabilities.
Right.
As firefighters. So, so for example, there's a lot of skills in just elements that women bring to different jobs, roles that men don't often have. So, for example, you can be, 98-pound, 5-foot-tall woman and become a police officer, and that police officer, although she may not be very physically intimidating, could still effectively defend themselves. And beyond that, they may have far superior de-escalation skills compared to the majority of men who are going to rely on their brawn and intimidation to take care of a problem. So it just depends on the role.
When I worked in nightclubs, we used to have female security staff, and they used to. We had them there because they had to do searches occasionally, and so you had to have females to do female searches. But at the end of the night, when you've got to throw everyone out, it was the female door staff who we would send out to do that role, because at that time, that's when everyone's had, the most amount to drink. They don't want to be thrown out of a nightclub, and that's when fights can break out. But they'd send women because, as you say, they've got better de-escalation skills, and because men are less likely.
It's because nobody wants to punch a woman.
Exactly. That as well. Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with both points. I do think women are biologically not necessarily more caring, but I mean, for instance, you'll find that women are in sorry, I was just reading the chat. Women are women are going to jobs that are like more kind of nursing or caring or hospital type jobs. Let me just find out the correct term for that.
Hey, Benner.
We've got Benner in here.
Hey,
we've got Benner in here. He's a Muslim and ex-Scientologist. He's a quarter Mormon as well. So, yeah.
Oh, I've got to mix it up, keep it interesting. Yeah, I remember watching something on the SAS about women trying out to get into the the commandos, and it's pretty amazing to think that women could actually pass the grueling physical aspect of that. At times, you have to carry somebody else up and down a hill numerous times, and that's probably more likely a guy. So, but yeah, in this article here, they're saying that women have succeeded, but then they don't actually let them go into the regiment.
Wow.
Right.
Why is that? If they've succeeded the tests or
I'd say it'd be mixing just men and women together in. This is 2012, mind you, so I'm trying to find something more recent.
Yeah, sorry, it was just health that I was thinking of, and
Okay.
Yeah, women go into sort of health and then education and let me look at Wales, sorry, and humanities as well, and sorry, Wales is this? I'm just trying to look, and also let me remember the captions, math, while men go into sort of business, engineering, life sciences. What else? Let me try and find. So the whole gender pay gap is based on this: the choices that women and men, and whether you want to chalk that up to, I mean, what you want to chalk that up to is completely up to you. Whether it's the media or the government or
Well, it could be a bit of both. It could be mixed, couldn't it? I mean, it could be women's perceptions of where they think they do fit in society, and then the actual individual where they think they fit themselves.
I just want to share my sister's McDonald's.
what's that?
You can see it says Ronald McDonald on the
Oh, that's
stocking,
cool.
and
That's cool.
that's her right there. She's a shit disturber, and she's the one that was talking earlier.
Sorry.
Oh, that's cool. It's nice to have your opinion too.
Yes,
You rock.
Yeah.
she likes to listen and voice her opinion.
So we're on
Well,
video.
anytime you have four guys sitting around talking about feminism, it's probably time for a lady to share their
She's the one that made the comment about the labor.
Right.
Yeah, I'm kind of a weakling. I wouldn't mind getting a high pay, but if somebody else got a higher pay than me and was working hard, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. I've gotten higher pay than men that were bigger than me at work because they were being stupid and just talking to me the whole time. So everyone's graded, but the better ones get the better pay and the lesser ones get fucking less pay, so the better ones can get more pay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'll post a link to in the chat if you guys want to check out the whole gender pay gap being addressed.
You
The-
too.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit more educated about what exactly you're talking about, okay?
Post a real link where we can read it.
I would say you're more educated, but no, you do have an interesting point. I'm not talking about specifically about labour in general, and I'm actually saying there isn't a gender pay gap. That is said that women earn less than men in regards to the same profession or when you do a survey or do a study on a woman and a man in the same profession and the same circumstances, they earn the same amount. And if you're interested, that is definitely the link to go. Yeah, I wouldn't. Do you watch any of that, Hazy, or the gynocentrism, or I don't know. I don't necessarily completely agree with all of it, but the core thing of it, I do kind of sort of agree with.
I've seen similar kinds of analysis and critique of society and even of patriarchy itself. Fulfilling the role of the gynocentrism. I don't know. I wasn't familiar with that term. I don't know that much about it. I did start to play the video, and I turned the volume down so I could hear what you guys were talking about in the Hangout.
Oh, yeah.
But I looked at some of the bullet points of what the thoughts were on it, and I mean I think some of those things are in evidence in terms of the traditional roles that Western societies have. And they potentially could be evolving, and I'm curious of how much it may tie in with biology. So the female brain and the male brain are different. It's very, you know.
If you continue watching it, it goes into that quite a lot. It's very interesting. Talks about instincts and natural instincts, going against our natural instincts to sort of succeed. I mean, if you look at the basic, what's the most important thing for a species is survival at the end of the day. So that is the most important thing, and so women are more valuable in that sense for survival. If you take 20% of males and they die, and that's much more. That's not that bad in comparison to 20% of females. Because men can have. I wouldn't say thousands, but men can have tons and tons of babies. While there's only a certain amount of babies that women can have. That was poorly phrased, but I think you understand what I'm saying. And so women are more valuable in that regard, and biologically and historically, that's been kind of one of the most important things. Today, with the mass, or today with how overpopulated we are, it's not something that is really kind of a problem. But I mean, Panda brought that up. Were women even sent to war or Panda before this law that you were talking about, or legislation or thing, Panda?
What? Sorry.
What was that earlier you were saying about that women being able to be drafted or going into?
Yeah, it's just. I think it was just yesterday actually. The last few days anyway, and basically women are now allowed into combat roles. So they were allowed in any position in the army before, but they would never be put into a combat position.
No, go ahead, Lindsay. Lindsay, let her talk if she wants to talk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no. I was just saying. I think Lindsay was waving the camera.
I wanted to talk. Yes, I had my hand up.
I'm sorry.
I totally talked over me. Anyways, my sister wants to talk.
I think back in high school, if one kid started, I think it was like grade 8, they could have had like 64 children realistically, kind of, if they tried.
By now.
No, not by now. By like the whole span. Like
sorry, what was that?
64 children. A human could try to have.
Oh, right, wow.
In the lifespan.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
I wish. You know?
Well, you mean for females.
Oh, well, what's that one woman on? 19 kids and counting?
But sorry, what does that what 64 for females, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
For like giving birth.
For giving birth.
The theoretical maximum number of kids.
Fucking dead after that.
I think the most.
You have to start young.
I think the most is 53, if I remember right, to one mother surviving birth.
Well, I mean,
Wow.
basically, women are much more valuable in that regard than men. I mean, I think that's why we have billions of sperm. I mean, do we have billions, or is it millions, or I don't know. What am I even saying?
I think it's hundreds of millions.
Wow, yeah.
But so I was going to ask though, Hades, how well respected is this theory in the scientific community? So, for example, the litmus test would be to see whether it carries over to every other culture, right? So, in my view, humans are just like almost infinitely adaptable in terms of the environments that we can live in, and in the way we can create culture and relationships and still survive and make it work.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
I would love.
Theory goes over to matrilineal cultures and into every other culture. If it's
I
still
think it would. I think it would, but I don't know enough about it to answer that. I mean, I learned about it this week.
Well, and so it's suggesting that it's not just memes in the culture, but also our biology is driven. So it's a combination of the two.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see if this guy, because this guy was having a conversation with me about it the other day. I'll see if this guy is here so that I could bring him in, and he knows a lot about it. But basically, this is something that if you want, the video goes on to talk about that. But basically, we have these instincts, right? For instance, if you see something nice, you want to take it, but if it doesn't belong to you, and you go against your instinct to take it, essentially, right? So your instinct when you see a lion running towards you is to run away. You want to run away, but that's not key. That's not key to survival. Or that's going to have negative effects. So you need to override your instincts and go against your natural instincts and play dead or stand in a certain position, basically going against your natural instincts or innate or whatever you want to call it. And this
overcome your genes.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the same with kind of a lot of things, right? With even with food, you may see a delicious fruit and want to eat it, but and that might be your instinct. But this fruit is poisonous, so you have to override your instinct. Honestly, I would strongly recommend watching the entire video. It is kind of annoying because it's got the whole kind of computer sort of voice. It's a shame he didn't get a mic and just use his voice. I mean,
right.
I've got I would say
similar stuff like that, like in my mind though, because there's this really cool berry and it looks really delicious, but it's poisonous, and
yeah.
I haven't eaten it, but I really want to, but it's poisonous. But every time I look at it in the spring, I want to eat it.
Yeah. And I think that's the same kind of thing with quite a lot of things as well. I mean, this guy in the video.
Hey, sorry, before you continue on, who were you gonna invite?
Oh, this guy called Istis, I forgot.
AIS, I think it is.
Yeah, AI. Yeah. I don't even know how to say it. AISTIS.
The guy with the
dog.
You know,
the dog. Yeah.
And I got into a fight 5 days ago.
Group?
He sounds like a terrorist group.
It does.
That's
Yeah.
a wonderful dog.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Just a quick
this is interesting because this points out an area of science that really
Can you guys hear me?
touches on politics and things that are not politically correct, right?
I'm gonna have to refresh because I can't hear anyone, so I'll be back.
I heard ISIS is bad. I'm sorry for judging, but but ISIS was bad.
I don't know.
Believe my media propaganda. I believe exactly what they want me to think.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just lagged out. And I think another one of the examples that was brought up in the video that I don't think is a very good example, but I think it still applies. I mean, you may have a sort of natural sort of innate kind of what's the phrasing? You may have sort of a natural instinct to, you may see a person that you find quite attractive and maybe want to touch them, but you understand that this is breaching their right to
not be touched.
Exactly. Yeah.
But that's culturally imprinted on us, right?
Sure. Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is we go against our instincts all the time. I mean, these things. I mean, people that don't agree with something that is kind of instinctual. I don't know if that's the word, instinctual. But some people that don't agree with something that's maybe quite innate in us go against it because they don't, even though it's evolutionary or even though it's evolutionary, how it's worked in this day and age, it isn't needed or isn't necessary or isn't reasonable or justifiable or so
well, and that gives rise to the neurosis in individuals and the culture, and that was what Freud was talking about. It's we have all these drives and we repress them, and this is where a lot of our problems come from.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, so I think this is the whole kind of putting I don't know. I don't agree with all of it, but the core thing is, for instance, women and children first kind of mentality, and I think there is an instinct to protect women, since they are um, the factor in survival. Even though it's not relevant, it's innate in us to maybe put women first, like women and children first.
Absolutely, yeah.
So like and
So I mean, oops, I don't know if you can.
Go on. I've been rambling. Go on.
So you guys are voting thumb down on the whole idea of protect the women and children?
Oh no, go on, Lindsay. Yeah, go on.
Well, but you could understand why there's. So this is interesting because obviously this could be like a hot button topic. It's like not a politically correct, not a politically correct topic for science to try to analyze.
Let's do the bird first because I thought you were going to say because we were the weaker sex, but then you said it was because we were evolution, like survival or something.
So
we cannot survive without the male species. And
well, that's it. It's the genes.
Yeah,
so the genes are programming us to do what we're doing.
But lesbians cannot reproduce without them.
We can have lesbian scientists and male scientists. That's it. Male scientists and lesbians.
What?
Well, I mean, what I was saying is,
never mind.
It's biologically or kind of in us to sort of put women first in that regard because they're more valuable to survival, and at the end of the day, that's probably the most important thing of species really is survival at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree 100%. So this is Dawkins and the genes and memes thing, and of course it's been moderated over time with other influences. But the bottom line is, yeah, it's all about the genes replicating into the future, and it's all in a big experiment for them in survival of the fittest and gladiator warfare happening to keep continuing. And part of that is the invention of, consciousness and memes, which are ideas, and those ideas that we live by, those cultural values that we have, are still just furthering the survival of the genes.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because every once in a while, of course, it's an experiment, so there's a normative range of behaviors, and you're going to have some outliers that don't quite fit that. But given a certain circumstance, they might still survive when the other group doesn't, because they're filling a little niche.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
I was thinking about my son when he was first, when he was very young, and my ex-wife and I decided that there would be no war toys, so no guns or anything like that.
Oh yeah.
And we bought him a big pile of Lego, and the very first thing he made was a gun. Which I just think it just seemed instinctive for him to.
I don't want to read. Yeah, I don't want to read the whole video, but this is just the. But some people will notice, and some people will say to me that when I'm typing in the chat, I seem a lot more intelligent than when I'm talking, because I'm able to phrase and explain my words or what I'm saying much more, when I'm typing rather than just off the top of my head. But no, here is how this guy explains it. The evolutionary basis for this instinct works like this: the value of either given sex is based upon how limited their capacity for offspring is. Men replenish their sperm very quickly. A woman can only become pregnant a few times in her life. I don't think it's a few times, but okay. So women are the limiting factor in the production of offspring. This makes women more valuable. I mean, especially if you... Sorry, this isn't him. Especially if you look back to the times where it was pretty much about survival. It wasn't... Now it really isn't. We're not living in a society which is really like kind of... I mean, it's not like... for instance, with food, it used to be sort of eat to live. Now it's kind of live to eat type of thing. But sorry, I'll carry on. So women are the limiting factor in the production of offspring. This makes women more valuable. The reason for all of this is simply, for a species to survive, it must reproduce, no matter how long the lifespan of a species. As long as its birth rate is higher than its death rate, it will continue to exist. If the female is a limiting factor, then her life and her safety is more important. It will hurt a species significantly more to have 20% of its female population killed than it would to have 20% of its male population killed. Just finishing off here. Thus, we have evolved with an instinct to protect women and keep them safe. This instinct is in both men and women. Sorry about that. That was pretty much just it explaining.
That was really informative. Thank you. I just wanted to say that I felt bad when you said that people say that you seem smarter in text than when they actually hear you. They think you're dumber than what you are.
Well, what I mean is because when I'm typing, I can maybe just think about it. Yeah. I mean,
about what you say, you just have to take a couple of seconds, and it's really hard to do that sometimes.
I'm like that too, sometimes. I need
what I mean,
a couple seconds to remember.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like about phrasing as well, and trying to explain my points a little bit clearer. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really mind, to be honest. When I'm typing, I can even just start defining stuff on the internet and just cite sources and stuff. But yeah.
I find when I type though, if I type comments, I'm a lot ruder than I am.
Yeah. I completely agree with that, because you're not actually talking to them. It's kind of awkward to be saying the same things. Like, imagine if the comments that you type are sort of you're actually talking to them face to face. No way would people say the sort of things they say.
I know I'm a right smart ass when it comes to comments. But
well, I mean, you don't really have to be that smart on YouTube with the ridiculous comments and stuff. Oh wow. But no, yeah. But sorry, don't mean to ramble, but that's pretty much it. I don't necessarily agree with all of it. There's some stuff that he says that I don't necessarily agree with, but for the most part, I agree with that sort of. Yeah.
It makes sense to me, and I think you acquit yourself really well. And it's the combination, actually, that I appreciate. The amount of depth of your knowledge and the many links that you share and that kind of stuff. So it's great. Good combo.
References, yeah.
Yeah. Would you not say that's the same thing with maybe the whole kind of veganism or vegetarian sort of philosophy as well? Hazy, would you not say that's similar?
Well, in what respect? I'm not sure I follow you.
Like maybe cultural kind of. I don't know. Would you say that's kind of maybe innate in us or not really?
Yeah. So when I mentioned Dawkins and the genes and memes, he was suggesting we could overcome both, and I don't really see how that's possible. So we're either driven by our biology, which is basically, we could say, made up by our genes, but then there's new theories about how our genes operate, and then how the environment operates on us in an ongoing way, that kind of stuff. So there's that element. Then there's the memes, which makes up our culture, everything that informs our conscious awareness and our language and insight into reality, all that kind of stuff. So those are the memes. So in terms of vegetarianism as being a manifestation potentially that could have to do with the survival of the species, I don't know. I mean, it seems possible, but my understanding is that humans have been omnivores and that we just will take advantage of any resource.
I think the problem as I see it is that as the demand for meat grows, which it is doing exponentially because of the growth of places like China and India and Brazil, where you've suddenly got a lot more people who can afford to buy meat regularly. And the problem with this is that it's a really inefficient use of land.
Yeah, I mean,
compared with growing vegetable products that could provide.
Well, let's put it this way, just briefly, that we could still go extinct by our own hand as a species. So no matter how smart we think the genes and memes are, we could still end ourselves pretty easily.
Sure. I think, and also the other thing is, if you have a lot of methane is a greenhouse gas, and if you have a lot of ruminating beasts on the planet, you produce a lot of methane gas.
And I mean, eventually, these types of things, like people, when I talk to people about this and just converse and stuff, they say, well, you can buy organic food and grass-fed cows and a slightly better existence for these animals, or that is essentially going to become that's you're not going to be able to have these things with the demand for meat going up. These types of ways of farming are just going to go pretty much obsolete, because like for instance, these types of organic. Why do you think organic food or free range eggs are more expensive? It's because they're not as efficient as putting all these chickens in or hens in cages and farming them that way. The reason why they are farmed so cruelly isn't because it's
Have you ever been to an organic farm?
what I'm saying, Lindsay, is that as
Have you ever been to one?
all right. What I'm saying, Lindsay, I haven't been
I know
to one.
you don't value my opinion very much, but have you been to one?
No, I haven't been to
My
one. No.
sister here grew up on a farm. She has an opinion about it.
Organic's an expensive label. Fertilizer's just a bunch of shit that makes your product grow faster, and it fills it up with more water. You can tell there's a difference between organic and non-organic. Fertilizer just makes it the crop lighter with alfalfa. I know, and it's just light and worthless stuff, and doesn't have as much nutrition. I've been told.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is I mean these you have to admit that the efficiency in order to farm these things efficiently, they are going to have a crueler or much harsher life, and these companies are looking for efficiency. They really the money is really at the core. It isn't about the life of these animals. It's about how much money they make. So yeah, sure they could give.
What? You don't believe in being humane to animals?
I never said that. I said I never said that. I said
he's saying the opposite. He was pointing out that in terms of animal agriculture, to be efficient essentially equates to more harm to the sentient animals, and that in the long run, that sustainability and efficiency would indicate that plants would be a better form of agriculture for us to sustain ourselves on.
Cows are
exactly.
I think that sometimes when you're
Cows
talking
are pretty
about
stupid. They've been bred to be stupid.
They're interesting, I've been told.
Well, I mean, that doesn't really justify. But I mean, yeah. Sorry, go on, Panda.
Well, I was going to say, when you look, sort of thinking about the future like this, I think sometimes you have to sort of think out the box. I reckon, I think it was around about the turn of the century, somebody in New York predicted that within, I don't know, 20 years, the city would grind to a halt because there was so much horse manure being produced by all the people with horses and carts going in and out of New York, and the rate that the city was growing, that they just wouldn't be able to cope with all this horse manure. And of course, then the car got invented, and the horse manure problem went away. And I think that we've already seen where they've used cloning technology to produce a hamburger. And, there's no reason why this technology can't be developed and they can produce pretty decent, reasonable substitute. Well, they are meat products, without any use of land.
Yeah. I mean, to me, yeah. I mean, to me, just the point I was trying to make is that these kind of or more humane ways, and I don't really think there is really a humane way to kill an animal. in all, I mean, I don't really think that I don't really believe that there's an ethical, humane way. That's what I believe, to kill an animal, or just in the act itself. Sure, can you justify it in certain circumstances, but for the most time, it really isn't justifiable. Even that's just my opinion. But no, the whole kind of thing of having sort of grass-fed cows and having a much more or less horrible life um, um, is kind of unrealistic, and I think people really do. I mean, I think people kind of are kind of ignorant to that to an extent. I do see it as kind of unrealistic, especially with the especially with the demand for meat going up. Not only, I mean, the population is increasing, so logically, or the demand for meat will also increase, and yeah. So yeah.
It's not just meat, though. It's animal products as well.
Yeah, animal products in general. Yeah,
my first job, I worked on a battery farm. A high intensity, egg production facility, basically. And the conditions that the hens live in are, it's really not nice. I mean, they're three in a cage. It's a tiny cage. There's no floor. It's
don't
just
they have their beaks? Don't they have their beaks sort of cut off?
They don't actually. I have heard people say that, but and I don't think the ones I dealt with did anyway. But you can tell they're mad. They're stir crazy, like you would be if you were shoved in a cage like that. I mean, you can tell they're not like a normal chicken, It's
my sisters worked for Lilydale chicken pickers. You can talk about your experience being a chicken picker.
It was terrifying. The workers are cruel people. Even there's like people fucking killing chickens. Like one chicken died for no reason. I'm sure of it. And I was so nice to them. I love chickens, and it was brutal.
Yeah, where I worked was just gross. It was just awful. It was like a chicken concentration camp.
You could have this perfect environment where you live on this very, very small farm. I mean, my grandfather owned a farm, and and it was kind of a sort of a farm way up Scotland, and it was much more kind of valued the life of the animal much more. But at the end of the day, still killing at the end of the day. But the life of the animal was a lot better. But realistically, to have this sort of ideal or try to recreate their natural environment as much as possible and let them naturally reproduce and do that is really just completely unrealistic for the demand of meat and the price you'd have to pay for a chicken that lived a happy life or lived lived a natural life. And I mean, I don't know.
I don't think. I mean, where I worked, it just wouldn't have been possible to produce on that scale.
Exactly.
You're talking about probably, I don't know, maybe 100,000 hens. You just couldn't really manage that across open land. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, just how it could be completely inefficient or inefficient to do that. And so yeah, I mean, yes, you could have this scenario where you're living, you have a house and you have a huge like field and this cow. There's two cows and they have a calf and you don't take any of the milks, the calf's milk, but you take sort of the milk that is kind of left or that the calf doesn't need. any kind of extra milk, and you do it kind of nicely and not kind of you have this sort of perfect environment where it's the most kind of what's the word, as ethical as you can possibly be, but realistically it's not going to work for the huge demand for meat. I mean, over 100 billion animals are killed just for I think in America. No, not in America, but over the actually I think that is in America. Let me just get it up for you guys. Bear in mind, half of that is sea animals. So
with milk production though, they've got some modern systems now where they have these fully automated milking systems, and the cows milk themselves literally.
Yeah.
When they start feeling pressure in their udder, they walk into this. Just basically they walk between two fences.
Yeah.
And they get to a certain spot and they stop, and it's got like a recognition system, and it can stick the milking machine on the teats of the others automatically, and it milks the cow. And the difference between this and the current system is that currently dairy cows are milked twice a day. They're milked in the morning and in the evening. And what this does is it puts massive pressure on the udder. And if you've ever been with cows that are going in for the evening milking, their udders are absolutely full, and they can barely walk with all this weight. But what you find is with these automated systems, because the cow's milking itself, it actually produces more milk because it's never under this great pressure that it is when you're milking twice a day. Most of the animals are going in for milking like 6 times a day. So they're never under huge pressure, and they produce about 25% more milk this way. So it's very ethical, it's very humane.
Well, a vegan might take contention with that, because they'll say, look, in order for the cow to be producing milk, it needs to be pregnant. So that means essentially animal rape. You're imposing and using an animal, and then when the cows do become less productive, well, then they're turned into meat. And if the cows do give birth to a calf, generally that's used for veal. Right, so there's a lot of other nasty stuff that goes along with it.
I should have said perhaps a little more humane.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Well, but, I mean, so this is it. Lindsay asked, have you guys been to organic farms? So I was raised a meat eater, and I hunted when I was younger. I flirted with vegetarian in my late 20s and 30s, and I'm now a vegan. And I've been to a couple of organic farms. One was a ranch. A friend of mine, his grandparents owned a ranch that bred cattle and sheep for breeding purposes. And then in Sacramento, a friend of mine lived next to a poultry farm that was an egg farm, but it was one of the free-range organic egg farms. And those products are very popular here right now, but they cost 3 times as much as normal eggs.
Yeah, same here. I always buy free-range because of my...
Have you ever had like a Walmart egg, though? They're so fucking thick. You just don't even tap it. You can push your finger into it.
Well, that's it. I've had farm eggs, and I've had
calcium in its diet, and the yolk is so fucking pale. It's white and yellow.
People are used to it, so. Well, and that's it. I mean, people now with the dietary concerns, they're basically buying a kind of preconditioned eggs, right, in cartons. I mean, no longer in the shell. And I know in Britain they don't wash the shells. Here they do, and now you have to refrigerate it, and it actually leads to more disease and that kind of stuff. But the other point that I was going to make is the idea that eventually I could see us getting to a point, and they produced artificial meat it's real protein, it's real animal cells,
right?
And potentially they could do this with other products. And it sounds creepy, because it's right out of the Matrix. You could have essentially a brainless cow. You could have a big biological entity that has udders and produces viable milk.
That sounds pretty gross.
Yeah.
Although, I guess if it hasn't got a brain, I don't know. How do you see that as a vegan? Is that more cruel or is that less cruel?
Well, see, I don't know how other vegans would feel about it. I mean, I agree that it's kind of gross. So this, at this point, you're talking about something that's not sentient per se.
Exactly.
It has a nervous system and it's
I was about to say
biological.
that.
But yeah, so they're doing this kind of thing with other animals right now. So there's the goats that produce spider silk in their milk and things like that. Well, what if we could just eliminate the brain of the goat and have the system work? So we have artificial hearts. We might be able to produce an artificial womb. So if we extrapolate out, let's say another 200 to 500 years, it may be possible to do some of these things. But in terms of meeting the kind of consumption and production that we currently have, yeah, I'm doubtful about that.
Exactly. I mean, that is a really, really interesting thing, Hazy. But to be honest, I don't really see that as being put in place anytime soon. Just because even just like, for instance, have you heard of Beyond Meat? I was actually talking to this guy that works there the other day, and it's amazing how similar Beyond Meat tastes to actual meat. And to me, it seems like, well, why would you, if you can get meat that tastes pretty much exactly the same or they couldn't tell the difference. I mean, everything that I've watched that has a sort of a test where they make a dish that has actual chicken and make a dish with fake chicken or Beyond Meat, they couldn't tell the difference at all. So the only thing there is pretty much just convenience, because
and price. So, but it is comparable.
Price comes under.
And then there's the nutrition as well, but it's pretty equitable in terms of nutrition as well.
Yeah, I mean, price comes under convenience though, to an extent.
Okay, yeah.
Do you have this meat product called? Well, it's a vegetable product called Quorn in the US.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Right.
It isn't vegan. It still has egg in it, but I've tasted Quorn before. It does taste very similar. Very similar.
What does it have in it that makes it non-vegan?
I think it is just. I think it has egg, and I think it also has wheat. I don't actually know really. I was in the supermarket last week. I was looking at the back of it, and I think it's got kind of it definitely has egg in it and milk and.
Oh,
I think it's primarily wheat, yeah.
And it is available in the United States, but I think it was invented in Britain.
Yeah, it was. It's made from what do they call it? The root system of mushrooms
mycelium,
or a type of fungus, like mycelium.
Yeah.
And they ferment this stuff in a massive vat, and then they sort of, I think they spin it out into threads, and then they compress the threads to make, like a fibrous meat type product.
Yeah, I mean, I ask quite a lot of people when we're having a conversation about this, if they can, and it's just highly not even for a debate or me necessarily kind of attacking them or anything like that, but just sort of asking an interesting question: how would you justify eating meat? And this is kind of somewhat subjective. I mean, some people say, "Well, I don't see it as wrong, so I don't have to justify it." And if you don't want to justify it, then that's completely fine. But I can still justify doing something, even though I think it's correct or good, or I don't see there's anything wrong with it. I can justify going downstairs and getting myself a glass of water, even though I don't see anything inherently bad or just I don't see anything what's wrong with doing that. I can still justify doing so. I still have good reason to do that. I mean, I'm thirsty, yeah.
I've thought about this issue quite a lot, and I have to say I can't really justify eating meat, even though I do. I can't really. I just think in the 21st century, we know enough about nutrition. There's enough product readily available for us here in the West to easily not eat meat. Would you say that's true, Hazy? I mean, you've got first-hand, front-line experience of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me personally, I can't justify the suffering of other sentient animals to feed me when there's alternatives that are,
Right.
for me, I'm lucky. I have alternatives that are readily available and, affordable and all that kind of thing. I recognize that in some cultures, they really don't.
Yeah.
So their food sources are limited. But in general, they're not practicing the kind of industrial animal agriculture that we are. So
I think for most people in the developed world, it is realistically these types of things like grains, rice, oats. These are the cheapest things. That's why when we go to deprived cultures or countries or LED countries, you'll see that these types of countries, they don't really eat meat. Meat is a luxury. It's expensive. The only reason why it's quite convenient over in our countries is we found a way to farm it so efficiently that and process it and add all this kind of crap to it that it becomes quite cheap. And even then, it's still not cheap as a real core stuff like beans, lentils, oats, potatoes, rice, and pasta, these types of things. I've recently, even in the past couple of months, been sort of transitioning to veganism and since it is quite hard because it's a change.
It is hard.
Yeah, I've had a lot of energy though. That's what I've noticed. I've had a boost in energy and I've lost weight as well. And even when I first got into it, I could still see, even though I was still sort of eating meat and just sort of looking into it, I still couldn't justify it. And at the start, it was just kind of like, I really had this complete ignorant view of it. I thought we had to eat meat to survive, or animal products. I thought we had to do it to survive or live a healthy life. And then I just kind of realized that actually you don't, And then I just tried to look into how to justify it. Oh well, we're omnivores. Oh well, animals kill other animals, so why can't we? And at the end of the day, I couldn't justify it. I just was honest with myself and said, I can't justify doing this. And yeah, I mean.
Well, the real test is to raise and slaughter an animal on your own, and some people are capable of doing that, but I have a lot more respect for them.
Right.
Well, I mean, I don't know whether I could do that or not because I haven't been put in that situation.
Well, rather than blind consumption where you just consume because it tastes good, there's still an ethical dilemma, but in terms of the culture, I mean, obviously, the idea that biblically there's the idea that yes, animals are here for us to utilize, but we need to respect them. Well, so if somebody's living that lifestyle and they're honestly respecting and doing the bare minimum of any kind of undue suffering, I mean, I think that you could have an animal that essentially doesn't suffer, but they're still being their existence is being ended prematurely. So you can still have, let's say, an animal like a pig that has a great life, and one day you go up behind it and blow its brains out with in an instant, and it's unaware of any of that. It didn't really suffer.
Yeah. So, but I mean, could we? I mean, I don't know. These are different things, but could we justify killing humans by that? I mean, if the death was pretty much painless and then
we still get into the question of the sentience and that kind of thing. So I view pigs as being more intelligent than dogs, and obviously people love dogs and treat them as pets and are against animal cruelty.
Don't they have the same intelligence as a 3-year-old?
Yeah, exactly. So that might have been a bad example, but like I said, I have more sympathy for that kind of a situation versus the kind of industrial agriculture we have.
I agree with you completely.
Just to tie this to the war on Christmas, really, when I was driving around today, I saw a billboard, and this is pretty unusual to see this, and it had a picture of a dinner plate where the dinner had obviously been eaten, so there's just like smears of gravy on the dinner plate, and then there's a dog collar with a lead sat on the dinner plate, and the caption on the poster says, You wouldn't eat your dog, so why eat a turkey?
What was that done by? PETA? PETA?
Yes, I think
Yeah,
so.
yeah, I've seen that one as well.
Yeah.
I've seen that in London, yeah.
I've
But
never
that
seen
is
anything like that before here.
that is a really interesting thing though, because a pig isn't that much different to a dog. I mean, a pig is more intelligent than a dog, and it has the same intellect as a 3-year-old child. So, I mean, but no, this is the thing. I mean, it's quite interesting, really, because I mean, how do we value sentient beings? It seems to me that we value them based on ability to reason, based on ability to use language, and based on intellect, based on image, and a level of sentience, and really, I think at the end of the day, we have to acknowledge that even though they have different intellect, even though they have different intelligence, they're still sentient. I mean, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think,
but it's been a struggle for me, and even there's still questions that remain about things like, well, what about certain kinds of mollusks that have glial and what is it called? I forget. Like the basic kind of, so they don't. There's no indication that they have an advanced nervous system that feels pain. There's no proof really either way. Same thing with insects. So they have very different kinds of systems. So there's there's the idea that maybe insects could serve in the future as a protein source that would be healthy and viable. Yeah. And the question is that moral, and would that be vegan? I don't know the answer. Mm-hmm. I'd be inclined to say, hey, if it means we're going to feed the planet, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, and I mean, I've heard this, and I've actually looked into it, and it is correct, but it's very kind of circumstantial. If the entire planet went vegan, or ate a plant-based diet, we could essentially feed the world. Now, of course, we'd have to do it in a very, very. We have to be very correct in the way we do it. I mean, we'd have to manage it very well, but that would be the case. I mean, if you look at the three most, just looking at America, because most of these studies and surveys are done in America, since they have 300 million population. But if you look at surveys, oh wow, I forgot what the survey was. Wait, come back to me.
Yeah, I think for me it was the atheism that sort of led me down this road, because that
same with me, Jim.
That had me looking at evolution a lot more, and then once you really get to grips with evolution, you can't really, justify eating an animal. Although, I still am doing, but I've definitely been thinking a lot about this.
Yeah, for me it was more kind of. Yeah, for me it was more kind of like, I didn't really think that I am who I am, in the sense that I think culture, society, tradition, that and upbringing shapes you into who you are. And so for me, being a Christian for a long time made me think, well, that sort of thing that I believed so much. Hello?
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm here, but there was an interruption.
Go ahead. I can't hear anyone. Let me just refresh. I'll just come back.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was just going to mention that, even as a vegan or as an atheist, I'm not the kind of person who's compelled to go and beat people overhead with my beliefs or try to convince them or make it a constant subject, that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, for me, usually I'm not kind of sort of attacking people and stuff. I understand. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'm not usually when I'm talking about it, it's someone's offered me something that has or contains animal products. I'm like, no, I'm vegan, and like, oh well, where'd you get your protein, or these types of questions. But no, but for me it was kind of like I had this whole belief of God, and I mean, so many things in my life was controlled by that. I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing, but but so many things in my life were controlled by that. And so when I started to question that, started to ask myself, can I justify my belief in a God? For me personally, and again this is subjective, I couldn't justify doing that. I couldn't justify my beliefs. And then I started looking into eating meat. How can I justify doing that? These both things here have been due to my upbringing. Meat. I never made a conscious decision to go, you know what, I'm going to eat meat. No, it was something from day one. And so when I started to question these things that I haven't actually made a decision on, and have kind of not necessarily been forced on me, but I sort of a social norm or part of your upbringing, part of the way your parents have raised you, then I start to question them. I start to question whether I can justify doing that, because really I haven't come to this on my own, with my own thoughts or reasoning. I didn't come to Christianity. I didn't come to eating meat. These things were, or animal products. These things were just put on me, or part of my parents' lives.
Well, and I think you mentioned the other day that there were other elements too, right? So there's the ethical question, but there's also the environmental question, and then I'm sorry, and what's the other one?
Health.
Health issue.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the top 3 environmental problems in America, that's a survey I was thinking of. Bam, there it is. And if you look at the top 3 environmental problems in America, the top health problems in America, they're all majorly linked to the consumption of animal products. So I think I do talk to a lot of people about these types of stuff, and I think we should just really question our beliefs. I mean, I question my atheism. I'll go, can I justify my reasonings for not believing in a God, or for having the lack? I personally define it as having a lack of a belief, or not holding to that position that God is true. And so to me, I can't justify. And I mean, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. Sorry about that.
Can we say hi to Robert?
Hey, Robert.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Rob. Nice to see you, Rob.
Hello, Robert. This is my hangout, and you're welcome to be here. It's called Conversations for You and I, so there's been many of the conversations in there, and everyone's welcome. If you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say anything all like Bambi and Thumper and all that jazz.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that's an interesting question, and I've even looked at it from a religious perspective, and I don't really think you can. I don't know. I don't think you can really. I mean, there's tons of parts of the Bible, or there's quite a bit of the Bible that actually encourages it, or there's quite a good argument for veganism or vegetarianism from a religious perspective. Even if I was just to put my mind even if I was just to sort of agree with Christianity and the Christian religion just for the sake of argument, I could probably put forth a fairly decent argument. But I don't have much experience with it too much. But from what I've learned, there is quite a compelling argument in that regard. I mean, at the end of the day, realistically, do you really think God's going to send you to hell? I mean, you're at Judgment Day, or approaching that, and or you're approaching God, and you're in the line, and God goes, you lived a good life, you abided by the Bible, but sorry, you killed animals. You avoided killing animals. You avoided the death of the needless, unnecessary death of sentient beings as much as possible, or you tried to, or you at least made progress in doing so. So unfortunately, eternal hell for you, buddy. So.
Well, the evidence for prehistoric humans is that we were opportunistic eaters. And of course, civilization is born out of agriculture, and that included both grain agricultures and animal agriculture. And the whole history of the human race is filled with animal sacrifice, and in some cases even human sacrifice. And Schopenhauer suggested, that life as it is, as kind of the Uberus, it lives on itself, it feeds off itself, it is a cannibalistic entity. And in that regard, when you consider sentient beings are being eaten alive, and not just in terms of one fell swoop, you're out, but literally eaten alive, and eaten alive by disease and parasites, and we could just go down the line of the horrors of natural suffering that exist in the world. He suggested that life must, by any self-reflective consciousness, be viewed as an immoral thing, as a bad thing. So what could possibly justify it?
Yeah, and to me, so go on.
I was just going to say, and we see the idea of animal sacrifice not only in the Western Abrahamic traditions, but in India and throughout the world. Where they are recognizing this element of life feeding on life, and that is part of the necessity for life to continue, and that the end result is good, that it's worth it for humans to do that. And not only that, but at least in the Western traditions, that all that is ordained just for human beings.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, a lot of people argue that we aren't omnivores by nature, but more kind of cultural omnivores, and I think that's quite interesting as well. But no, I've really seen, like, for me, and I think some people may watch this, I doubt it, but some people may kind of think that me saying there's no humane way to kill an animal, they might be kind of like, what? That's a bit. Why would you say that? Well, the definition of humane is having or showing compassion or benevolence. So you could kill the animal in a way where it doesn't suffer. So I think we have with these types of guns, that kind of electrical guns, like stun guns or something like that, and you fire it into the animal's brain, and it pretty much goes brain dead exactly then, and there's no pain there at all. But even that situation, the act is killing an animal, okay, sentient being. I think we can agree that the sentient beings have the basic kind of desire to life. I mean, yeah. So I mean, looking at that, needlessly killing an animal, because it is needless. I mean, it's unnecessary. It's not necessary.
That
for
is
survival. Yeah, for most people.
But that all points to the question of, does an objective morality exist? Because a nihilist or a moral relativist could say, that those things don't matter, that they're just inventions, that there's no good or evil, but thinking makes it so, all that kind of thing. And my thought on that is that if an objective morality can be said to exist, it must essentially accommodate the idea that undue sentient suffering is bad. That no matter what, if you have self-reflective consciousness and are intelligent, you can identify the fact that you don't like suffering and that it hurts, and it's a value negative state, and you can apply it to every other life form on the planet, and we can see it viscerally, and we can test it empirically and know that it's true. So then the question would be, what represents an undue harm to another sentient? So for example, if you need to go in for a surgery, there's going to be some pain and experience, but it's for it has a reason that is justifiable. In the case of, well, because it tastes good, is that really a justifiable claim?
Exactly.
Or because
that's pleasure.
Exactly.
That's killing an animal for pleasure. That's no difference than hunting. There's not really much difference between going out and hunting for sport. I wouldn't even define it as sport, but going out hunting just for the fun of it. Because essentially, these two examples here, right? These two circumstances, you're killing an animal for pleasure.
Well, so I mean, I have some sympathy, with the idea that because of humanity's impact on the environment, we have to protect the environment, and unfortunately that means certain species like deer may on occasion overpopulate and they need to be culled. Now the question about how to do that, go about that, is an interesting one. Certainly there is a long history and a lot of law, common law precedent around the idea of families being able to sustain themselves and hunt. And even if it is just for sporting purposes. So I think the sporting purposes to me is terrible, but the idea that we still need to manage populations, that's real. And if one way to do it is by, you know, humane hunting, at least those animals have had a good wild life, and generally the animals that are taken are mature and potentially, you know, no longer as robust to the ecosystem. And then there are other methods, though, of doing that. So, for example, we could just say, well, animal welfare experts and specialists could cull them, you know, using tranquilizer type darts or something like that. Something that's not going to give you a risk of wounding an animal rather than killing it. Or beyond that, they're experimenting in the United States with adding infertility elements or fertility drugs to food stocks in order to reduce deer population. And if that happens, there's a good chance that the hunting of deer in the United States could come under attack by groups like PETA, but I doubt they'll be successful. But to my mind, that would certainly be preferable than continuing to allow hunting.
Yeah. I mean,
you guys are ruining my Christmas dinner, you know.
And I mean, I think we really need to focus on human overpopulation, or that before we look at animal population. I think usually it's I mean, there sure are more kind of methods of dealing with overpopulation. Sorry, what? Gone? Sorry, was someone about to speak? Go on.
No, I didn't say anything.
I heard somebody speak. I don't know who it was.
Robert had his mic open. I don't know if he wanted to.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he left.
Wait, does anyone hear beeping?
No.
Does anyone hear, is that just me? I'm hearing beeping.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it.
Wait, let me just mute my mic.
But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your dinner, and Jim Panda.
I'll be all right.
No one cares.
I got myself a nice sirloin steak, and all I'm feeling is guilt.
Well, look at it this way. I mean, I struggle with this question. If an animal has already been taken, do you have a duty to utilize it? You know, let's say, so you don't go out and buy it necessarily, but if for example, you come upon, you know, the opportunity to eat a can of sardines that it's pulled, its shelf life is over, and you never purchased it to begin with, but you have the opportunity to eat it, should you make use of that animal sacrifice? Some people will say no, absolutely not, and you know, there's health reasons, and you're still supporting that. I think that we should. What's that?
What's wrong with sardines?
Well, the idea is that fish still have nociceptors, and they experience suffering and pain when they're caught.
How easy even to do that though? If you're a vegan in a vegan say for some time, and then you come across some sort of animal product, is it safe, I guess, is probably the best word, for you to just eat it, or is it likely to make you quite ill, but because you're not used to eating animal products?
You could probably answer that, Hazy.
It doesn't make you ill if you tried a new meat.
No, go on, Hazy. You could probably know about that a little bit more than me about that. I've only been vegan for...
Well, yeah, I'm not an expert, but I subscribe to a lot of vegan channels and that kind of thing, and I think it is true that, for example, meats, animal meats, red meats, are a little bit more difficult to digest for somebody who's been either vegetarian or vegan for a fair amount of time.
Right.
Yeah. What vegan channel?
I mean, it's just like imagine going to a vegan diet all of a sudden. Your body's going to go through some changes.
Any change of diet, really. I mean, any change of diet. I mean, even if it's good or bad, it's even just any sudden change to your diet is quite. There's going to be some things that happen.
And here's a
Yeah.
question: Do you generate a lot of wind?
My experience, I've only been vegan for a couple of months now, but I have because I think there's higher methane.
Right.
Yeah. Go on, Hazy.
I don't think so, but it really depends on the food. So there's certain things that will cause more. I mean, so if I'm eating a lot of bread and that kind of thing, or certain cruciferous vegetables, if I have a lot of broccoli or something like that, but that it's not necessarily that you're producing more gas in my case, but there's all the different compounds involved that may make you more aware of it. We'll put it that way.
Right.
Yeah. I've been eating quite a bit more beans, so that might be it as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's it. If you use enzymes, or so there's certain foods that the idea is that have they will interact chemically so that they can help digest. It will help your digestion if they're eaten together.
Right.
By the way, there's an interesting video I linked about deer hunting, and it goes into detail about that. But what vegan channels have you subscribed to, Hazy?
Well, one of the ones that I've enjoyed recently is called Bite Size Vegan.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the one that I've
Emily.
Yeah,
and then
Emily,
there's tons of others that are related to it, a lot of them are just personalities. They're just normal YouTubers, but every once in a while they'll put recipes and that kind of stuff, and a lot of political advocacy. A lot of the vegetarian channels that or vegan channels that I sub to are actually like Indian. So there's Bhavna's Kitchen. I think she's in India. I'm not positive. She might be in the United States, but she's got family and they're vegan, and she produces all kinds of different great cooking videos. And generally, they're relatively simple and stuff that you could make for a family and for kids.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is hard in a way to turn vegan, but I think it also isn't that hard as well. I mean, for me, dairy, because there's quite a lot of people that are lactose intolerant, because I think it's quite natural to drink the milk of another mammal, but because quite a lot of people are lactose intolerant, there is loads of different loads of alternatives to milk. Almond milk, rice milk, hemp milk, oat milk. Soy milk, and these milks really don't taste that much different to regular milk. I've found anyway. I mean, of course there is a different taste, but they're really not that bad, and even some have been even better tasting. So so that really hasn't been that big of a problem for me. Dairy. Eggs, I didn't eat eggs before. Never liked eggs. I mean, occasionally I'd have an egg fried rice, and then I just read the chat. That's quite funny. Lindsay got high, but I am. And then eating meat. That I have to admit, I did eat quite a lot of meat, chicken and beef. Not really much fish, but
bacon, that's the thing. How do you face life without bacon?
I don't even know what the obsession with bacon is. I've never really enjoyed bacon that much, but I don't really. But no,
I just couldn't go very long without it. But I say I couldn't. I know I could actually, but I do love a bit of bacon.
Well, as a bachelor, what I found difficult was just the convenience foods. So literally canned tuna, canned sardines, eggs. Yep. I mean, it's just so quick, easy,
Right.
I think these are one of these are the kind of the I've actually got this actually really do agree with this. I think the three main reasons why people eat meat, or four if you like, is kind of tradition, sort of culture, or society sort of thing. Second, convenience and pleasure. I think it's quite convenient to buy these things. Quite a lot of the times, I've had to spend a little bit more time and maybe even a little bit more money in some circumstances for meals to make sure that they are vegan, and You know, so but no, but realistically, I tried. I went on Tesco website, the shopping thing, and I tried and get £10 shopping plan in 1 week. Guess how much it came to, Panda? Because we're using English currency. Tenner. £10
for a week.
Yeah, £10. I think it was. Yeah, because
That's
I can
about
buy.
that day, more than.
I can buy a bag of oats, 1 kilogram. I don't know how much there is in American system. I can buy a bag of oats, like 1,000 grams, a kilogram, right, for about 75p. That's about $1. And this can if I have 75 in 10, that's this a bag of oats that costs about £1, about $1, should I say? That will suffice for. Let me think. If I have 50 grams a day, 700. That would probably do almost 2 weeks. So $1 for 2 weeks, and that's breakfast sorted. $1 or £1, or not even £1, 75p.
I do
That's
the same
insane.
thing. Exactly.
Insane. And
Yeah,
people say it's
I have oats
expensive.
I thought it was supposed to be expensive. Because 75 though is $1.50 here, because it's double in Canada.
All right.
Well, you can still buy oats in bulk for a relatively inexpensive amount, and yeah, it's cheap. It's certainly a lot cheaper than buying a box cereal, or bacon, or eggs, or any of those other.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oatmeal is much more cheaper than eggs.
Yeah. But I enjoy it, and as Hades
yeah.
mentioned, there's alternative milks that you can use with it, and then seasonings and stuff. So, and it's healthy. So I think I eat it almost every day, and I think it's a treat. I've never gotten sick of it.
I have an interesting question, since you're vegan, Hazy. What do you think of stuff like bone char in your sugar? For me, I don't think that's quite a big issue. It's a byproduct. If we stopped killing animals for meat and other stuff, we wouldn't start killing animals for their bones to sort of put in our sugar, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if it's even necessary. So I think that they could make.
Oh no, of course it's not necessary. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is the whole idea that, for example, in South America there was a large agricultural civilization that existed, and it was essentially using forms of biochar as its fertilizer in the jungle. And this has stimulated, in contemporary terms, the idea of high efficiency combustion for waste to produce biochar, and all the uses for biochar.
Yeah.
Have you heard?
Have you heard Gary Yourofsky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been interviewed a lot by Emily on Bite Size Vegan. So.
Oh yeah, you've been watching that, but she cut it up into a little bit of clips there. Yeah. No, but yeah, he talked about byproducts. He said they're really not. That was his point. I really found that kind of interesting. You know, you wouldn't start killing animals for their bones is bones used to dye the sugar, or is it? Yeah, you can definitely get sugar without bone.
Right.
Bone,
yeah, I don't know what all the details are on that, and in fact, I was unfamiliar with it until until maybe it was Yourofsky, maybe it was somebody else, but I never understood exactly what the dynamic was, that was happening with that. But of course, I mean, there is just a huge animal parts industry. I mean, hides, glues, the bones, gelatins.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah, gelatin. Yeah. Yeah.
And there's alternative for all those things, and for all the things that we think of in terms of baking baked goods, or making dinners, traditional dinners. There's alternatives that you could use to replace the eggs and to replace the gelatin and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I have porridge every morning, and I make it the traditional Scottish way with water, 3 parts water, 1 part oats. and already it's quite creamy because I mean you have oat milk already. So I mean if you just look at your porridge or look at your oats, you put them in water, leave them for a while, so the water kind of goes quite looks like a creamy sort of a color, and that's I mean.
Yeah.
The way you can actually make your own oat milk. You just pretty much blend it up and then put it through a strainer, like one of those cloth type strainers. But no. So water is free. I get it from the tap, and so that's extremely cheap. Like yes, sugar, but I don't even need to put sugar in it. But I can put sugar with it.
Yeah. Well, it has its own natural sweetness, and as you're suggesting, it actually produces what they call oat milk, and it produces its own cream or milk in a sense.
Yeah.
And it is an amazing product.
And I mean, so people go like, but I can't go vegan because like Oreos, for instance, and I find it funny because that's just an example. Someone said to me, I went, Oreos are vegan, Oreos don't contain milk, So but there's quite a lot of things. Like for instance, you could wake up in the morning and have just quite a lot of regular cereal, because quite a lot of regular cereal is vegan, and you just pretty much use an alternative milk, and it doesn't really taste that much difference. I mean, you can essentially have jam, peanut butter, or you guys call it peanut butter and jelly, sandwiches or toast. I mean, that's really pretty unhealthy. But I mean, so there really isn't just like you're not really restricted in the same sense or as much as people think.
Well, it depends. The peanut butter and jam or jelly, I mean, as long as it's low sugar, it can be okay. So there's organic, no additive peanut butters, which are relatively healthy as long as you eat sensible amounts of it, right?
Yeah.
And same thing with jams. You can get very savory jams that have, that most of the sweetnesses come from either low glycemic index sugar sources or just from the fruit itself.
Yeah, but there is a little bit of a too much of a stereotype with vegans always being healthy. I mean, there was a video and it was called I'll link you the video. It was this guy called Tim Sheaf. He's an English athlete and he's a vegan, and he pretty much does parkour and he's insanely good at it. And he made a video of what vegans have for breakfast, and he gave all these different alternatives to even like a raw food type of breakfast, which was extremely healthy, And I think there was so many comments saying that this isn't healthy. I mean, peanut butter and jelly in the morning, that's really extremely unhealthy. And I mean, people need to take into account as well, though, that just because you're vegan, it doesn't mean you're healthy, So
no, that's right. And there's another channel, I forget the name of it, but I do sub to it, where it's vegan junk food. So I think he produces like almost once a week. Oh yeah. And then there's the satanic vegan. Are you familiar with that? I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He does like so he dresses up like death metal, plays death metal music, and puts together vegan recipes.
I've heard this guy. Yeah. What about the vegan atheist?
He's a neuroscience, but I think he's got a great show. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. What about the vegan atheist? Have you watched his videos?
I'm sure I have. I can't think of him off the top of my hand.
Off
the top of my head. There's the. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say he has extremely good videos. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, the vegan atheist, and then the violent vegan, and I think there's vegan zombie. There's just so many.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. But no, I there's the link to the vegan atheist, and yeah. I was going to do a channel about veganism, but I mean, I just got so incredibly. Oh yeah. Oh, you're sub to him, Panda. You're sub to the vegan atheist.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
He's got interesting things on both both atheism and veganism. Yeah, but no, I was going to do a channel that sort of talks about veganism, just general sort of stuff like that. But I get too angry when I read the comments because they're so retarded, and especially the arguments that are put forth. I mean, I meet quite a lot of honest people that just say, I can't justify it. I still do it.
Then disable comments on your YouTube.
Well, I mean, yeah, good point. But I mean, then I wouldn't be able to see the comments that maybe are positive, you know.
Then get supervised comments.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Moderate. Stop
Yeah.
being lazy. I'm kidding. I like you, Hades. You're a
I
nice
like you too,
young
Lindsay.
man.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna get going, guys. I'm getting a bit weary.
Oh yeah, it's
You know, I should go too.
It's 2:30, isn't it? Isn't it, Panda?
It is, yeah. Good to chat, guys. I've enjoyed
Yeah,
it.
nice talking to you, man.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah,
Thanks,
nice talking.
Hades. It's been cool.
Yeah, yeah.
See you later.
It's that, man. I've pretty much flipped my schedule around. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty much pretty much flipped my schedule around completely. What's your biggest qualm or qualm, Hazy, with people talking to you about veganism? In your experience, what's their kind of biggest issue that they say to you?
I think he's sleeping.
Well, that's okay. I can answer.
All right. Sorry, I didn't realize.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, no, that's all right. I think there's two elements. It's defensiveness because it's something they enjoy and they're protecting it. And they feel justified, but usually if you press them on their justifications, they get angry because you're pressing them on something they don't really want to change their mind about. So yeah, I tend not to press. So I have good friends that will go eat, junk food. They'll go to, some fast food place and order these giant hamburgers and that kind of stuff. And I won't say a thing to them about that kind of stuff. And they'll take their kids and do the same thing. But in general, I at least mention it at some point and express my opinion and let them know what's up with me. But that's about it. So usually they're pretty defensive about it. And the other attitude is, oh, well, we all got to die sometime. And we're not, as individuals, we're not going to change the way things are.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's the same with me, man. Completely same with me. Also, the protein one. Where'd you get your protein from? Is another one. What's the most annoying one that you've had? Let me guess. Plants. Plants have feelings too.
Yeah, I've heard that quite a bit, but it doesn't really resonate with me. It's kind of a dumb argument. So.
Oh, it's extremely dumb. It's extremely dumb.
Yeah. So it just frustrates.
I'm going to be taking this off live, and
that's cool.
I'm going to Ruben's Hangout.
Oh yeah, sure.
Well, thank you, Lindsay, and it was great talking with you guys.
Very successful hangout.
Yeah, nice talking to you. Nice talking to you, Hazy. We have a lot of that we agree with. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll catch up with you guys soon. So take care.
Yeah. Talk to you soon, man. Lindsay.
Hades. Oh, was it nice? He's the king of the underworld. It's not hell.
Whose hangout we're going to?
Reuben's.
All right. Can you give me a link to Reuben's?
Yeah, I will.
Nice.
Okay, bye. Oh.
All right, just